係有需要嘅，我哋都會幫。但係反觀另一邊所謂嘅執法者，所謂嘅紀律部隊，佢冇紀律可言，講粗口嘅講粗口，亂打人、亂拉人、亂起訴，仲以為自己係公平公正嘅不知所謂。我哋身為紀律部隊，更加係救人唔幫人。喺咁多個月以嚟，其實除咗網上言論，其實除咗喺網上討論咗好多消防救護前線同所謂警方嘅衝突，屬員已經受到高層嘅打壓，不停叫你注意自己嘅言論。但係身為副處長，就多次喺公共場合發表有強烈政治立場嘅言論，公平咩？另外，我哋更加似係警察嚟嘅，並相提並論同紀律部隊，佢哋不單毫無紀律，更加不停傷害市民，甚至我哋前線嘅人員，實在可恥。我哋消防同救護對業界嘅消防將我哋警察將我哋消防處綁埋一齊做嘢，係對我哋消防同救護同事造成不可磨滅嘅污點。警察濫捕濫權，有打示威者頭破血流，射擊市民，係要自己導致失明，有消防記者採訪工作，無視新聞記者擁有採訪權力嘅天職。佢需要消防同事幫佢清除路障、開路，為嘅係要進一步咁樣濫捕濫權，但係無往而不利。但當救護員接報到場，需要進行救援嘅時候，就諸多阻攔。831同埋周同學悼念當晚就可見一斑。我哋係經過千錘百煉嘅消防同埋救護同業，示威者係唔係受傷，唔係由你班黑警決定，係我哋班緊守崗位、心入邊仲有良知嘅人應盡嘅本分。黑警為咗維穩，理得你係消防車、救護車，開咗槍之前，消防總理用水限打限罰，佢哋當正自己係神應該嘅存在，真係超越咗神。可惜，我哋班消防職工會、救護員會對我哋消防同埋救護同業嘅遭遇默不作聲，我哋喪失咗應有嘅責任同埋功能。可能佢哋真係記得你
Alright, so right now they're reading testimonies from ambulance personnel and firefighters. This is a rally pro-ambulances and pro-firefighters, and they are describing like what they live on the front lines and how they're mistreated by the police, etc.
就正如過往死去嘅師兄，有堅持同埋因為上層嘅管理失當，寫下同業做一個朋友嘅位。我係一名前線救護車主管，我感到好憤怒，但又好無力。咁多年工作生涯，同其他同事一樣，即使再忙再辛苦，都有堅守自己嘅崗位。因為大家心中都有一個救急救難嘅信念。
Now, at the end said, if there is injured or not, it's not for you, dark police, to decide. It is us, the ambulance and the firefighters, who have a conscience, who have a heart to decide. We have, like, they are the experts on if anyone is injured or not. So basically they were saying it's not up to you to decide whether or not they're injured on the scene. You're a bunch of dark police.
我哋係社會嘅一道人道防線，社會越亂，我哋更加要堅守呢份道德尊嚴。作為救護部隊，我哋係社會嘅一道人道防線。雖然有卓越嘅專業技能，我哋更加要堅守呢份道德尊嚴，服務市民，反而樂於以其專業為態度，政府去執行喪盡他人嘅殘暴維穩任務，而警察本身亦都未能發揮好佢控制下屬嘅角色，讓人基層人員暴打市民。濫捕停風，實在恥與為伍。至於現時嘅消防總會，真係一考不如一考。冇可喜愛會員權益之餘，立場更加偏離中立原則，甘願成為部門嘅喉舌，敗壞前輩師師嘅開會宗旨，令人通心疾首。本人希望警隊要買立馬，走回正軌，而對消防職工總會則不存任何期望。成立新工會代表消防職員，勢在必行。
So this now she's reading the testimony of an ambulance member. The ambulance member said that basically that it's very like they're under a lot of pressure and they're witness of the police brutality and violence. I'm not going into every detail of what they say. Unfortunately, it's hard to me to follow. But yeah, basically all these that she's reading are testimonies from different ambulance members and firefighter members who are exposing the violence by the police, and they are basically standing against the police behavior.
721元朗事件喺直播度見到一班學生嘅人，無分男女老幼都施以無分男女老幼都施以極度暴力嘅對待。呢啲已經唔係示威者同執法人員衝突咁簡單。根據7月24號嘅相關新聞報導，元朗事件係牽涉與30會成員組織有關，堂堂黑社會出嚟搞事，手持武器亂咁打人，而普通平民百姓得唔到相應嘅協助。包括警察接近40分鐘先到場。
Dragon Blue Falcon said that the Hong Kong Police Department, she's saying that the Hong Kong Police Department turned from serve and protect into harming and murdering civilians.
着住黑衫青年就有嫌疑需要調查。警察身為紀律部隊一份子，緊急紀律部隊嘅人工，咁嘅表現對唔對得住自己份糧？對唔對得住你哋發過嘅誓？對唔對得住人民公僕嘅稱呼？喺呢個鐘入面。喺呢一個無執法者嘅狀態下，你哋對得住飽受心理或者生理受傷嘅市民咩？而相關高層指揮官，佢哋心寒嘅態度同表現簡直令人羞恥，根本不配做呢個紀律部隊之首。所謂嘅不畏懼、不徇私、不對他人懷敵意及不敵視他人，警察完完全全背道而馳。你哋根本為你哋着上新嘅制服，侮辱緊專業精神呢4個字。7月26號，張司長就7月21號元朗事件中對市民作出致歉。基於喺一般情況下，公務員需要支持特區政府嘅政策同埋行動決定，但係警察員佐級協會主席佢以下犯上。
Now they're talking about the 21st of July.
有咩紀律可言？黑白係良知。
Yeah, the 21st of July, guys, is when the gangsters in white t-shirts went in to attack. Their testimony right now from I think it's an ambulance person as well, saying that thing like was on a whole nother level. It was a whole different level, the amount of violence. And they saying that they saw the police just leaving the people. And I think, wait, let me take this.
俾佢哋自己一個人感到沮喪，我哋一定會一齊行落去。其實香港人好可愛，種種嘅表現睇到香港人嘅質素十分之高，敢於為自己嘅市民去爭取。香港人加油！香港人放棄我哋一個都不少。一個係垃圾嘅人才。香港人加油！香港人張司長，我哋一個都不少。一個職業係垃圾嘅人才，我哋所做嘅嘢係拯救生命、救急扶危。俾警察多次不禮貌嘅對待，部門有冇一次幫我哋出聲保護我哋啊？
Right now, they're reading testimonies from different ambulance members and firefighters.
係咪部門都認同警察所講嘅垃圾？香港人我哋可愛。係嘅話，我係一個前線嘅消防員，十分感謝大家好用心去搞呢個集會去聲援我哋。近日都曾一次又一次出嘅聲明，令到我覺得好失望。十分感謝大家好用心去搞呢個集會去聲援。
So I think that testimony was saying that the people of Hong Kong are actually very cute and also like very strong. They're saying people of Hong Kong add oil, people of Hong Kong keep fighting, and yeah. 加油，其實係相當之感動。可惜嘅係因為着住制服嘅關係，唔可以同大家講聲多謝。
其實每一次落地嘅時候，我都只係細細聲同大家講聲加油。有好多嘅時候，當當嘅時候，我都同自己講，雖然今日我唔可以同大家出嚟揾工作簽，但係我今日有好多種方式去支持。
This is a frontliner firefighter.
雖然成日都要去救熄你哋嘅火魔法，到最後我想講嘅係，其實喺前線嘅消防員都係一直支援緊你哋，香港人加油！政治問題要政治解決，公務員要政治中立，但唔代表冇政治立場。我哋着起套制服，正路救人，為市民服務，不論立場，只問傷勢。喺我嚟睇，呢個係專業，但對於自己，呢個只係執行緊基本嘅職務。
He's saying that he's a frontline firefighter, and in one occasion, or in many occasions, he's very touched when people say like firefighters add oil and encourage them. The people encourage them, and he's saying that sometimes they cannot like say thanks to them. Maybe I think because the police might do something, but in a lot of people in many instances they say like they whisper to each other like add oil, add oil.
警察本身都係香港人，佢仲咁多沉淪，唔可以拯救佢哋，實在有違消防救人我哋嘅天性。我唔奢求成立獨立調查會，唔奢求解散警隊，唔奢求黑警自首，只求警員自己可以揾翻自己嘅良心，回頭是岸。始終仇恨只會登天台，始終大家都係香港人。老實講，我一直覺得消防同救護體制入邊都係男多過人，甚至係73或者64嘅比例。好多時候都唔會同班同事因為政見去嘈，但係有時真係頂唔順，無良或者無知口臭。嘈幾單 POE， 有小朋友阿婆俾 DJ 搞到 SOP， 喺警署接人嘅時候，有年輕人俾人打到成面血。慢慢由7月開始，警暴問題越嚟越嚴重，身邊嘅同事都開始意識到警權過大，返工開始鬧黑警，工作上面成日接觸警察，之前大家合作做嘢，關係都尚算良好。問題係政府同警察政治問題用武力同埋暴力去衍生，出更加多嘅武力反抗，搞到社會咁亂。同事工作量同壓力大增，警察有時成個服務咁樣去應付，非 POE 上撈普通 case 都會警接命令。我哋同事做嘢，唔俾我哋做嘢，永遠當正自己係大佬，處方高層又永遠唔會體諒，大家返工都係自己嘅職責同壓力。尊貴嘅心理副處長，乃權貴破壞消防處衛生就可以抵達，加埋幾個垃圾工會，我哋連座級就變到晒氣。社會環境我哋改變唔到，但係成立心中要係必須。政府工會去武力去秩序，暴力去戰爭，出更加多嘅武力反抗，搞到社會混亂。
So this testimony was talking about different things, saying that I think at the beginning mentioned that he lives in the ambulance department and like the fire department. There's more blue people than yellow people, but and then they started to talk about that actually all the situation in Hong Kong is not the fault of the people, but the government and the police, that the only thing they know how to do is like violence, and they keep doing more and more violence, which led the Hong Kong city, which led everyone in Hong Kong to the current situation. 老實講，燒垃圾、燒路障，甚至係燒商店，係都堅決説。因為我知道自由民主嘅可貴比死亡更高。我知道自由同死並唔只係一個口號咁。 Oh, right. Brian, thank you for explaining what she said. That the firefighters, there is a lot of pro-Beijing people inside, but even if they are pro-Beijing, they know how to distinguish right and wrong, and even sometimes they want to fight back against the police sometimes. Thank you, Ryan Yip, for helping me with that translation.
超過50人，因為喺過往社交媒體發表自己政見而被高層打壓。然而可笑嘅係，高層係休班出席撐警集會，甚至當值嘅時候用暴徒同埋曱甴去稱呼出面抗衡政權嘅人，但係又無需負上任何後果，成件事根本就連都冇都唔同。當呢場運動繼續升溫，消防救護同警察嘅摩擦開始加劇，反西北太子站事件阻礙救援，消防車被誤中，司機落車理論被推撞，救護員到場驗證，警察強行下救傷者並稱呼救護兄弟為龍神。清場運動出現傷者但拒絕救護員以最快速度處理傷者，情況多不勝數。可惜高層不斷咁處理，推撞從未溝通，侮辱救護員係垃圾，成為誤會。除咗離地嘅高層，仲有本應為前線發聲嘅工會，不但冇發表前線嘅訴求，保障同事嘅安全，只係識得利用工會嘅名義去支持政權，並且喺冇諮詢本人嘅情況下發表聲明，以工會嘅名義去誤導公眾，為自己嘅仕途鋪路，常言公道自在人心。近日大規模退出工會，並籌備新工會，正係顯出我哋嘅意向。我唔能夠代表整個消防員嘅人，我唔能夠代表消防處嘅人，但係我可以好肯定，消防救護呢份工係對所有生命一時救得一個得一個。總冇人要透過階級制度去打壓，亦無咗所有有心拯救生命嘅前線兄弟。最後想同每位出嚟對抗政權嘅人講：你哋冇錯，你哋冇負擔，消防救護永遠係你哋停。最後想同每位消防出嚟對抗政權嘅人講：你哋冇錯，你哋冇負擔，消防救護永遠係要同道公眾，為自己嘅生活鋪路，公道上在。
Wait, over here, the police are starting to more tear gas and just like normal citizens. You see, they're just wearing like casual clothes. The people who are running away, they're just wearing casual clothes. They're not even protesting or anything, and they're filling the streets with tear gas. They're terrorizing people everywhere they go. That's why we call them terrorist police.
近日香港嘅局勢發展令真正香港人好心痛。多位年輕人失去嘅性命，市民開始被自殺，政府嘅漠無情。我作為消防處前線人員，一直致力盡力與市民同行，但政府種種嘅不公平。
Yeah, so the testimonies were also saying that, for example, in the Prince Edward massacre, where the police went inside the Prince Edward station to kill people and beat them up, the police also were stopping the fire department and ambulance services. They insult them. They called the firefighters and the ambulance. They called them garbage. They really literally call the firefighters and ambulance, the police. They call them, oh, shut up, you're garbage and things like that.
無論管理層、前線同事多麼的難，甚至乎用以物化稱呼我哋前線手足，配合惡警卑劣拒絕每一位需要援助嘅傷者嘅要求。但係我會同一份尊重、敬佩、擁護同合嘅消防救護同事一樣，一定會盡心盡力服務每一位需要救護治療嘅人。作為大家都係紀律部隊一份子，實屬恥與為榮。喺黎明每一位需要救護示威者而嘅人。喺黎明來到光復香港之前，我哋喺艱困嘅環境下一定要包容同行。呢個呢？來到光復香港之前，我哋喺艱困嘅環境下一定要包容同行。呢個呢？多謝先。做咗好多啊！
Yeah, again, I will apologize one more time for not being able to translate every single thing because it's being a little bit hard. They usually it is written on a script, so they sometimes use very formal or sophisticated words that I'm not familiar with. But from what I'm understanding is most of the testimonies are supporting the people who are fighting on the front lines, or they are denouncing the police from obstructing the ambulance, from being violent, from being the reason why Hong Kong is is in chaos right now. Is like they're saying that it's mainly the police and the government force, and I mean fault. And she's saying there's still a lot of testimonies. So actually, that there being so many testimonies, let you guys know that there is actually the majority of ambulance personnel and firefighters who are against the oppression, against the brutality of the police, the terrorist police. Rate TCG 收皮屌你老母！你唔中意睇你咪走啦，戇鳩仔！我邊度唔識廣東話？你老母唔識廣東話？哦，等我 come out。keep 住專業。Sorry guys, I was just fighting off, telling some 50 cents to fuck off. Now they're saying liberate Hong Kong, revolution of our time. So right now, some of the testimonies we're talking about like doing your job for money or doing your job for like your conscience, like if for your like learn some like you know the passion for doing like what you think is right. I believe is a way to put it. Wait, in Mongkok we see the riot police breaking down some of the roadblocks now, and Yeah, that's what going on in Mongkok. We're also seeing images from Chunwan, and yeah, here in the rally for the ambulance personnel and the firefighters. In Mongkok, they're firing tear gas now. They cleared the road and they're firing tear gas at the reporter. There's just reporters here, and they just fired a round of tear gas right next to them. There's also another group of people here, but they are mainly local residents. You can see they have no kind of gear or anything. Wait, over in Hongham, we see a quick renovation to the, how you call this? But where basically those paying the booths on the highway. Alright guys, please let me apologize. It's very difficult to keep up with what they're saying. They're using very advanced words I'm not familiar with, and I apologize for that. But in a nutshell, all the testimonies that we heard were supporting the people, telling people that they are proud of them, that they're thankful of the people who are like the people of Hong Kong, and that they're ashamed of the police. They condemn the police behavior. They were saying that all that is happening is because of the police and the government. In some cases, they were talking about like salary and conscience, and they were talking about like unfairness, and actually like and things like that. But all of them were testimonies in support of the movement and against the actions of the police. We heard multiple, various testimonies from different members of the ambulance services and the firefighters. Many of them. Now we're hearing testimonies of support for the ambulance. So he's saying, for example, here she's saying, wait. Basically, a testimony saying, "Hi, I'm just a regular citizen, but I just want to deeply thank you for what you do." And like also was saying, like, I believe that you're also under a lot of stress and like pressure for what is happening, but they still want to like thank you so much for everything. So he's saying that another testimony is that we, the citizens, are very concerned about your well-being. I know you guys are like fit and healthy, but we know that your heart, I think she was talking about, but we know that your heart is suffering too. So like they support them, and yeah, and they're concerned about them. Guys, I'm gonna move away from the testimonies for a while, which are mainly in support of the. Now there are testimonies from the citizens in support of the firefighters and the ambulance personnel, and I'm going to move the audio over here. We see the auto tolls were set on fire, and now we see, I think the firefighter. I don't know if there's firefighters, but there's definitely someone pouring water onto the fire. And we're also getting images from Central here, Chunwan down here. Again, this is happening in Hongham, and the rally for the firefighters and firefighters and ambulance personnel support. and I just want to hear if the reporter is saying anything about this. So I'm waiting for her to speak.
希望你哋明白，面對一個咁荒謬無理嘅政治，我哋可以做嘅只有不斷咁樣持續，一輸就係十年，一輸就一整代嘅香港人會面臨同新疆冇分別嘅種族清洗。所以我懇請咁多位消防幹部繼續守護香港呢個家，行落去，光復香港，光復香港。
They at the end they yelled like "Liberate Hong Kong, Revolution of Our Times," and also 5 demands, not one less.
希望大家可以用你哋嘅電話嘅燈光，話俾一眾消防員同埋救護員知，好多香港市民都好愛你哋，拯救生命，無畏無懼。咁喺呢個集會完結之前呢，咁呢個集會嘅主辦有少少嘢想同大家嘅分享。其實我只係一個普通市民，今日幫手進行呢個集會嘅人全部都係普通市民。我哋冇所謂嘅大台，我哋冇所謂俾人指使、俾人洗腦，我哋只係出於我哋嘅良心去做呢件事。琴晚有人問我，對於消防處呼籲消防員冇參與集會有咩睇法？作為紀律部隊高層，經常強調政治中立，又叮囑前線人員必須政治中立，咁就更加唔應該以個人見解、有假定立場咁樣去批判主辦去舉辦集會嘅用意。我相信嚟集會嘅香港市民都係真心支持香港消防員同埋救護員，而今次嘅集會嘅目的，亦唔係想做 show， 即使人數多與少。最重要係喺呢個集會入邊，高層你哋可以聽到前線消防員同埋救護員嘅聲音。
Oh, these well another.
我相信，就算你哋唔會出現喺集會嘅現場。
They're directing this to the someone is addressing the higher ranks of the fire department and ambulance and they're telling them that they hope that they will not ignore the thoughts and the statements of the frontliners of the ambulances and firefighters.
你哋都可以用行動去證明，你哋應該捍衞嘅係救急扶危、為民解困呢個宗旨。有機會，我都歡迎你哋落場感受下和平集會係點，做個貼地嘅高層。多謝。咁喺呢個集會呢，就到呢度就正式完結㗎啦。咁有一位消防員呢，就想同大家講，希望各位可愛嘅小朋友同埋所有香港人都可以和平咁樣返到屋企，離開呢個集會嘅現場。多謝。
Then at the end, the assembly that is over, and now at the end, one of the statements by one of the firefighters said that he really hopes that every young person and everyone else can get back home peacefully and safely without any trouble. And now they are ending the assembly, the rally, and they are chanting "Liberate Hong Kong," "Fight for freedom," "5 demands, not one less," and other things like that. And now they're giving instructions where they recommend people to go through. So they're saying they're giving recommendations on how to go away, go back home. They were suggesting people to take the boat, the ferry, to go back from the island to Kowloon and things like that. Yeah, trying to organize the exit from the venue. So someone wants to give some words. I didn't get who want to give some words, but someone wants to share some words, and people are getting close by again, and they are cheering. He's saying, I'm a firefighter in the front lines. And he wants to address some words to the higher ranks. So yeah, a firefighter, frontline firefighter, just gave a speech, saying it was hard to hear with all the cheering, but I think it was addressed to the higher ranks, saying that they will, like, if I'm hesitant of saying it because I don't want to say something if I'm wrong. So if someone could help me in the comments with this one out, please. All right, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, I was guessing they were saying that the high ranks currently they do not represent the opinions of the ones in the front lines. Brian Tam said they want to organize their own union. The current union is pro CCP. Thank you, Brian Tam, for helping me with the translation. Thank you so much, Brian Tam. And yeah, thank you to all the people who now and in the past helped me with the translations. So, you know, guys, it is actually hard for me to pick up every single thing. Sometimes there are words that I don't know, or sometimes it's too fast for me to catch up, and there's wonderful people in the live chat providing helping with the translations as well. So I recommend you pay attention to the live chat, and yeah, you will see their comments with explanations as well. And now they're playing Glory to Hong Kong. Come on, guys, sing with us. 同行而來為正義時代革命，祈求民主與自由，萬世都不朽。我願榮光歸香港。Let me say it for them. 光復香港。Alright, now let's take a look at the live chat. Ryan Robbie, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ryan Robbie.
就係喺紅磡海底隧道收費亭呢個位置咧，就接連有示威者前嚟縱火啦，就燒着咗超過5至6個嘅收費亭啊。
So the reporter is saying that some people set on fire like around 5 or 6 of these booths, the auto tolls.
有示威者繼續係喺側邊咧，其他未燒着嘅收費亭度放火啦。咁啊，佢哋使用一啲汽油彈或者一啲易燃物體同埋壓縮嘅氣體罐咧，就點着嗰啲附近嘅電箱嘅。
Stephen Lau, thank you so much.
現場係一度傳出爆炸聲，咁我哋而家咧就見到咧喺收費亭側邊行人天橋橋底啊，另一個電箱咧亦都係。
Stephen Lau, thank you so much. You said well done on fact checking yourself before commenting. Yeah, indeed, I try to do fact check. But even sometimes I am unfortunately I will say some things that I might get updated news that show that what I just said might have been wrong. So I apologize for those instances, and again, if there's anything that I know that I said and was wrong, and then I know about it, I will amend that. I will tell you guys, and I will recognize that. I think especially with this kind of news, news get like updated, especially in the first few hours, is quite commonly. So Stephen Lau, again, thank you so much, and I will keep trying my best to always fact check. So now we see also images from Zheng Quan O.
以上㗎啦，咁樣樣，咁我哋頭先亦都係開咗啲會，咁樣大家傾下，睇下今晚有咩行動咁樣啦。與此同時咧，剛才亦都傳出有一個，剛才亦都傳出係有防暴警察咧就喺附近出現嘅，咁就大家都比較緊張嘅。咁同之前一樣啦，示威者嘅障礙物咧都包括一啲嘅雜物啦，咁啊成為咗呢啲嘅防線啦。另外就係擺放咗沿路擺放咗大量嘅磚頭，甚至係將佢搭成一啲嘅形狀，咁就希望可以更加有效咁樣阻止到有警察嚟清場。
So yeah,
剛才咧啲示威者亦都喺現場大嗌啦，咁就係話有幾架警車啦，包括醫護車同埋豬籠車咧，咁就去咗。
So the reporter is saying that on the scene there's people yelling that there are police vehicles nearby.
咁而亦都見到示威者本身就分散咁樣四圍走動咧，而家都已經集結翻喺十字路口呢個地方啦。
The reporter is also saying that before we saw the reporters spreading thin and going away, but now they're gathering one more time here in these crossroads.
咁我哋剛才亦都訪問過一啲喺現場悼念嘅市民啦。咁啊，其中一位佢就聲稱自己做金融業嘅，咁就自從周同學發生意外之後咧，就每日都會嚟到 咁到目前為止，佢都係覺得周同學嘅離世咧係相當可疑嘅。咁但係就見到而家當局咧就似乎未有一個意圖咧就去查清件事，佢就認為係只有獨立調查委員會咧先至可以查出真相。
They were also talking about like we need the independent investigation on the police. Only then we will able to get the real truth or the truth.
咁我哋亦都可以即刻睇下可唔可以揾到一位到場悼念嘅市民，可以講幾句啊。
Now they're going to find some resident here to see if they can speak out some words. And also here we're seeing images from Tin Soi Wai. Tin Soi Wai is near Tuen Mun, near Yuen Long, to the far northwest of Hong Kong.
到場悼念嘅市民咧，咁就我哋同佢傾幾句先咁樣。你今日嚟到呢度咧，你係想做啲乜嘢？
What do you intend to do here today?
嚟悼念下周同學咯。
你會用一啲乜嘢嘅形式去悼念？即係譬如點蠟燭定係點樣？
哦，冇點蠟燭咯，同埋。
So they're mourning for student Chao Zilog. He's saying, "No, I'm just going to lit some candles and things like that."
咁但係到而家都好似個調查嘅方向或者都未有一個突破，你自己點睇咧
？What is your opinion about the investigation?
跟住政府搞到咁，都係咯，即係你見好多又被失蹤事件，又其實都好明顯政府想做啲乜嘢㗎啦。
He's saying that now his opinion is like the investigation is like useless. It's very clear what the target of the government is. He's saying that we can all see what the government is trying to do. He's saying about like the police is explaining all these deaths as suicides.
一個正常人唔會咁樣一躍而下咯，除非真係有人刻意咁樣，我嘅假設啦，係咯咁樣咯，係啊。
咁但係你覺得
Matt Lam, thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate it.
呢個講法，你覺得應該有啲乜嘢嘅辦法先至可以令到成件事水落石出咧？
其實我覺得冇得話點樣水落石出，我覺得係越嚟越多人走出嚟先有用，一定要有壓力俾政府咯，係啊。
明白。你係咪住呢頭嘅定係？
住呢頭嘅。
你住呢頭？
係啊，住呢頭。
OK， 你嚟咗幾多日啊？總共？
我嚟咗3日咯。係啊，嚟咗3日。
He said that he came 3 days.
有啲咩自己有咩打算啊？對於未來自己嘅行動上，
希望更多香港人會走出嚟啦，咁揭發到究竟政府背後嘅奸計係點樣。
明白，唔該晒你。
He said that he hopes that the people of Hong Kong, more and more people of Hong Kong will keep coming out and see what happens like with the government finally.
周同學嘅其他嘅市民咧，佢哋嘅聲音都係好相近嘅。其實大家都係抱持住同一個嘅睇法咁樣樣。
All right. Before I continue, I really think I should point something out. A lot of people complain of the messages being deleted in the live chat. Just let me point something out. There is something called 50 Cents, who just go randomly on different live stream chats. In like they basically, the 50 Cents are a virtual army hired by the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, to go around in social medias, especially like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, to just like spam or post troll comments or spread fake propaganda. Like they always try to they make things seem worse than when they actually are, trying to delegitimize the protesters and things like that. In many instances, they will pretend to be like, I am a person here in Hong Kong and I got assaulted by the protesters, things like that, you know, like things that might affect people's opinions about the protest and the movement. And that's why we delete so many comments. Now, of course, there might be some comments that get deleted by accident. Maybe someone was sarcastic and got deleted or anything. And for that very same reason, we have a Discord server when you can appeal. You can explain and, of course, in a polite way, explain to our moderators, hey, sorry, I made this comment and I think there was a mistake or a misunderstanding, and they're more than willing to unban you from the live chat. Now, please, if you don't understand look, for example, here. Let me see if you can see the live chat in other live streams. Right? How is it possible to talk in live chats like that when like 50% of the comments are just 50 Cent saying, I support the police, I support the police, kill the cockroaches, and things like that. Alright? So we try to remove all the trolls from the live chat, because otherwise the live chat is absolutely unusable. This is the live chat from Apple Daily. And in many other live chats that you go that cover the protests or anything related to Hong Kong or China, you will see the 50 Cent army just bombarding the live chat with fake information, fake news, troll comments and things like that. So if you are not a 50 Cent and you're a legit viewer, maybe you're not familiar with the situation, and by the way, it just keeps going like non-stop. If you are not familiar with what the 50 Cent, you might think, oh no, it really seems that there is censorship going on the live chat. I can tell it's not censorship, but it's just protecting the live chat for being a usable one. James Can said, hey bro, there is a channel, Machi is copying your screen. Alright, guys, if anyone is watching the live stream that you're hearing right now, I'm actually a YouTuber. My channel is Chili Lucas. So here's my channel. Please, you can still watch it from other platforms. I really don't mind. I thank people who share this with other people. But I think it's important to let you know that the person who is speaking right now is me. I'm Chili Lucas. And if you could come over to YouTube and subscribe to my channel, maybe go to my Instagram as well, I would really appreciate that, and that will support my work. Yeah, and I think it's important that you know that the original live stream is coming from here, and I have links to all the original live streams that I'm using. I'm also using other people's live streams from Apple Daily, On CC, Hong Kong 01, Now News. But again, guys, if you don't mind coming over to like subscribe to the YouTube channel, you can also join our Discord server, and you can join our live chat for the discussion. You can ask questions, and I'll be happy to answer them to you.
咁喺較早前半個鐘頭前咧，咁啊警員喺呢度咧已經係發射過一次嘅催淚彈嘅，咁啊發射完之後咧就走咗離開咗啦，咁啊暫時咧呢度咧就未見有差人嘅出現。咁啊呢度就係亞皆老街彌敦道中間嘅十字路口嗰個堵路嘅情況。咁有啲車咧已經係喺見到咧已經掉頭走啦喺度。
They don't have 70 some K viewers. It's just 23,000 viewers. And I don't know how many of them might be 50 cents, to be honest. But of course, when you see messages saying all the time like kill the cockroaches, kill the cockroaches, kill the cockroaches, you can clearly see that it's not just because it's busy that there are so many comments all the time. There is clearly thousands of comments that are from 50 cents. But the problem is that Apple Daily cannot delete comments because Apple Daily is a company. We're just a team. I'm just a YouTuber. We can delete comments that we deem to be troll comments, and we won't get any like repercussion because we are not a company. And believe me, people in Apple Daily or other news medias, they want to. I just saw a comment by Arthur Bromers saying Chili Lucas is worse than CCP in the live chat in Apple Daily. Anyway, seems that he loves me. He's always talking about me. Arthur, I forgot your name already. Arthur Bromers. Sorry, I don't think we can be together. I know you love me so much. You're always talking about me everywhere you go. But if you're hearing this, yeah, I'm sorry to tell you that it's one-sided. Now, enough about the 50 cents. I just wanted to make clear that to everyone so that you guys don't get mad at the moderators or you don't get suspicious like, why are they deleting so many messages? Maybe they are really like censoring someone. I just want to make it clear that there's a lot of trolls hired by the CCP in their efforts to hide the truth from everyone. And that's why there's so many comments deleted. Now we're getting images from Hong Ham, Mongkok, Zhengquano, Mongkok here again. This is the 九龍塘入口，邊度嘅九龍塘入口？But yeah, this is on the highway. I think the entrance to Kowloon Tong. Kowloon入口. Sorry, Kowloon入口 is the entrance to Kowloon. I'm not sure of this exact location. Here is Central, here is Yunnan, and here is Hong Ham one more time. Alright, Sun Heen said why I hate the police. Do you want me to tell you why I hate the police? I'll tell you why I hate the police. Just keep me safe. There is so many reasons why I hate the police, but I can show you one video that depicts clearly my feelings for them, the reasons why I feel like that towards them. Alright, this girl was just shopping, not even facing at the police, and they're just spraying her. They want to kill her with pepper spray. The people here were saying she's not even resisting and you're just pepper spraying her. Some people were saying we just want to take her away, let us take her away. But those people who tried to get close to take her away were pepper sprayed too. This is one of, I think, at least 10,000 reasons that I have to hate the police. They are killing, torturing, raping, assaulting innocent people, harassing, being unprofessional, hiding the truth, letting making war crimes, killing people and then hiding their murders as people committing suicide. They destroyed the city that I love, Hong Kong, my home and the home of my brothers and sisters. They and the government destroyed the city. And what we're witnessing now is the freedom fighters and the people in their last stand against the tyranny of the CCP. Like seriously, I could be showing you videos like the two I just showed you for hours with no stop. And I think maybe one day I will make a live stream just sharing with you all the videos I saved, and we will call them 10,000 reasons why I hate the police. Crash Override, thank you so much for the support and for paying attention to what is happening in our home. Thank you so much.
一早已經係閂埋門嘅，咁啊只有部分少量嘅食肆咧都仲有營業。咁啊日夜之間咁見到之後，有啲市民走出嚟咧，再封路啦，嗰啲好多食肆都開始係閂門啦。嗱，而家咧有市民話咧，遠處亞皆老街遠處嗰度咧有警員啦。而家喺度話有警員過嚟，見到有警車啦喺遠處。咁而家咧，佢哋咧大家都喺度傳播開去呢個消息。先達啦，嗱，已經嚟到啦，已經嚟到呢一度啦，見到啦。喺呢個有一批嘅警車咧，就首先就嚟咗呢一度。咁啊，見到遠處先達嗰個位置，亞皆老街先達嗰個位置，見到一排嘅警車咧，就已經係喺度㗎啦。
So the reporter was talking about the roadblocks and the people that come out to set up roadblocks, and I think that he said that now. So now he's saying that over there, I think in Argyle Street, there's police coming over. The police just arrived there.
咁咧就向緊呢個亞皆老街彌敦道呢個方向咧就行緊過嚟，見到人數都好多嘅，手持盾牌長槍嗰啲咁樣，咁咧就睇落去咧都有成10部8部嘅警車嘅，咁咧就眼見咧而家約莫有30個防暴嘅人手咧，就已經行緊過嚟㗎啦，咁啊佢哋都上晒裝備，咁啊而家慢慢推進緊過嚟嘅。咁咧佢都已經喺度呼籲其他人咧盡快離開。咁樣咧就係吹風嘅。咁啊有市民話你見到係其他追上啦，即係但係警員咧已經嚟到呢度啦，咁啊呢度見到警員咧就嚟緊嘅時候。
The reporter is saying that there is it's a lot of them, and they are holding like their weapons and their shields and everything. They're walking over here. The report is being very descriptive of everything we're seeing on the scene. So he's saying like, now we see the police like kicking bricks and everything. So guys, sometimes I don't say what the reporter is saying, is because he's just being too descriptive of what you can see on the screen. I'm going to move over to Now News, which is the same location but across from the police, another angle. And guys, again, just a reminder for everyone, the reason I call them police is because maybe some newcomers in live stream, someone who's not familiar with what is happening might be confused if I call them terrorists or criminals. But I believe me, I think of nothing of it. I think of the police as nothing but criminals. Now the black banner we just saw being rising is the black banner means tear gas. So it's basically like a warning telling everyone that they are breaking the law and that they're going to use tear gas to make them go away. But yeah, just wanna make it clear that the police use tear gas whenever they want. They're just poisoning the whole city with tear gas. And I'm sure that so many people, unfortunately, in Hong Kong are going to develop chronic disease and syndromes or symptoms that we never have had the chance to study, maybe because the amount of tear gas being used in Hong Kong in such a crowded city, I think that does not have any precedence in the history of tear gas. And unfortunately, a lot of people will develop probably sicknesses or disease, or for example, very little children that are being always exposed to tear gas might develop cognitive underdevelopment, things like that. I don't want to even catch it. So the orange banner means that they're going to use projectiles like lead pellet bags or rubber bullets. The black banner means that they're going to fire tear gas. But nowadays, really, the police shows the black banner or not showing it doesn't really mean anything, because in many instances we have seen the police just coming over and firing right away, even when no one is doing anything. They just come out and fire right away. So yeah, there we saw the police yelling at the residents who were trying to get through. So now the report is explaining that the police are already telling everyone in this street, the whole street, to go away immediately. They're warning them that if they don't go, they're going to be like attacked by the police. And now they're firing tear gas. Oh God, I was zooming in all this time and oh my God, I'm so sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. I am so sorry, guys. If I'm zoomed in and I keep talking, I'm not. What I'm looking at is not exactly the same that you are looking at. Sometimes I stay zoom in and I forget about it. Please tell me in the live chat. Yeah, I was, yeah, we were witnessing the police advancing. I'm so sorry again. I feel so stupid whenever I left, like the screen zoomed in.
紅隧要通車咧，應該都有啲困難。如果警方要清除呢個嘅記者個6內出嘅資訊咧，咁樣嚟講，我相信紅隧要通車咧有啲時間，因為如果要整翻好呢啲。
They continue to fire more and more tear gas.
整除呢啲路障一段時間。咁消防員大量唔妨礙佢哋啦，亦都冇阻止佢哋做任何嘢。咁佢哋只不過佢哋就盡咗佢哋嘅責任，滅火。
防暴警員開咗3枚嘅催淚彈啊，咁佢都係向呢一個深水埗方向嘅離東道深水埗方向嗰邊咧，就做咗3枚嘅催淚彈啊。咁而家見到咧，防暴警員咧就一路槍講翻喺太子過嚟嗰邊都係示威人士。
Before I continue, please allow me to say thank you so much to Nai Salang. Nai Salang, thank you so much for your contribution. And you said, Chili Lucas, I want to show the candlelight rally video to Hong Kong citizens. Peaceful candlelight rally can win. Wait, give me a second. Now the report is saying that they're firing more and more tear gas towards the direction of Sam Soi Po. And we can keep hearing more and more shots being fired on the background, affecting all those people who live around here. Even though there is so few people on the street, even though there is no one like blocking the road, there's not a mass of people just holding the ground on the road. No, they're not trying to disperse the crowd. They're trying to poison the people. They're yelling now at the reporters, go there, go inside. Didn't you hear us? Go inside. He's saying, you're intervening with our police work. You're not letting us do our police work, he's telling the reporter. Then he's accusing him of saying, the reporter was saying, I didn't even say anything, and because they were accusing him of like saying things. The reporter is saying that the police were like senselessly asking him to go away, pushing him. Makes me so frustrated. But yeah, I was saying thank you to Nai Salang for your contribution. And yeah, I think the candlelight rallies are beautiful. You want to share a video with us? I will be more than happy to share it with everyone here and also sharing it with more people. Please send me the video you want to share, and I will, or you can tell the moderators, and I'll be happy to share it with everyone. Thank you so much, Nai Salang. And also, let me also say thanks to Hong Konger Nancy. Thank you so much for your contribution. As well, if you need anything or anything you'd like to share with us, or if you have any questions, please feel free to find me in our Discord server. If you have like something important, you can also contact the moderators. And, yeah, thank you so much for your contribution. Harrison said something that I think is very important to point out. Harrison said the tear gas used by the Hong Kong police force now is extremely toxic. One Stand News journalist is confirmed to suffer from chloracne, which is an incurable disease. Thank you, Harrison, for pointing that out. I'm going to show graphic images about what chloracne is. So I'm going to open this Wikipedia article. So viewer discretion is advised. You might see images that you might not feel comfortable with. So, alright, I'm going to show it now. Chloracne. There is an image. And chloracne is an acne-like eruption of blackhead cysts and pustules. I don't know how to read this word. Associated with overexposure to certain halogenated aromatic compounds. And there's some examples. The lesions are most frequently found on cheeks behind the ears. I'm going to remove the pictures for now. So you guys can find this in Wikipedia and read more. But it is such a shame, and it's also such a pity that one of the reporters who's just doing his job, just doing his best to bring awareness to everyone, has to go under this because of how the government and the police are handling things. All my best wishes to the reporter and everyone exposed to tear gas. Note Pierce, thank you so much. And Score Natched, thank you so much as well. Thank all of you for your Wingbread, thank you. Wingbread, all of you, thank you so much for your generous contributions. They really mean a lot.
咁我而家架水車應該係未洗，啱啱洗翻翻嚟啦。咁就而家佢哋拉緊條喉過嚟學識呢個消防員。而家咧就我啱啱其實好近佢嚟，如果我企喺收皮買嘢。係啊，喂冇得賣啊！Zoom 啦，唔好攞命搏啊！唔係啊，攞命搏啊！TVB 啊！佢哋似乎對收費亭好大仇口喎。咁啊，消防員似乎。
Alright, so earlier, Nice Lang said that she or he, sorry, I'm not familiar with Korean names, would like to show the Korean candle protest that impeached the last president. And wow, guys. Let's see. Let's see when this comes to a conclusion, and I'm going to show you the beautiful images of the candlelight rally. I can thank you for sharing that with me.
咁其實喺紅隧後邊嗰個位咧，呢度都係有啲烏角喺度㗎。係啦，咁其實啲車咧係就算入即係過到紅隧呢條路，咁而家紅隧口嗰度咧非常擠塞，因為要去紅隧嘅車咧全部都去唔到，全部都係入唔到嚟紅隧，咁過海嘅車係少咗。咁我見到呢個位啊。
And I was talking with the microphone muted again. I was saying that Nathan Road, what we're seeing here is the riot police marching through Nathan Road. Now they're even walking with tear gas banner on it. So it's not like they bring the banners with them like everywhere they go. So everywhere they go suddenly turns into an Eagle assembly area, no matter what was happening at the time that they arrived. Whenever they are here, it is an illegal assembly, and they believe to have the right to beat everyone up. I was pointing out that Nathan Road, now they're marching through, I believe it's Nathan Road. And Nathan Road is a very long road that goes through many places in Hong Kong. I think it starts here in Tsim Sha Tsui, which is near the coast, and it goes all the way through Yau Ma Tei, Mong Kok, Prince Edward, all the way here to Mei Fu, I believe. Nai Sarang Bewley. Let me use Google Translate to say that once.
내 사랑 별이.
Bewley. Nai Sarang Bewley. Alright, I will try to say it better next time. Nai Sarang Bewley. Thank you so much. And yeah, I will show the video you asked for very soon. Yeah, we're also seeing images from Central and wait, what's going on? Guys, give me a second. I think I need to find something to eat. I just realized that I haven't eaten anything, and I was feeling like, wait, I think they're about to burn a flag here. I think they already burned a CCP flag. I didn't see what they burned there, I'm sorry. And yeah, I'll be back soon. Let me get some like yogurt or something. Okay, bye.
因為呢個收費唔好似前嘅，唔識緊。
All right, I'm back.
嗱，特步警員咧已經推進到嚟呢一個窩打老道與倫敦道交界呢個位置，咁咧就停咗喺度。咁有部分嘅頭部警員咧亦都上翻警車，咁啊只有部分嘅20個到啦，咁咧就仲係企喺呢個倫敦道嗰度，咁向尖沙咀方向但係望去遠處咧，警員去控啊，基本上都係通過相關部門。咁但係如果用水嚟拯救呢方面咧，咁啊警方咧起碼超過開咗10多條嘅催淚彈咧喺倫敦道嗰度，咁啊一路推進，咁啊都係困難嗰啲經過嘅市民，咁佢哋即刻離開。收費啦，如果特步警員咧已經推進到嚟呢一個窩打老道與倫敦道交界呢個位置，咁咧就停咗喺度。咁有部分嘅頭部警員咧亦都上翻警車，咁啊只有部分嘅20個到啦，咁咧就仲係企喺呢個。
The reporter is giving the location where the police just stopped, and he said that a large part of the police went inside their vehicles, and there's a few who are still on the ground, on the street there, but it seems that they're going to leave soon. And the time right now is 9:58 p.m.
咁啊，沿途喺度推進，咁亦都喺度看慢嗰啲經過嘅市民，咁啊要佢哋即刻離開啦。如果否則咧就會進行拘捕咁樣。而家繼續就向前推進。
咁但係其實相較西隧啦，主要嘅都係
咁啊嚟到呢個窩打老道呢個交界位，其實而家呢度都仲有好多車咧喺度咧轉緊由倫敦道轉緊呢個窩打老道。咁啊，但係警員咧都係咁樣對黑，咁啊示意咧即刻離開。而家繼續就向前推進。
咁啊，唔知係粉定應該係水泥。
So now the police are moving forward. The reporter just said that the police started to move forward here in Nathan Road in Mongkok. At the same time, we're seeing other images from Hong Kong and Yuen Long and the Polytechnic University down here.
離開呢個，咁咧嚟到呢個窩打老道人工道嗰個交界位，其實而家呢度都仲有好多車。
We got lagged a little bit there, but the report is saying that actually there's still a lot of cars going through. There's a lot of traffic that is just going normally there. But the police is still telling the people in front just to go away immediately. And now they're going to regroup. The report is saying now the police are quickly regrouping and going back to the vehicles. And they're also telling the reporters to stop taking pictures and images from them. They told the reporters stop taking pictures of us. Just a friendly reminder, everyone, if you could please go to my YouTube channel and subscribe so that you get notified of more of these live streams and videos and news. Just go to YouTube, find Chili Lucas so you can subscribe, and I will keep doing these live streams almost every day. Now the police at exactly 10 p.m. just ran to their vehicles, literally ran to their vehicles and started to go away. We have seen in almost every day there is a pattern that the riot police goes around the clock. So in many occasions they wait for like exactly 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. or 12 p.m. exactly to retreat to their vehicles and go away to the police stations. Now let's move over to Hong Kong and see what's going on. We see some people in black clothes on top of a bridge, I think. Wait, is this still on top of the auto toll boots? Let's keep looking first. I think probably yes. So early we were watching a rally, a peaceful rally that was in support of the firefighters and the ambulance personnel. We were hearing testimonies by citizens and also testimonies by the ambulance crew, the firefighters. Of course, these were all anonymous, but they were saying that they support the people. They were encouraging the people to keep coming out, keep protesting. They were saying that the police and the government are responsible for the current situation in Hong Kong, and they have escalated violence. They are the ones who are using violence, and they condemn the behavior of the police. They also, one of the testimonies I think said that they want to make their own union, since the current union of the fire department does not represent the opinion of the frontliners of the fire services and the ambulance services. Lyrics Meaning said, first of all, thank you so much for your contribution. And Lyrics Meaning said, wish Hong Kong the best. I'm so worried about my university, CUHK. I hope we can win, and everybody be safe, be water. Thank you, Lucas. Thanks to you, Lyrics Meaning. It's nice seeing you here. And please be safe, please be safe. And I feel horrible too for what happened at CUHK. I hope all of you and your friends are fine, and I really hope that everything will turn out to be for the better. Thank you so much, Lyrics Meaning. Now the audio, we're getting the audio from Hong Kong here from the Now News. It sounds or seems like they're setting up more roadblocks or reinforcing the current roadblocks. One thing I want to point out, a lot of people sometimes don't understand why do we need to damage things like disrupt traffic or damage some specific things. The issue with social unrest is that you cannot have a group of people oppressing a majority, ripping away their freedom, and even with peaceful demonstrations taking place, just completely ignoring them. And the reason why the people have no choice but to disrupt traffic and make all the things that create social unrest is that is the only way that they can affect those, for example, the police or the government. The only way that you can make them feel threatened or like having some consequence for their oppression is by doing these kind of things. Because if you just say all right, we'll just stay home and do nothing, and everything will turn out to be like before, then the government and the authorities would have nothing to fear, and they will keep doing their evil doings even with more freedom. They will just keep ripping apart the freedoms of the citizens. And I think it's important to point out that that's why there is social unrest. That's why there is disruption of traffic and things like that. Again, the people here in Hong Kong are fighting for. They first started protesting this year because they saw an imminent threat to their freedom, and now when they stood up for that peacefully, they were met with enormous amounts of police brutality and repression by the government, and were ignored as well. And more peaceful protests kept coming, and they had no effect. That's why the people in Hong Kong say, if we burn, you will burn with us. And I think it's very important to consider this. Hey Momo, thank you so much, Momo said, stand with Hong Kong. Thanks Lucas and moderators, thank you so much. And yes, indeed, thank you so much to the moderators who do a great job keeping the live chat usable, basically. Now we're seeing images from Sung Soi. I believe the police is yelling at people, they're threatening them and telling them to remove their masks. Now back to Hong Kong. Oh, Xiu Fu Wong added a very good point that I forgot to mention. In Hong Kong, if you strike, a lot of the business owners, a lot of the companies are pro-government. And even though we have the right, by the Article 27 of the Basic Law of Hong Kong, we have the right to go on strike. but the companies will still, in some cases, find a reason to fire you if you decide to go on strike. So when the people of Hong Kong disrupt the traffic, it creates a reason for people to be able to strike. They can basically tell their companies, "Hey, I was planning to come, but I couldn't come because of the roadblocks." So then it's less likely that they will get targeted by their boss or the company. So excuse me everyone, in this channel is a tradition that I will expose. I usually expose the evil doings of the government and the police and back my words with footage, because I think it's not only if I just show you what is going on and say like, oh, they're setting that on fire, oh, they're beating a person, I think that's more like sensationalism is how you call that, and I don't want to do that. I want to inform and educate about what is happening here in Hong Kong. I am going to show you now a video of what is basically a woman being kidnapped from her home by terrorists. And I don't want to sound biased, but look at the videos yourself and see what you think. Give me a second, let me lower it. And alright. So this happened in a private building, inside a private building. The guard, I actually want to say, give a shout out to the security guard of the building who was recording this woman and was asking for her information. He was also telling her, do you have any injury right now? And then she said, I will not commit suicide, when this guy just hit her on the face with the shield and tried to silence her. The guy is saying, don't treat her with so much violence, officer. And she's giving, she's giving the name of her brother. The security guard is still recording and reporting what is happening. They were pulling. You also, I don't need to describe it. And at the end, she was even pulled from her hair. People are being kidnapped from their own homes by the police. Here is another another case of police brutality that I want to share with you. So what we will see here is a raptor just running desperately behind a random citizen and slamming him on the ground. The raptor are the violent police special forces. Here is the video. I think the person fell unconscious or something. It was literally just some random person walking on the street wearing black. Wait, something's going on. I was missing it. Sorry, but seems something caught fire. The report is saying I don't know the reason of the fire. The reporter is saying that no one knows the reason of this fire. I think he said that maybe. Wait, I didn't hear clearly. I thought I heard the word 催淚彈. But just want to point out that the tear gas being used by the police indiscriminately gets extremely hot and are an extremely dangerous fire hazard. If any round of those tear gas hit on those nets that are surrounding this area here, it might easily catch fire. And if you don't believe me, I will back up my words one more time with video. These are the tear gas that are being used by the police in Hong Kong, and they ignite on fire ferociously. So it's perfectly reasonable to believe that the police might have shot a tear gas canister here and started the fire. Maybe not, but it's not discarded. The reporter down here in Apple Daily in Chengguano is saying that some people are being arrested right now. They're being brutally arrested. They're slamming them on the ground. In Chengguano. Apparently it's a girl, the reporter said. It's a girl demonstrator. I think they continue to beat her on the ground. Her or him, I'm still not sure. The reporter said that there was a female demonstrator. There are two demonstrators, a girl and a boy, I think. They are requesting for a female officer to take over the female demonstrator.
附嘅街坊咧，就叫個被捕人係問佢哋叫咩名咁樣為數唔少嘅防暴警察咧，即刻係大聲咁樣講嘢，掩蓋。
我係近我長頭髮嘅女仔嚟嘅。哇！但係原來呢度就係火線路啊！
我拉四個同事睇住邊個啊？
People are yelling at the police for harassing girls. The report is saying that the people are asking the girl what is her name.
街坊就係話關我事，突然之間大嗌汽油彈，然之後就舉槍，但係我哋現場見唔到係有任何嘅點燃嘅汽油彈，見到另一批。
There's another group. The report is saying there is another group of police coming over from this side.
係舉黑旗嘅。防暴警察咧係話，如果有人掟嘢咧，就會使用催淚煙。警察係舉槍嘅。
The police are now pointing their guns. The reporter said.
頭先防暴警察突然之間大嗌汽油彈，然之後就舉槍，但係我哋現場見唔到係有任何嘅點燃嘅汽油彈出現。
The reporter is saying that the police said fire tear gas, then they pointed the gun, but the police is still not seeing the tear gas coming. Now they're showing the black banner. Now they're showing also the orange banner. They're pointing guns at the people. Orange banner means projectiles. Black banner means tear gas. Remember, the police and people are using tear gas to arresting people. A 15-year-old boy is in coma with a major part of his skull after being hit in the tear gas tank. Saw no petrol bombs, also known as Molotov cocktails, while the police were saying there was. The reporter said that protect themselves from being discriminated by.
街坊㗎，咩意思啊？仲其他佬真正街你唔好講乜嘢啊！打！幾時叫我打人啊？打！你唔要我哋走！
請各位市民保持冷靜。
我哋冇任何嘅情緒啦，佢哋破壞緊，我哋拘捕嘅，交通後，望住前邊，望住兩邊，望住邊個？我對手再破壞啦，唔好再破壞啦，我班人講啦，得㗎啦，唔使講啊，大家都知啦，唔該曬嚇，唔好再打㗎啦，唔該，唔好再叫地鐵站，我哋都唔過嚟㗎，係咪？打下。
Firefighters coming in this area, the reporter is going to get closer. I think that's the Junkwano train station. Again, Junkwano train station is all the way close to the
記者咧而家就喺將軍澳地鐵站 A 出口對出嘅寶邑路十字路口嘅位置嘅現場咧，見到有大概60個防暴警察咧就退喺地鐵站隔離啦。咁其實講翻頭先發生過咩事啦？咁頭先呢，一堆防暴警察咧就喺地鐵站嘅方向跑出嚟啦，咁就喺 Popcorn 附近咧就驅散一大堆嘅市民咁。 中途咧都舉起過黑旗同埋橙旗，但係就未有施放催淚彈嘅。咁警方喺驅散咗市民之後咧，就退翻去而家寶邑路呢個位置，但係就未有撤退。咁現場咧仲見到有大概100個市民仍然企喺十字路口嘅方向，都未有撤離㗎。咁而家十字路口咧，其實仍然見到有好多路障啦，仲未俾警方清走嘅。而家喺將軍澳地鐵站咧，仍然有4個消防員左右啦，咁就唔知係咪頭先有示威者喺呢度縱火，但係現場就未見到有火勢嘅。
They are wearing their masks.
咁見到而家防暴警察咧就開始清理緊寶邑路一帶嘅一堆路障啦。而現場都唔見有示威者嘅，淨係得翻大約100名左右嘅市民。
The reporter is saying that he's going to stand under the bridge for now.
我哋都係攞住磚啦，繼續做呢個無例嘅功夫啊！
睇一睇翻出嚟啦。我想講咧，呢幾位消防員咧，係冇帶豬嘴嘅，都幾勁。完全唔使帶豬嘴。
I'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Please be wait.
嘅時候啊，
繼續啊，由下向上。
覺得有一啲金工木工，
希望出嚟打驅陣。
會對佢哋今次嘅抗爭有啲幫助。
係啊，倒轉睇啊！
而家警方咧就不斷勸喻在場嘅市民離開。
哇！呢幕都幾特別啊！
又用電筒照向對面嘅市民。而家警方就舉咗藍旗。
我想講咧，呢幾位消防員係冇帶豬嘴喎，都幾勁。唔使帶豬嘴。
而家警方就同對面嘅市民喺度對罵，不斷叫佢哋走。
繼續啊，由下向上。呢個出嚟打驅陣。
警方話現場呢市民係非法集結。警方再次舉起藍旗㗎，並且勸喻前方嘅市民盡快離開。
如果大家見到當時一直報見到話俾我哋知啊。
長抗爭運動之後咧，唔知道大學揾攞撥款啦，或者會唔會有啲阻撓啦？揾捐款會唔會都有一啲困難啊？
咁啊，而家現場咧有檢測啦，將軍澳隧道係有防務警察咧係準備增援嘅，咁啊氣氛咧亦都開始比較緊張。今晚咧，其實就係嗰個同事見到咧，墮樓身亡嘅科大同學張子朗咧嘅頭七，咁就其他講翻我同事見到啊，有另外一邊咧，亦都有警察。咁頭先10點嘅時候咧，咁就有但係啱啱就唔係嗰時咧，就唔知有冇人被捕。如果大家見到，可能而家直播見到話俾我哋知啊。咁啊，啲警員去咗廁所，今晚喺東方站長一邊度咧，有2人被捕嘅。
見到咧，而家有部分警員就撤退去後面警車嘅位置啦，但係仍有大概30個防暴警員留喺原地，未有離開㗎。
似乎大家都要回一回嚟啦。咁有人去廁所。現場係有消息啊！我睇到去廁所。附近有人排緊隊去廁所咧。係有2架。因為呢車咧，轉一轉睇其他地方。落咗車嘅。睇下附近一帶咧，睇下啲黃家喺度，知唔知嗰邊點先？即係而家我哋鏡頭指住嘅方向咧。現場消息就話，咁或者警員去咗前面嘅警車咧，唔知咧成日機我咧都會放喺度，同埋都有警察咧落咗車㗎啦。不過都係正常都冇。
而家同警方對峙嘅市民啦，開始逐步離開啦。而警方都開始撤退。
似乎大家都要回一回嚟啦。咁我睇嗰度去廁所。我哋而家都排緊隊去廁所。我係轉一轉睇其他地方。睇下附近一帶啦，咁呢啲人啊，揾啲人喺度，好似話拉人。就喺度商討緊究竟走定係留，因為啲街坊就依家成日直播咧都會放開，咁但係啲示威者就話連警察都係正常。其實而家就討論當中。
見到寶邑路咧，另外一個方向亦都有10個防暴警員。
咁喺14路口嘅示威者咧，咁 就停喺停車場邊，停車場上邊嘅一啲圍觀嘅街坊啦，咁就有少少考驗嘅。咁喺停車場高位嘅街坊咧，就想咗佢哋快離開嘅。咁但係咧喺十字路口地面嘅示威者咧就話：你哋都未走，我哋點走？其他人離開咗，佢哋先離開。
而家見到咧，寶邑路十字路口呢度咧，其實前後左右咧都有警車包圍㗎，而路中間咧嗰6個防暴警員亦都開始撤退。
Alright, I am back. The report is saying that there is people being stopped and searched inside, but the raptors are not letting him go through. He's saying that they have to use English to communicate. She's saying, go away, go away, go away. The reporter is saying, why are you not letting us record? Why are you not letting us record? We're on this side, like not even in the same bridge. Why are we're not allowed to record? But the police woman just kept saying, go away, go away, go away. He's saying like, if someone throws something that might hurt you, you might get injured if someone throws something. So that's why we're saying that you have to go away.
現場將軍澳寶邑路嘅十字路口呢，其實大部分警員已經撤離㗎啦，但係而家呢個位置呢，其實仲有大概5-6個警員仲係留守喺現場。
Yeah, this is illegal stop and search, by the way. Illegal stop and search. Search of the body of any individual. Let me bring the basic law. Is it the Article 28 of Hong Kong? Article 28. This talks about the freedom of the persons of Hong Kong residents. No Hong Kong residents shall be subject to arbitrary or unlawful arrest, detention or imprisonment. Arbitrary or unlawful search of the body of any resident or deprivation of or restriction of the freedom of the person shall be prohibited. That's the first part of the Article 28. They are clearly violating it, just arbitrarily stop and searching people and searching their bodies.
附近嘅。咁呢度咧係喺紅隧收費亭上面嘅天橋附近。咁呢度咧就係呢個升降機咧，原本係可以咧係搭上去咧，然後上去天橋嗰個部分嘅。咁但係啱啱咧有一批嘅黑衣人啦，係嚟到呢一個升降機附近咧，係用一啲硬物咧去打碎附近嘅玻璃啦，然後咧再喺呢個升降機嘅入面咧，就投擲咗一啲嘅汽油彈。依家咧嗰個 lift 嘅內部咧，已經係着咗火㗎啦。呢度咧就係。
I'm gonna move the screen for a while. If I see anything happening, I will let you guys know. Now I'm getting the audio from down here, bottom right. Wait, something happened. Something happened. The two foreigners. The report is saying. Did they handcuff them? Or no, it seems that they're being handcuffed right now. What the hell? So for those of you who just joined, on the bottom left screen we saw the riot police just going around until they found two people. They unlawfully stopped and searched them, searched their bodies, and now they handcuff them and are taking them away. Saying messages to the victims, and I think especially this is in honor and in the memory of the student Tao Tibok. who passed away recently 7 days ago. Again, we always see that any time that the police is doing something unlawful, they start pushing the reporters away. They tell them, "Go away, go away." They threaten them. They give them no reasons for pushing them away. The reporter is following and describing that the police are bringing them over here, describing the police.
而家咧，防暴警察咧，嘅防線咧，就已經係
Wait, I couldn't understand what the... I think they were threatening or saying something to the reporter, and the reporter said like, "You're accusing me of that."
頭先防暴警員咧本身已經上咗警車準備離開㗎啦，但係而家咧又喺 Popcorn 商場對出落咗車，同喺天橋上面嘅市民對罵，要求佢哋離開。
The report is saying that there is like around 8 people being stopped and searched now here. And guys, can you pay attention to these people? They're just regular citizens. The police is absolutely breaking the law by doing this. Specifically Article 28. Basic Law of Hong Kong, Article 28. No Hong Kong residents shall be subject to arbitrary or unlawful arrest, detention or imprisonment, arbitrary or unlawful search of the body of any resident, or deprivation or restriction of the freedom of the person shall be prohibited.
而家警方仲係不斷用電筒照向天橋上嘅市民。咁剛才咧，市民就有掉咗一支水樽落去警方嘅方向啦。咁而家警方就拎住一支胡椒噴霧，係向天橋上面衝㗎。
不如兩文光，點啊？離開！第一個離開！警察防線，警察防線離開。有咩問題咧？去緊㗎啦。呢個最後啦都冇成過啊！掟汽油彈啦，放火啦，收塊型啦，抌一啲磚頭出嚟啦。
見到有2個防暴警員呢，淨係截查緊一個戴咗記者頭盔嘅一名人士㗎。咁而家防暴警員呢，正係向警車嘅方向撤退。而家防暴警員呢，又撤回翻去寶邑路同埋唐俊街嘅交界。咁頭先呢，都聽到一個警員呢，就用粗口啦，就去鬧上面一啲市民㗎。
Now the time is 10:59 p.m. Someone is saying, "Look behind, look behind."
咁見到而家防暴警員呢，亦都再次清理將軍澳 A 出口對出十字路口嘅一啲路障同埋磚頭。
Was I mute? No, I think I haven't just been talking a lot because I don't think there's a lot to say. We were seeing like people being unlawfully stopped and searched by the police here. Sorry, I was just looking at what is happening around. In Monco, we see people gathered. We see some objects being set on fire here in the entrance, one of the entrances to the train station. And in Junkono, we actually see a lot of police, but it seems that they're going away. There's a group of people who are standing in here while there is a roadblock in front of them.
有其中一名防暴警員呢，就
Sorry if you guys
頭先呢，就持槍指向對面嘅市民㗎。
Wait, I think I forgot to say thank you to someone. Leo Augustus, thank you so much for your generous contribution. Leo said, thank you, Chili Lucas. Researching Wikipedia, mass killings under communist regimes, especially the history of Chinese Communist Party, confirming a true universal election, and the CCP must obey the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Thank you so much, Leo Augustus. I agree with you. People, please, as Leo Augustus suggested, see more information about the killings of the CCP, especially of their own people. I think the biggest genocide, the largest genocide by far, are the ones like the CCP has made. And also exactly about the Sino-British Joint Declaration. That's an international treaty that was completely violated by the CCP. The CCP said it was just a piece of historical paper or document. and they said that it's completely irrelevant nowadays. Wait, now someone's going on return tunnel. People are marching down return tunnel one more time. I didn't move. I haven't moved. Because they're beating him up, saying, stop moving, and they're beating him up. They're also pushing the reporter, threatening her. This is Aberdeen. So the reporter is asking, where can I stand? Some reports, the police tell him, over there, over here, over there. But they are always asking her to go further and further and just not letting her record how they are brutally arresting people. The reporter is saying, your colleagues told me that I could stand here. Tell me clearly, where can I stand? The reporter is telling the police to let her do her own job because the police is telling her what to record. You should go record this, you should record that. And I think they're shooting. They're shooting at people's faces on top of that platform. Again, Lucas, how do you know they're shooting at people's faces? Because when you're on an elevated platform, the only part exposed of the people are their faces, because they're barriers for people to not fall off from there. And again, it's against the law to use these less lethal weapons to be shot directly at people's And this is going on in Aberdeen. The police is, this stupid guy is telling the reporter, move backward, reporter, move backward. The reporter said, you just told me that the police cordon was over there, and now you're telling me to go even further from here. Yeah. Now this guy is telling her, go away, but the reporter said, just now your colleague told me to stand here, but now they're just yelling at her. The police is, oh my god, that's so stupid. She's saying, I'm not allowing you to record. I am telling you to go away. I'm not telling you not to record. I'm telling you to go away. Go away and record over there.
我咪去有瓦遮頭嘅地方咯。
見到啊，沿路一帶咧，我唔會啊，冇影啊，冇乜聚集嘅人士喺度。咁啊，屯門公園嗰個路口都封咗。
I hear in the background people just yelling, "What is your name? What is your name?" Asking the people who are being arrested to tell them their names, because they do that. Now they're telling her to go away one more time. The reporter is telling the police, "Can you guys agree on one cordon? Like everyone tells me different police cordons locations. You told me there, the other one told me to stand over there. Like what do you want me to do?" I feel so frustrated and angry. The poor reporter just trying to report the truth, show how the police are violently arresting people and breaking the law. And you see, they just keep pointing their flashlight at the reporter.
早段時間啊，咁就有一啲嘅黑衫啦聚集人士，咁就喺 V City 外嘅十字路口咪有啲堵路啦。然後咧，警方啊今晚就比較特別啦，就將啲防暴警察咧就安排喺輕鐵路軌嘅上邊，咁喺高空度就放射催淚彈去驅散啦。咁啊驅散咗兩邊，一邊咧就去咗時代廣場方向，另一邊咧就係去咗紐頓唔係嗰個叫咩啊？巴倫樓啊嗰個方向。咁啊，然後我哋記者就企咗喺時代廣場個方向啦。咁啊，有一段好長時間嘅攻防戰啊，就係輕鐵路軌啦，同埋啲示威人士咁就咧掉汽油彈啦，同埋咧放射催淚彈就互相攻擊。咁啊之後咧，咁就警察就喺另一邊啊，咁啊都有啲嘅包抄同埋驅散啦。咁啊拘捕咗咧2名嘅外籍人員，再加1名咧1名白衫嘅人士啊，咁啊都上咗警車。
咁喺大概10分鐘之前咧，就有防暴警員咧嚟到。
但係咧再見唔到有
其實再之前少少咧，就係有班黑衣人啦。就
現場情況平靜翻啲啦，
開咗一間鋪頭嘅閘門啦。
啲人如果再喺屯門或者其他地區啊，可能元朗啦、屯門天水圍再突發情況，我就再開翻個直播。咁請大家繼續關注我哋
拎咗出
立場新聞
散落地咁樣嘅。咁我哋好快就離開咗啦，冇攞到入邊嘅貨品。警方咧3架警車咧就駛至咯，然後衝咗落地。就將2名年輕人制服嘅，咁1男1女，咁其中嗰名男仔咧就被成個人浸咗喺地上面， 亦都相信咧係噴咗胡椒噴劑，因為佢就話咧，即係佢睜唔開眼睛啦，隻眼好刺痛啦，要求洗眼。
警車
咁其實咧期間都有俾，
但係就未知道
警方打嘅，同埋係幾名警員一齊制服佢落地。
摩地道嗰度係咪差唔多啊？
咁其後咧圍觀嘅市民咧就向佢哋指罵啦。而家亦有警員舉起。
小博物館咧裏邊咧有一啲職員啦喺度睇住㗎。
咁啊，見到有市民默哀啦，咁啊有心嘅自己喺屋企睇 live 默哀啦。咁我哋喺呢個位置啊。
香港仔廣場。咁響大概15分鐘之前咧就有。
咁啊，見到我哋個尚德營火咧就越嚟越勁喎，燒得。
前少少咧就係有一班咩啊？其後咧就
嚟行上去啦，而家公安都有，而家行上去啊！
帶上警車。
有得。
咁期間警員咧都有用粗口咧，其實同市民對罵，亦都驅趕。
你喺邊度？你喺邊度啊？
亦都有咧一度係將攞到入邊嘅火，不停咁驅趕啦記者旁線。警方咧甚至用強光照射啦，就洗字落，衝咗落地。咁期間咧有住戶啦掟咗一啲雜物，從高處掟咗一啲雜物落嚟，咁啊掟咗喺警員身旁嘅位置。咁但係咧就未見有集中洗眼嘅。咁其實咧期間都有俾警方打嘅，同埋係幾名警員一齊制服佢落地。
好平靜喎。
咁其後咧圍觀嘅市民咧就向佢哋指罵啦。咁其後咧警方咧係發射咗一發嘅催淚彈，向天發射咗一發嘅催淚彈。好。好。
哇！正常呢度冇事發生啊，冇示威者，都冇任何破壞。
咁有一名而家有名女仔啦，同埋有名男。
咁我哋喺理工大學呢度附近咧嘅直播暫時告一段落啊！如果有最新情況，我哋
呢度冇嘅，冇5毛啊，冇藍絲啊，我哋一見到即 block。
其他警員咧都有用粗口咧，其實同市民對罵，亦都驅趕。
咁啊，其實見到呢個十字路口咧，人係再少咗啊，人再少咗。
記者旁線，甚至用強光照射啦。咁期間咧有住戶啦，咁有2名人士咧就被警員從高處掟咗啲雜物落嚟。咁有一名咧，咁啊掟咗警員。
咁啊係到呢個位置咧，望個路障啦。咁啊呢度有個專場啦。咁啊有個單車，咁啊中間挑晾住個雪糕筒啊，再加張凳。咁啊相信示威者咧應該唔係鳩擺嘅。
有個女仔咧就
咁啊有 design 嘅，見到佢係中間會有條打橫咁啊插個雪糕筒，咁啊2張凳。
Again,
the
report is explaining what we saw, and it seems that another person is being arrested here. Then now the police are telling the reporter, "Don't get so close, don't get so close." But it seems to be a young girl. The report is saying that there's a girl and a boy being arrested apparently. Not arrested, stopped and searched.
咁啊，聽到啱啱爆咗一下
This is
啦，
happening in Aberdeen.
相信我哋個營火啊，燒咗單車嘅電視，咁啊，所以爆咗聲嚇。
呢個你
Oh yeah, I was explaining that while reporters and people ask the people who are being arrested for the names. Oh, this girl is being arrested now too. I think they're handcuffing her. I just want to remind everyone that that criminal who stabbed 4 people and beat someone's ear off was not restrained, was not handcuffed. He got a very gentle treatment by the police. And this young girl here is being handcuffed and taken away. The criminal who stabbed 4 people and beat someone's ear off was not even restrained nor handcuffed. You see a woman trying to... She's saying, "You're taking my daughter away. Return me my daughter. What are you doing? I was trying to find my daughter. She's my daughter." I don't know why you have to arrest my daughter. Why are you arresting my daughter? They're saying, calm down, calm down. How the hell can I calm down? They're crazy. She's saying, yeah, the people are telling the mother not to go through. The reporter was asking, "Is that your daughter?" "Yes, she's my daughter." She was sending a message to someone saying, "Hey, my daughter got arrested." She's contacting maybe the lawyers or her friends or someone that might help. I just want to remind everyone that the police in Hong Kong is known for raping and assaulting girls. And not long ago, a girl had to have an abortion after being pregnant from being gang raped by 4 police. If that girl is under 16 years old, actually the mother has the authority and the right to be taken with her daughter to the police station. They're telling the reporter, "Hey, reporter, don't think you can follow us." She's saying, "You're from Apple Daily, you're useless." She's saying, "Yes, I know I'm useless. Okay, thank you." I'm giving you one more warning. Stop doing that. The reporter saying, I'm not even charging. I'm not doing anything to you. They're telling, "Go away, go away." He's saying, "I'm going to say one more time, lady." Then they're taking the very young kids onto the van. Again, for those who just joined the live stream, I would just witness how two very young people were arrested, a young female and a young male. A lady came screaming at the police saying, "She's my daughter, she's my daughter." We saw her frustration. She followed here. The reporter was also trying to record, but the police continued to harass the reporter. The mom was with other people, and the police in Hong Kong are known for their harassing and their sexual harassment to girls, and even raping girls in Hong Kong. Not long ago, a girl had to have an abortion after being gang raped by the police, four police in Chuen Wan police station. And there is so many other accusations of young female demonstrators who were arrested and sexually assaulted and raped in police stations and detention centers.
過咗大概10分鐘之後咧，就再有防暴警員咧，未知係咪因為香港仔中心入邊有啲路障啦？咁有一批防暴警員咧就響香港仔廣場落咗車，咁一落車就衝咗落車，追趕咧響香港仔中心有3名。
Now the police who's sticking out his head from the van is telling the men, "I told you not to come close. I told you not to come close." The police saying, "You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid. We'll not do nothing. We'll do nothing. Don't be afraid." Saying it like that.
期間呢，一間店鋪咧嘅門口亦都被打開咗。咁講翻頭先個情況，咁而家防暴警員咧就隨即趕到嚟啦，香港仔廣場附近啦，
終於都有同佢出現。
隨即趕到嚟，頭先咧就又係繼續落車，喺香港仔附近，其實繼續咗警員咧，其實以少4名人士。其中一名男仔咧係被較早前咧其中一名男仔咧就係懷疑被發現咗喺頭街撞甚痛苦嘅。咁期間咧亦見到警員打呢一位將佢製放地之後再打佢。如果我哋睇翻頭前嗰個男仔被防暴警員
想見到佢抗定
未知係咪因為？我哋中心入邊有啲路嘅，咁而至少咧記者見到就係香港仔廣場兩名落咗車，男仔一落車就衝咗落車，
陣間咧我食完咗呢個 live 我就會幫鳩佢啦。
追趕咧響香港仔中心有3名散步緊嘅途人，咁就期間咧就有罩嘅。咁啊，有居民咧就其實將一啲雜物掟落去警員企嘅位置。20分鐘之後啦，咁警方咧就向上射咗一槍嘅。香港仔射咗一刀人一枚催淚彈磚頭出嚟啦，就截成路障。
The report is saying now that people are bringing bricks to create roadblocks.
防暴警員咧就隨即趕到嚟啦，咁話俾佢哋睇咗。
I'm gonna move the audio now from there to down here. Excuse me, I need to take a break for a few minutes. I'll be back if I see anything going on, especially I will just come back. Just want to lay down in the sofa for 2 minutes. Be right back, guys. Thank you all for watching and participating.
都有啲紙巾。
咁啊，見到消防員咧行過嚟啊，消防員就行過喺呢個軍澳灣嗰個十字路方向。嚟緊我哋呢個上緊十字路口。
鋪頭嘅招牌咧已經寫住㗎啦，咁門口亦都有啲又寫咗啲字啦，咁就因為以前寫嘅有人開閘門啦，然後
就冇理想得，應該冇理想得嘅，因為佢哋啱先喺呢個軍澳灣側邊蛇仔就上翻車就掉頭走咗，咁向警嘅方向，咁之後一路都冇見過佢哋喺常德附近度。見到我哋嘅消防員咧，就喺附近咁街正。
咁好啦，大家咧就睇見到呢個畫面咧，就係呢一個嘅旺角彌敦道嘅。咁大家嗱，而家見到呢個情況，呢個畫面咧，就喺彌敦道，咁近山東街嘅對開。咁咧市民咧就即刻咧，頭先防暴警員喺呢度清咗場之後咧，啲市民好迅速啊，亦都好多人走咗出嚟呢一度啊。咁將路邊嗰啲咁嘅行人路邊嗰啲石頭咧，就嗰啲咁嘅磚咧就掘起咗之後咧，就大家喺度幫手咧，就砌咗一埲牆出嚟嘅，直情係。咁咧就大家見到咧，來回線總共係6條行車線，咁直情係砌咗一埲牆出嚟。嗰埲牆咧已經係砌到上去腰間嘅位置，約莫3尺高。咁現場咧好多人咧就幫手啦，咁即係都揾到啲水泥出嚟啊，水泥出嚟啊，咁攞啲英泥出嚟咧，咁之後咧就開啲英泥咧就黐死佢，希望可以咧就都穩固啲，咁做一啲咁嘅障礙。咁而家大家見到啦，咁佢哋咧都喺度分工合作緊，咁男女都有幫手啊。咁嗰啲黑衫人士咧就揾咗好多咁嘅英泥。隻手唔好打開㗎，因為呢個位咧整落嚟做兩蚊一蚊係埲牆咧，其實都砌到好厚㗎啦，其實都已經大家見到啦，埲牆都好厚。嗱，見到佢哋咧，大家都分工合作，咁有啲咧就係攞英泥，咁有啲咧就喺度。將佢嗰啲水咧開咗佢，咁咧就準備咧就係黐死嗰啲咁嘅磚頭。見到啦，咁佢哋咧而家係滲緊啲英泥上去，黐死佢哋嘅，咁令到希望嗰埲牆咧可以穩固啲。見到咧，現場有好多人咧喺度教佢哋點樣可以開到啲英泥。佢哋而家咧喺度將啲英泥滲晒喺個磚揼出嚟嘅磚牆嗰度上面。咁咧用啲水咧淋落去，而家揾人攞緊水啦。 利啊！好快就已經將呢彌敦道嘅來回線咧，就架起咗幅牆，咁啊，起碼有冇3尺到啦，差唔多到腰間嘅位置。
差唔多啦，今晚同差唔多，今晚好似少啲嘅。
咁啊，暫時咧就未見有警員出現嘅。咁大家都而家趕快時間喺度，希望盡快砌好佢嘅。咁而家喺度叫緊啊，咁啊需要啲水嚟幫手咧，就開咗啲混凝土，咁啊將佢黐實嗰啲磚咁樣嘅。咁我哋行埋啲睇下佢哋喺度點樣開嗰啲混凝土啦。見到啦，佢哋大家都好齊心嘅，每人咧都幫手做一樣嘢，係。佢哋都係想倒啲水喺啲英泥嗰度，咁啊將佢咧黐實啲磚，希望可以穩固啲。其實相信佢哋都係唔識嘅，但係佢哋真係好犀利，即時咧就嘗試。見到啦，越夜就越熱鬧，越嚟就越多人幫手。大家睇下個環境，越嚟越多人幫手啦。咁大家見到啦，嗱，路邊咧開始有幫手喺度掘路邊人路嗰啲磚。
趁呢日得閒嘅時候咧，宣傳
外籍嘅人士都喺度幫手。
我哋404咧，其實係非牟利嘅 media 啦。9個義務記者去經營呢個工合作嘅咧，就喺度拍 live 俾大家睇。就將行人路啲路磚，如果未 like 未 follow 我哋個 page 咧，咁將佢咧就運送入嚟呢一度前面咧，就架起咗呢一埲牆。好啦，見到
將彌敦道來回線足係6條線，將佢封起上嚟嘅。而家眼見佢前面嗰啲磚咧都係搭得好穩固嘅，咁有幾層嘅力
放心睇下，
見到咧一啲都唔單，有幾層厚啊啲磚。佢哋呢度大家居民都影相，真係好犀利啊！喺咁短時間可以做到啲咁嘅嘢，哇！見到咧，馬路上亦都係有啲雜物喺度嘅，咁做咗路障。見到啦，路邊行人路邊好大嘅範圍嘅磚咧，就已經被掘起㗎啦。佢哋咧都仲係好努力咁樣咧，繼續咧就將更多嘅磚掘起咧，就去幫手就築起嗰埲牆嘅。
And I think I have just wait. Let me check it out. So first, let me say thank you to EYCO. Thank you so much for your generous contribution. I really appreciate it. If you need anything or you have any questions, please feel free to join our Discord server or to ask me, and I would be happy to help you. Thank you so much. And also, EJ Kim, thank you so much. Thank you for your support, your generous contribution. EJ Kim as well. If you need anything, if there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to find me. Also in the Discord server, you will find a lot of people who will be more than willing to talk with you, help you, and yeah, thank you so much for your contribution. So let me get back to the stream. Right now what we're seeing is mainly images from Hongham, Mongkok, but there's also images from Zhonghuan. I think this here is vertical. Someone is using like recording vertically. Maybe they are doing a live stream for like Instagram or something like that. But basically the firefighters are here. This is called 404 Media. And over here, yes, we have more images from there. We see the firefighters putting out some fire they like put on the. Let me say that. The firefighters are putting out some fire that was placed on the objects on the road. Wait, something's going on in Mongkok. Here, top right. I think they are... Yeah, they're making a wall. They're actually starting to make walls with bricks. I told you the freedom fighters are they're all just actually volunteer construction workers, and they are renovating the city. The reporter is saying that everyone is successful here, and they're cheering. They say that before the police arrive, they are setting up this like block. there is a song I like called The Wall. Not the one by Pink Floyd, but wait a second, let me find the lyrics. Let me see if the lyrics are in English. Because the band is from the band is called Kilapayun, and it's a great song. Let me see. If I don't find the lyrics in English, I'm just going to translate them on the spot for you guys. English lyrics.
大家見到啦，咁嗰個羽毛場咧，專場咧已經咧差唔多咧起到上腰間嘅位置㗎啦，都已經起碼有成3尺高㗎啦，已經。
So I don't know if you want me to play the song or not. I can send you the link of the song, but it basically says the wall. This is a translation I found online. To build that wall, everyone help me with your hands. Black people with their black hands, white people with their white hands. A wall that shall go from the beach up to the mountains, from the mountains down to the beach, right there over the horizon. Knock knock, who is it? A rose and a carnation, open the gates. Knock knock, who is it? The coronel's saber, close the gates. Knock knock, who is it? A dove and a laurel wreath, open the gates. Knock knock, who is it? The scorpion and the centipede, close the gates. I'm not keep reading it. The song is called. I'm just gonna send you the link of this, the link to it. You might feel free to read it if you want, or to listen to that song. I really like it. It's poetry about a wall against evil. Now, I think I've missed a few of the super chats. Please allow me to say thanks to them. Infoveller, thank you so much for your contribution. Lobonox, thank you so much. Lobonox said, I like the term freedom fighter. Chile Dai. Yeah, freedom fighter is the word. Freedom fighters, because they're fighting and risking everything they have for freedom. And then one more time, Infoveller, thank you so much. And I like the emoji you sent. The reporter is describing like how they're mixing the water with the, how do you call that? Cement, concrete, mortar. I read over there. But basically the demonstrators or the freedom fighters take the bricks from the road. So they're actually not destroying the roads because people can continue to walk through them. They are not making the roads unavailable for pedestrians. And then they're using them to set roadblocks and make that wall. Hi, Infoveller, thank you so much. And I love your emoji of the police. I mean, sorry. It's the poop, not the popo. The poop emoji. Oh sure, please allow me to show the map of where this is happening. So bottom right here is Zhengguan-o, and give me 1 second, I'm bringing up a picture of the MTR map. Is here, MTR map. Right now we're seeing images from Mongkok, Hongham, Aberdeen, and Zhengguan-o. So Mongkok is down here, alright, and Aberdeen is down here actually on the Hong Kong island. But I don't think, is there a station for Aberdeen? I don't think there's a station for Aberdeen, but I think it's near Ocean Park, so it should be around here. Wait, you can't see that. You can't see my mouse. Wait a second. Here. So I believe Aberdeen should be around here near Ocean Park. And Zhengguan-o is here to the east, and Hongham and Polytechnic University is down here near the coast, near east, near Chim Sa Choi. Hongham is here. So yeah, by the way, I just want to remind everyone that if you want to see more videos and information about what is happening in Hong Kong, make sure to go to Blackhead Down's channel. A link is in the description of this live stream, where you will be able to see many more videos denouncing the police brutality and all the atrocities that are being committed in Hong Kong. The link is in in the description of this live stream. And yeah, here's the channel. Here's their channel. Please go subscribe to them, and you will see many videos. You can watch them in chronological order, so that you can get a better understanding of like why people are reacting the way they're doing. And yeah, please make sure you check all those videos. Thank you. Adrian Santos, thank you so much. Adrian Santos said, Hong Kong will fight and they will succeed. Hong Kong stand. Thank you so much. Brian Tam, maybe show a Google Maps more accurate. Sure thing. Let me bring up the Google Map. So yeah, remember the map I usually show is not to scale, but it's way easier to show out the locations. But it's not very accurate. So here, let me bring it over. Here, not this one. Here. So let's see the background. So what we're saying, Mongkok. So that's Sam Sui Po, that's Prince Edward, that's Mongkok here. And where exactly they are doing it should be Nathan Road, right? So where's Nathan Road? I'm not sure exactly which part. Let me try to see. It should be near here, somewhere near here. You can take a look on the satellite version. So this is the road, Nathan Road, where we usually see demonstrators facing off the police, the freedom fighters facing off the terrorists. And I think it should be around here. I'm not exactly sure where exactly in Mongkok. Then we go to Hongham. Hongham should be around here. Hongham, here it is. So exactly the location is a second. Oh. It's hard. I never actually realized how hard it is to find exact locations in the map. But yeah, I'm just gonna give the general location here. Here's Hong Kong, and over here, if you go to the east, here, here's the Hong Kong Design Institute. So Zheng Quan-o should be here. The Hong Kong Design Institute, we also saw a lot going on there regarding the 15-year-old girl who was found naked and dead on the sea. And then the police said that it was just a normal suicide, nothing to investigate. Which of course is not a normal suicide, and there's plenty of investigations to be done. The police are just hiding everything, and so many mysterious suicides and floating dead bodies have been found. It's horrible, and all my best wishes goes with the victims, the friends and their families. So, and also Aberdeen, I was showing the map. Aberdeen. So from Zheng Quan-o, we go here to the Hong Kong Island, and here's Aberdeen Country Park. I don't even know if did I ever go to Aberdeen. I'm not even sure if I've been to Aberdeen, but I just know it's around here. Here's Ocean Park. So yeah, it should be around here. So it's more accurate to see it on Google Maps. And here's the new territories, which is huge, as I usually say. Here's Tuen Mun, and Tin Soi Wai should be here. Is that Tin Soi Wai? Yes, Tin Soi Wai, which is actually close to the border with China. This is China, Shenzhen. So there you go. I hope you can now have a better picture, mental picture of the locations in Hong Kong. Now, one more time, thank you so much to the contributors. Where's my eyebrow? Thank you so much. Where's my eyebrow said, keep up the good work. Delay the abusive popo. Thank you so much. Where is my eyebrow? And I agree, the abusive popo just need to F off. MQ, thank you so much as well. And wait, I don't know how to read. Oh guys, I always say that I have to learn how to read Korean. And oh wait, is there the bang? Not sure what the bang was from. Sang Yong? Is it Sang Yong? Sang Yong, thank you so much for your contribution. Sang Yong said, stand with Hong Kong from South Korea. Thank you so much. And Infoveller, thank you so much again for your contribution, and also your chocolate ice cream. You're sending a lot of chocolate ice cream on the live chat. Thank you so much, everyone. Seriously, you don't know how much it means and it helps to have your contributions and your support. Thank you so much, guys. Wait a second, did I read in the comments someone saying that CUHK is in Hong Kong. Did I ever say, I mean, the CUHK is in typo. I'm afraid might be I said something wrong. In Polytechnic University is in Hong Kong. CUHK is near Taipo and the university station. I think I didn't say that, but if I by mistake said that CUHK was in Hong Kong, I apologize. Polytechnic University is in Hong Kong, and CUHK is in Taipo area. or you're talking about something else at the moment?
都七七八八啦，咁啊都知道將軍澳區附近都暫時見到有警察啦，咁啊都會留喺將軍澳嘅stay 一段時間，咁啊如果夜多少少咧都。
Ciao Vicky, thank you so much. Ciao Vicky said that I want to say thanks for explaining what is happening in Hong Kong. I have friends who are Westerners and they don't understand and have no idea what's going on. They're doing a great job. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, Ciao Vicky. And also thank you for appreciating my singing. I'll try my best to sing shout. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Masaichi Hasegawa, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Arigato, arigato sagemoshita. Masaichi dono. So I think we see a fire truck coming in Mongkok. I believe it's a fire truck. Yeah. And oh my god, I hope it does. I hope they didn't get orders of clearing the wall. Oh sorry, let me zoom in. I was zooming out for a long time. Thank you guys. Thanks JW12 and Masaichi Dono. I'm glad you like the little joke, but the way I say it. I want to learn how to speak like a samurai. I watch a lot of anime. Arigatou gozaimashita. New videos coming in. There's a truck doing a U-turn, not a U-turn, just trying to turn around the these rocks ahead.
咁啊，而家講緊佢嘅180個女警察啦，我哋3個都好啦。呢3條友一坐埋黐埋一齊嘅3條友咧，就可以坐到雞啄唔同嘅，可以吹足幾廿個鐘頭。咁個個都喺中踩落坑，成個撲低。我哋繼續睇下德嗰邊。做完直播之後啦，跟住冇睇落。見到有啲開始咧，即係喺度白海灣周圍啦，跟住就唔小心踩咗落坑，跟住成個撲低。跟住有好多人。咩事？嗰時仲有記者副手，係有啲尷尬。我知道大家都好幫手嘅，但係咧就因為想再不斷係咁瘋狂咧 upgrade 啲裝備咧，做好一啲嘅直播。係咁睇嘅，因為頭先係咪有人話想我哋3個都坐橡皮艇啊？帶過嚟啊！帶過嚟。即係3條友一坐埋黐埋一齊咧，3條友咧。メイトヤシャク。Kanji. Thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate it. Wait, let me read some other things. Kino, thanks to you for making all these. I wonder if you can broadcast it on Facebook so I can create a watch party there and increase the audience. It actually sounds pretty awesome. I don't know how to live stream in YouTube and on Facebook at the same time. Maybe I believe the OBS software can stream to multiple platforms. I will research more about it. If I do, I will of course share the links here as well so that people from Facebook can watch. That would be amazing. Thank you, Kingo. Yin Tyler.
Bien Tyler is saying, breaking news, the US Senate to decide the enactment of Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act 2019 in the next 6 hours. Wow. Thank you.
我哋見到我得咧，咁我哋見到佢咧，少咧有可能咧，因為冇錢買自由行啦。我哋見到得咧又再次嘗試咧，為咗加入佢咧攞起佢一支嘅電筒咧，喺度射下啦。我哋見到咧，而家佢玩呢一招花式咧係呢冇衫嘅，呢冇衫啊，呢冇衫啊，而家呢招花式呢冇衫啊。係啦，呢冇衫啊，大家見到呢冇衫呢一招啊。呢個邊度嚟㗎？仔係嘛？呢個唔知邊度啦，大家都係揾燈光睇先啦。嗱，呢個就玩緊呢個啦。啊，要射燈嘅第一。先講催淚煙啊！咁啊，未知佢射燈喺邊度？哇！屌你老味，係廢 J 嚟嘅，射到屌你老味，夠芝麻咯！咁啊，同大家講講啦，嚟嗰度咧，呢個嘅窩打老佬咧已經射咗一粒㗎啦。咁我哋見到咧，好似放生。我哋咧都係好大嘅事啊！但係見到咧，咗啦，射咗啦已經。係啊，歡迎大家打開我哋廣告啊！你唔識英文啊？我識英文，我識做問題。Why you here？係嘛 ？Why you here？Why you say？小心啊！小心啊！好啦，小心啊！小心啊！啲街坊咁嘅手望聲，就咁叫翻啲街坊。好，我哋繼續睇一睇阿德嘅。得，我辦事啊，因為我有問題。
USC Bruin, hi Lucas, I hope you get enough rest. Thank you so much, USC Bruin. I love how every time you use the date. Now it's 11:15 of November. Thank you so much for your constant support, USC Bruin. You're awesome.
跟住8場夜馬賽事咧係取消啦。咁我哋但係咧都見到阿德咧係企咗喺度啦，不辭勞苦啦，準備咧係希望各位嘅市民咧係準備投注㗎。咁我等我影埋之後咧，跟住咧就會去做一個賽前嘅分析。
比較細膽啲。我未知而家其實玻璃入邊。
So we see firefighters in Mongkok. Let me move the screen over here. We have another angle. Basically they are. I don't know if I saw a fire earlier, but they are just making the wood wet, the objects wet. So I personally didn't see a fire on it, but maybe I missed it. And I think, yeah. And here we see the police clearing objects as well.
等一陣先嚇，做一做嘢先。搞好撚個掣啦！
嗱，冇收廣告費嘅，係啦，今日最中意呢個波鞋啦，咁我睇都比較後少少，都 OK 嘅，都定。
真㗎，街坊小心啊！你見我揾位吸華乜都唔帶就知啦，黐線㗎呢班人，唔好揾我吸華啊，大佬！
Wait, what the hell? Are they firing tear gas at the firefighters?
要冷靜啊，好危險啊！呢班人冇性㗎。咁啊，多謝大家支持啊！嗱，嗰個部已經達到9,000人㗎啦，記得課金啊！
Was that what I think it was, or am I just like going crazy?
哇！喂，後行啦，好危險㗎！小心啊，小心啊，朋友！ 佢開槍射你啊！我驚佢傻㗎。
願榮光歸城大啊！終於揾翻少少嘅燭光啦。
So some people are saying that there was a fire. All right, sorry, I missed it. I didn't see the fire on it. But yeah, the firefighters always come out to put fires on roadblocks and things like that.
咁你去銀行中心嗰度過，銀行中心嗰度過。 你10秒跑到過去當你贏真係，我唔得嘅喎。
Now we're still getting images from Aberdeen. Wait, is that more tear gas or is that? Oh god.
嗱，我哋見到咧，而家嘅馬匹咧係準備入閘㗎啦，相信咧呢一場嘅賽事咧即將開跑㗎。咁我哋見到咧係啦，我哋準備見到啦，馬匹係有3隻4隻㗎。咁我哋見到內檔啦，右邊嗰隻咧，咁啊見唔到㗎，叫黑蚊蚊啦，見左邊咧就其實咧大家都耳熟能詳㗎啦，係隻豬魚啊。
I was saying we're getting more images from Aberdeen. Earlier we saw how they arrested a very young female and a very young male. And one lady was claiming that was her daughter, that they were arresting her daughter. And there was other people with her. The police were harassing the lady and the reporter who was trying to report everything.
咁啊，相信咧有一番嘅龍爭虎鬥啊！呢個嘅彌敦道越野賽，
開咗槍啦，咁其實我都係聞到有啲差
咁啊，相信咧係有一番嘅龍爭虎鬥啊！
聞嘅啫，你即係如果你聞過嘅話咧，
啦、黑蚊蚊啦、頓頓咧嗰啲咧係集前㗎啦。左手邊嗰一個咧，其實咧就叫又係黑武士嘅 fans 咧，同父同係馬黑蚊蚊嘅細佬黑騎士嘅。咁我哋見到咧喺啦3號按耐不住㗎啦，4檔嗰隻啊電筒怪，係啦，咁啊亦都係同父係馬啦，亦都係同名馬嚟嘅電筒怪。
周子樂，而家就到今日咁樣，包括翻落喺呢度啦，
咁啊，暫時咧5檔6檔啦，都係隻馬。
I'm so sorry.
咁啊，見到啦，I forgot to 咧都喺度打小圈嘅。
Earlier, I forgot to show that I was tested to show, so I'm going to show it now. It is actually beautiful. It is There was a candlelight rally was held in Korea. So feel free to talk more about this in the comments. I saw for like a few seconds and it was beautiful. And the person who submitted this wanted to share this with everyone in Hong Kong.
但係咧見到咧佢哋依家圍埋咧傾偈咧，希望咧我哋做下咧可以做到一個步速嘅。咁我哋見到咧後邊咧衝電杯嘅一啲觀眾啦，已經喺後邊咧唔知點解咧入緊街嗰邊嘅位置。咁啊歡迎你咧繼續收睇呢個
我打路衝電杯嘅 link on the live chat so that you can share it with more people.
嗱我哋見到咧電筒怪咧都係冇乜
This, if I'm not wrong, this was to impeach the last president in South Korea. Correct me if I'm wrong. And please give us more information on the live chat.
嗱我哋同大家睇一睇咧，其實咧排骨仔啦，咁啊依家落見到咧係2、3倍嘅。排骨仔係揾得見嘅喎。
行前少少啦，就墮樓最後身亡嘅。
咁啊，相信咧今日嘅彌敦道啦，呢個嘅窩打老道衝電杯咧有望一跑嘅。
喺呢度啦，就之前都有。
咁我哋見到咧，佢哋嘗試咧撈亂晒啲排位。
頭先我去嗰陣咧，嗱阿優斯都有，唔係優斯，阿優連都有。
咁排骨仔依家落飛落到點入
未見有防務警員到場啦，咁都係啲學生都係。
We see here in Mongkok. They are also using umbrellas.
哎呀，各位馬迷真係唔好意思啦，又要搣飛啦，其他馬匹咧去到閘前咧扭計啊，全部出晒閘啊！咁啊，佢哋應該係翻馬房㗎啦。咁啊，排骨仔咧，頭先咧嗰個賠率咧已經係落到2.1倍㗎啦。咁啊，嗱我哋見到咧已經有射嘢喎。咁啊啲馬迷咧其實係好苦燥啊，話屌你老味又要搣飛，跟住你但係又要射嘢。係咪？你大家見到啦，我哋嘅菲比斯旺角菲比斯咧，亦都喺我哋前邊嘅。咁啊，真係喂，屌唔好咁啊，開跑㗎啦，大佬！嗰啲觀眾大佬啊，8場嘅。
Yeah, what I showed you just seconds ago. This the candlelight rally was to impeach a president who was corrupt in Korea. Thank you, dear friends from Korea.
係咪？你成日喺度煙霧彌漫咁樣，喂牧師你好嘛？
I admire you so much.
我有跑唔出啊！
Thank you so much.
一障礙賽啊嘛，
係啊，已經係啊，障礙賽咁啊，交沙地啊，跑到咁我步速都係哇，屌你老味真係！我見到康正啊，康正啊。
And from Japan, and from the US, and from Europe.
我哋同阿康正打招呼就落個飛機師啊！嗱，我哋見到咧，暫時咧都係冇乜咩特別啦。
Reading your comments
咁啊，見到大家都真係要搣飛啦，搣飛啦，冇計。今場嘅賽事咧真係跑唔掂啦，最慘就係因為大家都知道咧。衝勁杯嚟講咧係大家咧最開心嘅娛樂啦，咁但係咧其實咧個5匹馬啦，包括啊黑蚊蚊啦、侏儒啦、變好怪啦，咁啊甚至乎咧黑武士啦等等咧啲馬匹咧，同埋阿馬個仔咧咁5匹馬匹咧，其實咧都去到閘前咧扭扭擰擰咧，咁啊最後咧結果咧呢一場嘅摩打老道彌敦道嘅衝勁杯賽事咧，溫莎水療洋賽咧係跑唔出嘅。咁啊見到咧一眾嘅馬迷咧，見到咧啲馬匹咧喺閘前咧退走咗啦。咁啊我哋見到咧，喂原來咧衝勁杯啊，衝勁杯班馬匹咧入緊啲廣華街後邊啊！我哋而家咧同大家咧過去廣華街嗰邊咧報一報個賽事先，好撚緊湊啊！真係大佬。
即係你都唔排除佢哋會有一啲嘅便衣或者係便衣警咁。
慢慢行啦咪先。因為咧支 stable Y 叉壞咗啊！
希望得到長遮嘅。咁啊，如果睇翻想睇一睇前場情況就可以望一望
達之路嗰邊就已經冇乜嘅啦。
哦，唔係啊！我真係喺度問單，鬼鬼祟祟喺中間，喺龍神街嗰啲山東街一嘢衝過嚟，到時真係睇。係啊！
頭先得翻少量嘅學生。
全部記者走撚晒去。
話見到有記者。
喂，去撚咗邊啊？大佬又話跑嘅。
Thank you so much, guys.
嗱，我哋見到咧一眾嘅馬匹咧應該係翻咗買房㗎啦。咁啊，相信咧知道啦，大家都屙煙都屙唔撚掂啊，大佬屙屎啊！記得入去蛋蛋區冇課金啊，大佬，搞唔撚掂啊真係。大家想睇衝勁杯啊！我就嚟好似有線18台點收你錢㗎啦，大佬。即係打多啲。
但係就示威者就用呢一個水梁打穿咧砌緊牆嘅，咁啊同警方佢非常之遠。頭先警方射個槍就影響到咧，就係喺遠方聚集嘅示威者嘅。
The reporter from Stand News is saying that the distance between the police and the demonstrators who were gathering, or freedom fighters who were gathering, was so big, so vast, that it was absolutely impossible that the tear gas that they were firing was going to affect or disperse the crowd anyway. But they were still firing tear gas, even though the range was way off. And
大家都見到咧，個仔咧喺2點1倍之下咧，咁啊要搣飛啦，退飛咁樣㗎。咁啊，亦都相信咧馬會都係驚撚到咧，大場嘅地馬賽事都唔跑啦。咁諗住咧，大家一眾嘅馬迷有望咧係繼續大家陪住呢個嘅衝勁杯咧，結果咧都係要搣飛㗎嚇。咁歡迎大家去到彈彈俱樂部啊，多多益善，少少無拘。如果需要PayMe 啦、PayPal 啦、轉數快啦、銀行戶口啦、馬會啦都有嘅。希望大家咧盡量都係PM 我啦，我會俾銀行戶口你啦，盡量都係入去銀行戶口啦。多謝大家多多支持啊！
Hey Tech, thank you so much. Tech said that Lucas, you're running a marathon.
咁我哋見到咧 Foodpanda 咧真係一間好犀利嘅公司嚟嘅。嚟到呢個位置咧都繼續咧堅持使命咧，將一啲嘅美食咧送達咧去一啲嘅order 咗嘅地方啊！大家見到咧 Foodpanda 真係不辭勞苦啊！雖然Foodpanda 冇 sponsor 我哋公司，但係咧你見到咧畫面見到咧 Foodpanda 真係咧非常之盡責。Foodpanda 咧真係非常之盡責咧，教佢將一啲嘅美食咧係嚟嘅鼓勵㗎。咁啊，大家都可以多多去支持下 Foodpanda 啊！
好似冇乜直播喺聽。
咁啊，歡迎你啊！繼續收睇高恩新聞台，有我出去打咧，繼續同大家咧翻去山東街1號嘅現場啦。咁啊支鏡頭咧真係屌佢老味，就喺支 stable Y 叉冇電啊，俾 Q 佢啊！嗱，一係咧你等等我先攞個多功能吊袋先，唔係計啊，做唔到啊！如果唔係，嗱等我一陣啊，因為會震一震啲，我攞一攞尿袋先。
大家係咪睇得開心又過癮咧？記得課金啊！OK。
Hey, Lee Lee, thank you for pointing out and denouncing those violent behaviors. If you don't mind, please share those videos in our Discord server, and I will gladly show it so everyone can be aware of the atrocities. And everyone else, if you have any news or videos that you would like me to share, please post them on the Discord server. And tag me and I will see them. Show them during the live stream. We have a space where it's appropriate to show it. Now, we keep seeing images from Mongolia. You can see that now the demonstrators are actually carefully placing bricks on the road and making these small structures instead of just throwing them on the road.
嗱 OK 啦，應該就飛雲，唉，大家睇得開心又過癮啦 ，steadily 晒又是。如果唔係陣間屌你老味跑衝勁杯咁點算咧？啱唔啱先？好，我哋走啦，繼續同大家跟進現時情況。
Oh no, I'm really saying that 70-year-old person who was hit by a break has passed away. That's very bad news. I think, yeah, I'm still, I didn't want to talk about that yet because I personally haven't seen the source. That's not that I don't read the
我哋見到咧，翻到嚟啦，呢個嘅登打士街嘅中心。咁啊，今日冇園藝喎，但係咧有學徒咧喺度擺緊一啲嘅遮嘅藝術展。上緊啦，唔使啦，走啦，收工啦，我收工啊，大佬。聽日呢樣啊，呢樣唔係。
I'm not blaming the people who are fighting the freedom, but every single atrocity that is occurring right now in Syria is because of the corrupt government.
買成考慮下先喎。嗱，唔好撚照我先得㗎，你哋。我哋而家咧翻去咧山東街1號豪宅嘅現場先。
可以好即時，即係可能去到就已經完。
Even any scientific reason for making the bricks like that, I believe that like this range like that leads more likely to puncture tires. That's what I think. But I'm not sure of the reasons, and as soon as I know the reasons, exactly like why the demonstrators are doing like this, putting the bricks like that.
冇事，中大冇事冇事啊，中大冇事。
But for sure they thought of a good reason. And we're seeing more.
咁我哋嚟到咧馬會咧，馬會都閂晒閘㗎啦已經。大家見到馬會落晒閘啦，咁啊一眾嘅馬迷咧係好撚失望嘅，希望衝勁杯咧係有望開跑咧，結果咧都係冇跑到嘅。咁我哋咧同大家咧即將咧翻去山東街1號豪宅嘅現場。咁大家見到咧，山東街職業訓練局咧嗰個學校範圍咧已經擴建咗啦，嚟到創興呢邊嘅位置。
Just saying, the Discord, this server is like a chat app that you can use online. You don't even have to download it. You can use it directly from the browser, and it allows you to chat anonymously. You can share links. There's different channels in the server.
咁我哋咧繼續咧同大家
the conversations are separated by topics. So let me show you my Discord here.
有機會啊！我好似玩緊孖寶兄弟咧，
Discord you have like
咁啊 Pokemon Go 係 Pokemon 劍盾咧，聽日咧就會出場㗎啦。咁啊有機會咧，我都會自己喺自己嘅俱樂部咧開俾大家睇睇咧，究竟係玩啲咩啦？咁啊平時都如果冇乜嘢做咧，我都會直播打機同大家傾偈等等㗎。咁啊但係咧睇住我打機咧，其實基本上咧冇乜嘢做嘅，其實好少嘢講。
footage of different.
咁歡迎你去蛋蛋俱樂部多多支持下課金啊，記得課銀，最好課銀行戶口啦，因為咧佢一個月咧呢個嘅 PayMe 咧最多係最多係5萬，只係5萬啊。
Basically, it's like a community.
係希望大家多多益善，少少無拘，因為想再換支強勁嘅長鏡。唉，咁啊翻嚟呢個山東街1號。咁啊嗱，我咧真係其實真係好想去做黎明嘅。咁啊，如果我收工，你哋中唔中意先？Steadily 係乜鳩牌子？智雲4啊，智雲4 Smooth 4，所以有一支 Smooth 4係啦。之前買咗支嘅，跟住唔知點解咧，自己夾爆咗又買咗2支 Smooth 4啊。之前係有一位觀眾咧係support 咗一支嘅，但係嗰支 Smooth 4咧都係爆鳩咗嘅最後。但係嗰支嘢咧係真係非常之好用啊！就係拍衝勁杯嗰一支嚟嘅，係啦。咁我哋見到咧係啦，翻嚟阿謝 Sir 嘅豪宅啦，阿江 Sir 同阿謝 Sir 都好撚中意嘅山東街1號，給你一個5星級的價，耶！嗱，我再講多次咧，唔好成日同我講邊度要記者，嗰度有叫記者，有圖有真相，我哋會諗下出唔出到。冇圖冇真相嘅，咁我就出你好好 ，OK？
Yeah, and I apologize for everyone
HSBC 有啊，你 PM 蛋蛋俱樂部好冇？多謝你啊
！Actually writing supporting messages。
嗱，我哋見到咧係啦，山東街職業訓練局嘅學員咧都已經係攰㗎啦。咁大家見到咧，其實呢一個山東街嘅位置，一啲嘅建築物咧係一啲嘅古時嘅建設嚟嘅。咁見到咧，其實佢個藝術感咧係好靚㗎，好宏偉嘅。咁啊，其實咧可以咧列入呢個健力士世界紀錄大全先啦。首先，然後咧，大家見到咧係有好多嘅建築嘅設計風格亦都喺度嘅。咁大家見到啦，五星級的家咧，其實咧就可以喺山東街咧呢一度咧俾到你嘅。咁大家見到啦，其實都係有唔少嘅宏偉建築啦，一啲嘅歷史文物啦，都喺山東街嘅位置。咁點解咧？因為其實大家睇到佢每一個窿咧，其實佢闊度、高度咧都係唔同嘅，係其實好有深度。你要認真啲睇啊，細心啲留意咧，你又會覺得原來呢一件嘅藝術品咧係價值落到嚟。只要你落嚟山東街咧，基本上你就會見到有唔同嘅歷史文物建築㗎啦。咁大家見到咧，其實都係有唔少嘅嘢喺度睇嘅。嗱，我哋同大家一齊咧欣賞一下山東街歷史文物嘅博覽館啦。咁啊，嗱，見到咧，其實有好多唔少嘅建築業嘅細肉咧喺度咧係不時無定咧就做一啲嘅歷史文物啦。咁啊，見到咧而家呢一個嘅歷史文物咧，其實咧係有機會咧打破入呢個世界健力士紀錄大全嘅。咁大家見到啦，嗱呢一個咧就勁啦，叫做一柱擎天啊！呢一個作品啊，亦都問過呢度嘅學員啦，呢一個作品咧就叫一柱擎天嘅。咁啊，我哋再同大家睇睇有啲咩作品係比較標青嘅。嗱，我哋見到咧下一個作品啊，下一個作品咧嗱，大家見到啦，嗱我哋呢一個作品咧，見到呢一個作品啊，原來有名喎，呢一個作品咧叫一帆風順，大家見到啦。係啦，咁啊，跟住原來下一個題材原來個時代革命嘅，咁我哋繼續咧同大家睇睇咧呢一度咧可以入到咧呢個健力士紀錄大全，因為大家見到咧每一個窿咧都係唔同嘅，你屌入去嘅時候咧個闊度、遠度、深度咧都係唔同嘅。係啦，大家見到真係好撚正先，即係我意思。我係穩陣㗎，嗱嗰啲穩陣嘅，非常之穩陣嘅，有呢一度嘅歷史文物，係啦，非常之穩陣嘅。咁大家見到啦，咁啊原來咧仲有啲唔同嘅玩法啦，希望咧佢哋咧係做一啲嘅動作咧，喺一個衝勁杯嘅場合咧，可能要咁樣跨過去嘅。我哋睇一睇先。嗱，呢啲咧就唔係普通嘅帶嚟嘅。咁我哋咧見到咧，其實幾好玩嗰跳飛機咧，或者係好似一啲嘅跑屈咧，一啲嘅泥地障礙賽等等咧，係要跨過去跳過去。嗱，我哋呢個咧自己親自試玩咗一次咧，其實咧係幾好玩嘅。咁啊，山東街啦，呢一個嘅豪宅咧，給你一個infiltrated by the Chinese armed forces，甚至有咁多嘅嘢玩咧，係其實好開心嘅一件事。咁我哋翻去亞皆老街嗰邊嘅職業訓練局睇睇。
or PPA.
流長都未得掂喎，大佬咁撚短
armed forces
花到仆街啊
are infiltrated in the police ranks.
嗱，我咧
The CCP knows
但係記得
that they
真係要
cannot
等嗰個
simply
好撚煩啊！而家屌你
the
男
military
我同事都話：屌你老味，你
because it would have a backlash
你男
nationally.
大佬啊！
So what they did
大佬，我哋呢
was
啲
send
希望
them
個節目做得有
but
質素、
under
有
the
聲有
disguise
色，
of the
係
Hong
咪
Kong
先？
police.
咁啊，南和唔係一個問題，大家見到啦。我嘅發揮係越嚟越好嘅，甚至乎我嘅觀眾係越嚟越多嘅。咁啊，希望可以再吸引多啲人記得支持我哋高登。
Because I think of them as criminals or terrorists. And if you disagree with my sentiment, if you disagree with me calling them terrorists,
6星級的家，風仔都爆鳩埋，屌你仲6星級的家好啦，危險㗎啦，大佬。係咪嗱？我哋見到山東街1號其實好撚方便。點解咁講咧？因為山東街1號個配套好完善，一出門口咧就已經有麥當勞食。你好，你好。一出門口就有麥當勞食啦，然後咧搭車其實向後行兩步咧就已經有車站嘅。咁你話咪好撚方便咧？你仲可以經過話屌你仲有華潤堂喎，大佬，屌你咁樣意想不到嘅嘢嚟啦，係咪先？月球啦，啱唔啱？點課金入去大眼區部啊！大眼區部，你入大眼區部 PM 我話你聽，同埋 fans 幫手係啦，分享下個 fans page 係啦，因為我都。
Oh, Jason Chang. Jason Chang is saying, Lucas, the old dude that died was a blue ribbon who got smacked on the back of the head by another miscalculated throw by another blue ribbon.
咁我哋睇翻咧係亞街老街職業訓練局嘅情況。咁啊，亦多咧係有人拉起咗一條衝線嘅帶咧，希望咧警員咧壓得佢哋咧嚟衝線啊。咁啊，因為咧你知道啦，阿羅振宇佢哋都排咗一套衝線咧，個收視未必咁好咧，亦都希望壓得佢哋咧自己嚟拍翻套旺角嘅衝線啊。賺好啦，又開追悼會㗎啦。
So I apologize.
幾多貼啊？幾多話俾啲觀眾聽
？For if anytime I give some information that might be off,
都要收工啦。
or if I
好冇？咁啊，多謝你哋支持啦。咁啊，聽日5:00啊，黎明行道，我係見我唔到㗎啦，我算啦，我都失聯啊，文完嗰啲 TG。咁啊，多謝你收睇高登嘅平台。咁啊，中立應該仲繼續直播嘅。咁啊，多謝你哋，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜，拜拜。
70-year-old cleaning worker hit in the head with a thrown brick during clashes between protest and pro-Beijing groups in Sewing Soil on Wednesday. Has passed away at the Prince Wales Hospital. People are saying that the brick was thrown by blue ribbons. Here's the video. So graphic content warning. Sorry, I'm going to show you the video where the blue ribbons are throwing bricks. Let me try to play this for everyone so that we can see a clear picture of what's happening. Give me a second, please. And I'm going to zoom in. So here is here's the video from Twitter showing what happened that day. All right, there it is. Yeah, that's the man got hit on the head. there's no sound coming from here.
磚頭與磚頭之間嘅距離都係差唔多。咁點樣砌出嚟
？5分鐘前
有密集咧就可以做到好多嘢，就冇上天橋望落去啦。就大個成
Again, I just want to say that it's a tragedy that people are dying in Hong Kong because of the police and the government and the trials. And
密集恐懼症，我係唔會喺橋上面望呢一堆石頭，望呢啲嘅磚頭嘅，因為。
Yeah, just thank you for pointing those pieces of information out. The man was not killed by the protesters, but by the pro-CCP who were there throwing bricks at the freedom fighters. Still very regrettable and a very sad situation, but it's very important to point out that it was not the protesters, and I'm sure that the CCP propaganda machines and the 50 cents are going to start running around telling people that the Hong Kong protesters have killed a 70-year-old man, but we just saw the video. Still, it's a very sad news. Yeah, and I'm going to send you the video right now. I'm going to retweet that. So I'm posting the video on the live chat. Alright, give me a second, guys. Now just give me a second. This is hard. I hope you can give me 1 or 2 minutes to keep checking. So now some people are saying that he was hit by a protester, unfortunately. But I thought the video I just saw was hit from... Wait a second.
首先其實我係最先去到做 live， 本身係404要做 live 嘅，跟住之後我先至趕到嚟做 live，即係第二個記者。
Yeah, personally, I thought the same as Hong Kong Belonger. I saw like the woman behind the man throwing a brick, and like right after she moved her hand, the man fell down. Sorry guys, these news, especially these kind of news with these videos, get very confusing. And as I said before, we have to analyze and see the report and see everything. And I am sorry if I brought any more confusion on the table. Again, if I see evidence and what I said was wrong, I'm just going to to claim that what I said was wrong, and I'm going to tell you guys. I will never lie intentionally. I'm still looking at the video, but please trust me, I would never lie intentionally. If any time I say something wrong, it's because I saw something or my eyes deceived me.
我唔記得睇有張相，就當佢係沙灘嘅，係咪呢一度咧？係啊，係你講啦，係。諗下，如果插得嗰啲話寫得唔清楚，咁啊，又話呢個字幾耐之前話4個字先至啦，應該係咯，我都話，但係佢見到黑色字長啊，入嚟。佢葵涌村啊，你而家去啊？你咪冇咗啲嘢喺度做嘅。呢個幫下記者問啦，如果啲記者幫你呼籲啊，嗰個記者唔係呢度咩？係咪再行少少啊？係咪我前方嘅左手邊？咁呢啲咧都係廢。屌你老味出動200飛虎啊！出嚟請假！屌你老味俾人睇到幾得核突啊！擺得個好啲嘅地方唔使再廢用飛虎清洗我哋自己屌你！做多啲瑜伽記得。如果唔係咧，骨頭大少少都會呢個就我都咁都非常之好啊！我覺得都要稱讚一下呢個就會進入啊！有啲係中大學生，亦都有啲唔係中大學生。
I found the video from a higher angle. I found the video from a higher angle, and I'm looking at it right now. I will share it with everyone. Posting it on live chat right now. And I'm going to show that video to you as well. So here is the video. Again, graphic content warning. This is the video from a higher angle, and it shows, yeah, it seems that indeed the brick was thrown from this side. Graphic content warning.
葵涌村成日都出事，琴晚葵涌村都有啲事發生。
That's the man that got hit. Let me put it back a few seconds so you know where to look at. So again, I shared the video on the live stream. I shared it to you, and I'm sure you can find it in our Discord server as well.
係衝穿要嘅嘢係佢哋自然會有嘅嘢啦。
有㗎嘅，咁私家車都找唔到你入嚟呢度，要唱翻陣。
真係黐撚線加錢我都唔關事。我想留翻啲。得啦，我等。哦，我呢幾日上車嗰啲的士司機。
Apfel, thank you so much. I'm going to get some water right away. Thank you for reminding me to stay hydrated.
扮使啊！平時呢啲貨車開得好。
唔係佢又好嘅，佢冇交㗎，佢淨俾我攞。
假設啊，我哋逼出到去，你出到去，你入翻嚟咧，都入得翻嚟。但係有個問題啊，我點解入翻嚟咧？因為到呢度出咗差佬咁啦，我呢度出咗而家就翻嚟一定方法。
冇乜特別咧，咁其實頭先就同大家行過 City 啦，又行過行過 BU 啦，咁如果冇乜特別，咁我先熄一熄 live 先，咁如果即係有咩事就再同大家開翻 live 啊！多謝大家收睇今日新聞啦，再見，拜拜，晚安。
係真係唔存在嘅方法 Telegram 有人放 TG 啊，係啊，放 Telegram。係啊，冇開正常。
So yeah, thank you guys for bearing with me. And yeah, we were fact checking together what was said and discussed. Like
接近菜刀電筒。
And now what you're hearing in the background is just like friendly chat by the reporters here. Apfel, thank you so much. Solidarity with Hong Kong. Thank you so much for your comment and your contributions and all your help. You're wonderful.
我而家喺青衣啊，我而家入嚟啦，好冇啊？係因為問題啊嘛。
GXD, the protesters tried to throw bricks at me for just walking past them. Are you sure you're not talking about the police? Because I'm living here and I walk on the streets every day and not a single time I felt or was threatened by the protesters. But I cannot say the same about the police and the triads.
我喺度做唔到啲乜嘢都好啦，咁啊要做嘅我都有做嘅，不過冇乜啲人。我係用一衡量我一暫時定不時一個出去嘅好時機，暫時定不時一個好時機，跟住一個中大啦。
Yolanda, thank you so much for your comment. I appreciate it.
我都話唔到都冇幫到報一下埋㗎，咁大家知道呢個就係地點出嘅。 有事起上嚟嗰陣時咧，我都會喺度跟大家。10月17號2點鐘個第6線係北大學小心，南冷定位開咗拉埋，OK 啊，佢哋嗰啲呢條嗰邊有緊張啊，係咩？我打頭嘅，攞一撞聽先落嚟。
I want to read Brian Tam's comment, and I agree with your comment. Brian Tam said, "It is sad that someone died," and I agree with you. It is sad that someone died. But no matter who killed him, it is important to notice that the pro-CCP thugs were the ones who started throwing bricks first. Thank you for pointing that out. And I know for personal experience and by observing, I watch several live streams about the protest almost every day for like around 10 hours every day, guys. I watch all the videos on Instagram, Twitter, and let me tell you, I never see freedom fighters, Hong Kong protesters starting violence anywhere. They're never the ones to throw a rock or beat someone up without being attacked in the first place. So Ryan Tam, thank you for pointing that out. Dong Nguyen, yes, they have been arresting people and beating them up while they're arrested. I believe that fortunately the levels of violence by the police today have not been as high as other days that we have seen, but still there's a lot of unlawful arrest, unlawful stop and search, lots of tear gas and projectiles being shot at the young protectors, the freedom fighters. Fancy Smile, thank you so much for your comment. You said that you thank me for your coverage. In German news, it is not a big topic. The big news is the climate and how to reduce the CO2 air. Greta Thunberg gets more attention than people in Hong Kong. Thank you, Fancy Smile, for your comment. Solo U says that there's a 15-year-old teenager hit by the police today, or are you talking about yesterday? He got hit on the head with a tear gas canister and fractured most of his skull. I believe now he's in a coma right now. Oh, Domi Band said that I agree after pictures of me were posted on Facebook saying I do cop. People often recognize me. They ask me very politely if I'm a cop. I give them my phone and they say sorry and they leave. Thank you for sharing that with us, Domi.
之前中立咧，喂大佬，我都係中立咧，即係初我入到啲飯火鍋咧，好多嘢都係中立搞我。咁啊，因為我係俾人叫過嚟啦，咁我初初咧就咁乜啦，咁放膽去做翻以前嘅我啦，結果啦，咁啊喺中立嘅結果咧，先做翻以前嘅價。
Jetsam is saying that, hey Chili Lucas, there is a lot of Hong Kong expats here where I live, and they are the most gracious, respectful, and family-oriented people I have ever met. Thank you for sharing with us, Jetsam. Wait, are they firing tear gas in Tingyi right now?
我搞佢識拉㗎，
我收工㗎，大佬，即係由黎明食到翻到去中學，食過中立貨，係啊，你出嚟出嚟前面私家車掉頭走啊，要拖。啱啱好冷，緊要啦，因為中間佢啦呢啲。我知道啊。係啊，你呢個壞咗好耐啦，呢個推我地下嗰度爆咗啦。我先見翻呢啲咧都係啊，都學得好近。我咧將個台咧交翻俾中立啦，一路錄住，等你哋中立啦。開啲短嘢啦，咁大家知道零舍都可以。都可以喎，不如入個時間咧，幫大家睇下中大嘅情況啊嘛。
So here in Mongkok we see a Bank of China. And Bank of China, if you see this, you might think it's terrible. But actually, I want everyone to understand that the reason that the freedom fighters are targeting Banks of China and 360 Best Marts is because these companies, these corporations, are the wallets of the CCP. These corporations are funding terrorism in Hong Kong. Remember, the pro-CCP companies actually funded $66,000 for the taxi driver who ran over the crowd in Sam Sui Po and injured many and left a girl crippled. The people of Hong Kong tried peacefully for 5 months and were ignored, and until now the people who still come out peacefully are completely ignored by the government. Carrie Lam literally said that these people have no stake in society. The 2 million people that came out to the streets to peacefully demonstrate and ask for the rights to be respected. And I can tell you for sure, there's Banks of China and other pro-Beijing shops that have been directly financing the oppression, the dictatorship, and the terrorism in Hong Kong. And when you see those shops next to other shops, so for example, there is a picture of a Citibank right next to a Bank of China, and you see the windows of the Bank of China being smashed, but the Citibank is completely fine. Then you can tell that these are very specific targets and not just random violence and rampage like the pro-CCP news would like you to think. Hey, happy hour. Thank you so much for your call. If you have some time, DM me on Twitter. I will DM you. I host a late night YouTube show and would like to talk to you. That would be an honor. Thank you. I will follow you on Twitter and send you a message after the live stream is over. Thank you so much. Some people are saying that they need a media reporter in Kwai Chong Estate. If anyone from Hong Kong can, I think there are numbers you can call to ask reporters to go see what's happening. They're talking more about Kwai Chong Estate, and the police came in with revolvers and arrested like 20 people. There's no reporter nearby. Wait, do you think this is going on in Kwai Chong, or where is this? Can anyone recognize? I can't recognize.
小幾度就入嚟，喺搞中文就會入嚟。上面又有啊？其實唔會啊，因為其實幾次都係啦。如果一搞銀都冇印象。頭先服務係咪落咗嚟呢邊啊？服務係落咗嚟呢邊啊？
They're asking, were people arrested here? They said yes, they left already. They said, anyone bleeding? Anyone? Did you get anyone's name? They're also telling me that in Chengdu they are firing tear gas. Unfortunately, I can't find any live stream in this. Right now, if you have any live stream, please send it to the moderators in Discord. But I'm seeing some videos that are circulating here by. So apparently this is what we're talking Kwai Chong Estate. So it says video circulating on Thursday night appeared to riot police entering buildings in Taichung estates around and arrest young people. There have been roadblocks and tear gas fired in the vicinity in the evening.
But they're firing.
And the riot police has come to Mongkok rushing. Sorry that I missed that. They came here and they started firing tear gas one more time. They keep firing at the people.
要上啦，家人揸住去油彈啊！上家人揸住去油彈啊！我抌咗地下啦，已經，佢油彈已經抌咗地下。喂，留意啊！上啦，家人揸住去油彈啊！上家人揸住去油彈啊！我抌咗落地下啦，已經，佢油彈已經抌咗地下。
They're talking about tear gas.
敦道咁，所以咧，啲人跑走同埋即係離開嘅方向應該都係入去。
I'm just paying attention. Sorry guys, I'm not too talkative right now.
暫時就咁咧，穿過啲橫街望出去咧，就未見到警方有啲內街做包抄。
我哋應該等消防過嚟呢度，消防過嚟。
They are saying wait for the firemen to come.
等消防過嚟搞啊！等消防過嚟搞啊！
They're saying just let the firemen do it. Let the firemen do it. Hey Mac Diesel, thank you. Gaston Nguyen, thank you. Everyone else, thank you for the support on the comments.
突然之後駛咗去窩打老道嗰個方向，咁所以咧佢哋喺嗰邊出發都唔緊要。不過中間呢個啱啱又喺旺角嗰邊嘅城區去打啊！咁啊，會見到啲煙咧就喺彌敦道嗰度咧就爆開咗，咁就喺個位置咧去講。而家小姐嗰個進站，而家都未走。警方再次向天開咗一槍催淚彈，就跌咗落去啦。咁嗰度咧就示威者砌咗個磚牆，咁大概3米砌。咁啊，暫時警方嘅非常嚴重，至少喺彌敦道呢一度，我哋見唔到有人喺度。我哋近喺內街遊，總共佢10個人。咁做得好遠嘅地方咧，就有人喺近旺角亞皆老街10字路口嗰邊咧，就照啲雷射光過呢一度。咁啊，但係因為嗰啲雷射光個射程非常之遠，所以好難。咁警方一路咧就開始。
Now we're witnessing indiscriminate use of tear gas on very crowded streets. I mean crowded, not the streets are not crowded, but I mean it's like a lot of houses and apartments here. It's very like all the apartments are so close to each other. They're so small. Yeah, that's what it means.
礦嗰度咧就揾下有冇啲可以查到。咁啊，但係咧就講太清楚嚟講，因為咧就基要上翻行嘅關係咧，因為地方。
Did they trick them with the umbrellas? The wall of umbrellas? Like, are they really the... I think those umbrellas are just there. And they actually managed to trick the terrorist police. Or am I wrong? Is there still freedom fighters behind those umbrellas or are just there? Now I'm thinking that those umbrellas were just there left and they managed to trick the police.
亞加老街彌敦道十字路口嗰度咧有一樣嘢，位置嗰度咧就好幾排。警方就喺度檢查緊啦，留咗喺呢一個中間啲石磨嗰度問睇乜嘢。緊要，我哋去咗嗰邊睇先再。消防員到場啦，似乎都係咧想開條路咧，就俾消防員去救火啊！咁但係其實咧，本身喺中環出邊嗰個火咧，喺消防到場之前咧已經差唔多熄晒，因為頭先行過咧就其實就冇晒火。
They're taking the water. No, he's drinking it. That water's not yours. Spit it out. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve any water. Spit it out. You deserve no water. Look, he got a drink and then he just poured it on the ground. The water belonged to the freedom fighters. And now they're going to proceed to keep pouring the water on the ground. These ransacking, evil criminals. You took water. Leave it there. It's not yours. Stop it. Oh, they just one person, and they said, "Go away! This is a police word," boom, and then fired at them. It's crazy. It's just an announced curfew, martial law, guys. It is. For those of you wondering if there is going to be a curfew or not in Hong Kong, the curfew has been here for so many weeks already.
括合法同理嘅做法啦，作出長遠嘅就係法律責任。我嘅責任咧，作為傳媒咧，其實咧就係監測呢啲公權力嘅運用。即係其實喺一個社會分工，因為如果希望我哋幫手去做一啲其實應該可能係成立處，又或者係警方嘅工作嘅話，其實係有少少難。
Hey Jennifer, thank you so much for being here. It's great seeing you all the time, and thank you so much for your support. Please stay safe.
係除咗叫記者執專之外咧，其實都可以叫張建宗司長嚟嘅，因為張建宗司長話佢唔介意帶埋啲問責官員去清路障。咁但係其實同樣呢個咧都係一個即係社會分工上嘅錯誤。其實政府官員咧就有呢個政治權力，佢哋嘅責任咧其實係反而係應該避免呢個社會入邊出現而家我哋見到遍地磚頭嘅情況，而唔係當啲磚頭出現咗嘅時候咧就自己落手執。你見到防暴警察開始就撤退啦，咁主要其實咧都開路俾消防就嚟救火嘅啫嚇。咁我哋企喺警方嘅火線入邊因為佢哋咧就隨時都會一路行一路開槍。社會分工上面嘅錯誤嚟嘅。其實政府官員咧就有呢個政治權力，佢哋嘅責任咧其實係反而係應該避免呢個社會入邊出現而家我哋見到遍地磚頭嘅情況，而唔係當啲磚頭出現咗嘅時候咧就自己落手去執。咁見到防暴警察開始就撤退啦，咁主要其實佢都開路俾消防就嚟救火嘅啫嚇。咁我哋唔企喺警方嘅火線入邊因為佢哋咧就隨時都會一路開路開槍。呢個分名咧，其實入邊咧就已經係冇人太出嚟，實晒，咁所以其實唔好咧去住射嗰個消防隊都想燒到咁當然警方入翻去出南街嗰邊咧，就上呢一個衝鋒車，就可以延長。不過當然即係消防警方嘅學識呢一個火咧，都係在場大家都會小心留意住警方會唔會有打槍嘅情況即係臨走嘅時候開一槍。
The reporter is saying that we have to be very careful with the police because they have usually in the past fire tear gas or shoot at reporters when they're leaving. And what the reporter is saying is absolutely true, and I have plenty of video evidence. When the police is leaving the scene, they like to fire and shoot at reporters because the police hate reporters who are showing the truth of their atrocities.
不過當然即係消防警方嘅學識呢一個火咧，都係合理嘅。因為上邊咧都係大廈啦，附近亦都有民居嘅，如果一路有鄰居嘅話咧，都會帶嚟唔好嘅影響。
Brian Tam is saying that there is a PLA, the Chinese Army, base next to both the Baptist University and the Polytechnic University. The situation of the students could be very dangerous. Let's pray for them. Thank you, Brian Tam, for pointing it out. If there is anything we can do, if there is a list of materials they need or anything, please let me know, and I will do my best to help as well.
但其實喺遠方我哋出現到喺太子警署嗰方向都係紅藍燈線嘅，即係話嗰邊咧同樣有防暴警察，有警車。咁離遠嗰度咧見到啲斬下斬下嘅，咁講翻點解就即係警方清場咧，唔係真係好積極啦因為以往我哋見過咧。
Shoot reporters, any proof? I'm glad you asked for it. I wanted to show it, but I just didn't want to always
咁但係至少喺旺角呢一度咧，就今日一定冇咁嘅事。如果唔係咧，就可以喺兩度起咗兩大嘅磚牆，其實係3層添，3道啦。咁其中有一道咧係好厚嘅，有3層磚平排咁樣。
Always right before they leave. You want to watch it again? And so many other occasions. I'm not going to show right now because that would take us hours. But you can see plenty of those videos in our dear friend's channel, Black Tech Down. You can come over their channel, subscribe, and see all the other cases of police brutality, including many where they're assaulting innocent people and reporters.
今日佢哋俾咗大量時間喺各區都係有啲示威者堵路，到可能係有人即係有人點火啊、燒嘢啊，先至會入場。頭先油麻地都一樣啊，佢哋入場主要嘅
Yeah, I'm gonna share the link of the videos too, so you guys can help me spread the word. And I just want to show it one more time, if anyone missed it, because I think it's so important to show the people around the world on. This is the Hong Kong police. I'm sharing the stream right now. The link to that video. So thank you for asking me to show the video when they shoot at reporters or they attack reporters. 站嗰度將呢度啲人趕走，呢度亦都係喺彌敦道、旺角、太子道、油麻地一帶啊，經常都會發生嘅事，就係好多車場之後啲人好快就分散落。Oscar Yuan, I don't know if you have been watching the live stream, but just now I was describing how the freedom fighters were setting a Bank of China the boards outside the Bank of China on fire. We were like literally 20 minutes ago talking about it, and I make a whole explanation. Yeah, if you didn't watch it, I recommend you go back on the stream and you will see when I show the freedom fighters setting things on fire, as you said. Matthew Cup, thank you so much, so much for your comment, and it's an honor to be called like that. Thank you so much. There is another video I want to share with everyone. It's not related to anything that is happening right now, but I think it's important for me to show it. I think I never show it enough. And sorry for the repetition. Here. Give me a second, please. So the video I'm going to show you right now, showing the fucking gangsters assaulting people. Then the riot police, they just took them away, but didn't arrest them. The reporter saying, "Hey, he was attacking us, and you're not arresting them." And then this guy saying like, "Arrest your mother!" and then kick the reporter on the groin and start attacking others. You will see it. All this happening right in front of the riot police. He says like, hey, stop that. And then he gets punched on the face. Not once, but twice. Then a reporter tried to stop the man, and only then the riot police came to save his friend. And then the riot police start pushing away all the reporters, start threatening them with batons and pepper spray. And then this guy just there, they did nothing to him, they didn't even arrest him, but they are threatening everyone around. That's the Hong Kong police, and why we call them a terrorist organization who are collaborating with the mafias. Ryan Tam, thank you for sharing. Let me take a look. So I just got a video I'm going to watch with you guys. I haven't watched it, so I recommend everyone viewer discretion. Viewer discretion is advised. And here's the video, and I'm going to watch it for the first time with you. So thank you for sharing this video. They shared it in our Discord server. They say that the police are using real guns to arrest people from their homes. So they're filling them with pepper spray already. Now they're, oh my god, they're beating them with the batons. So these are basically their buildings, the buildings where their homes are. They are like the residential buildings, and they're private buildings. So let me hide this. Or so we can feel the screen. So this is over already. This is 12. And all this is live. All the videos you're watching now on the screen are live.
我而家喺線見到啦，每個學生喺度整一啲刀章。
Sun Lover, thank you so much for your contribution.我只可以影到佢哋動作，俾到盡㗎啦，真係。轉出波頭。Oh, by the way, guys, I want to tell you about tomorrow's schedule. So give me a second.
而家就顯露出咗8歲磚嘅弱點啊，就係缺點啊，就係俾人暈起上嚟啊！我哋做路障啊！剛才間屋梗係冇啊！哇！又玩呢啲啊！見到啦，嚟得到啦，有人燒呢個嗰啲叫做啤士啊！燒啤士啊！記者係男，我係男喎，行埋去影佢個樣啦，影中啲阿 Sir 成日話我哋唔影啊嘛，我而家影啊，大家做啲咩啦？
Give me a minute, guys. I need to talk with someone. I'll be back soon.
你又唔保護我哋？係啊，我名啊，唔係路過啫呢個，路過嚟㗎，路過嚟。嗱，幾撚多人喺度等。我唔得啦，我唔得。咩料啊？前面個師奶做乜？
So now some roadblocks. Wait a second, guys. Some roadblocks have been set on fire, and people were cheering. if you were paying attention to the top right screen, it's actually like a big fireball. And when I was a kid, I put a deodorant can in a fire, and it created a huge fireball. So I believe that's what they are using to make those fireballs. Putting some pepper spray, no pepper spray is what I'm saying, spray cans in the fires, and that's what creates the fireballs.
唔係啊，小學來電啊嘛，你話你啲事啊冇啦，點啊？咁啊變咗呢個，變咗兩個西人喺度對話，咁啊變咗呢個聯合國大會咯。大家好，大家睇下側邊。Oh, sweet drunk? That's okay. Yeah, I seem sweet, but 唔係我飲大兩杯嘢，成日喺大鬼攞個山拉。冇咁啊，飲大兩杯嘢真係，睇佢個款都知㗎啦。打俾我，打俾我。飲大兩杯飲。喂，冇啊，真係。飲大兩杯屎水，成日蘭桂坊睇到啦，呢啲。係啊。睇先。黑炮啦，黑炮就捉住佢啦。太神，見到個太神同我傾偈啊！阿 Sir 有人飲大咗啊！警鐘嘅朋友啊，有人飲大咗啫，冇人打交啊！知啊！唔好理佢啊！唔好理佢啊！唔好理佢啊！唔好理佢，飲大兩杯，飲大兩杯啊！蘭桂坊成日見到啊！呢啲飲大兩杯發癲。飲大兩杯又發癲㗎嘛！你出蘭桂坊大把你執啊！係啊，一聽佢講嘢已經知佢飲大兩杯。排近啲啊！屌你老味，等陣又請我食胡椒啊！一衝入嚟，黑炮喺度勸緊佢啊！爆旗啊！爆旗啊！我覺得。知道做乜嘢啊？好開心㗎！係清朝嚟嘅。你睇下，
So the time right now in Hong Kong is 1:44 a.m. Let me refresh this. Now the time is 1:44 a.m. We see people still coming out to gather. There were some roadblocks that were set on fire, but now the firefighters have arrived in a matter of minutes, and they have put those fires out. Is that the riot police over here? With flashlights. Mike, oh yeah, this is a peaceful protest.
佢真係吹你唔脹，真係吹你唔脹，錯手啫。係啊，係啊，唔係蛋哥翻有幾瞓覺啊？哇！睇下我頭先我聽到話小鐘啊，唉大粒喎，係啊，跟住屌你老味狂射你都坐點重名，哇走夾唔唞我都。上翻路係啊，半夜嘅時分都喺度好努力咁做。其實佢哋人工用自己人簽埋一個證明，簽下我哋嘅特首。踢磚都幾好玩，特首可唔可以話俾我聽？
Oh yeah, so thank you for pointing that out. I was talking about the schedule for tomorrow. And I was checking the Discord server, and thank you our dear users of the Discord server, MAP, for sharing this information. So tomorrow, which actually is today already, or today is already the 15th of November. Yes, more. I'm talking about that. The 15th of November, there is going to be a support Uyghur and Tibetan. Let me show you here, right here. Here. So this is the source. Look. There's going to be a rally in support of Uyghurs and the Tibetans in Central at 7, and this is the schedule for the 17th. And yeah, I might be invited to one of these coming rallies to share on stage, so I'm feeling very honored for being invited. And if I go, yeah, if I go that day, I will not be making one of these live streams, but probably I'm going to be making short live streams from my phone, and I will be letting you know, guys. And but yeah, thank you to my friend who invited me to the God, I can't even speak right now. For inviting me, I'm just gonna say, for inviting me. And yeah, tomorrow we are going to see a rally for supporting the Uyghurs and the Tibetans. So yeah, I think at the end of the live streams I'm going to mention the schedules for the next days.
幫大家了解我哋香港人啊，佢都應該唔會想出嚟嘅啦，令大家會反思下。你哋繼續燒中文啦，呢個香港究竟發生乜嘢事？係都冇賣捱夜、通宵、清潔香港，真係唔知呢個政府做咁重要嘅責任，竟然只係值12000蚊，啊，真係幾好笑！大波壞喺倫敦仆街咁樣大鑊。
So yeah, sorry, I missed what the reporter here was saying from HK Golden, but I think he's like, maybe some satire, I think.
Police 唔會出嚟㗎啦，應該。其實你哋唔係搞啲鋪頭啊、燒中銀啊，佢都應該唔會想出嚟。
The report is saying that most likely the police are not going to come out, especially if there's no shops being like damaged. They're most likely not going to come out because they probably don't want to come out as well. The reporter said. Oh wait, was it cancelled? Is someone saying that it was cancelled? So guys, before you leave, I really need to share with you one important video that I always feel is important to show. So look, I'm here just going to search Uyghurs drone, right? And this is drone footage that was leaked showing what is happening to the Uyghurs, what the CCP is doing to them. Please pay attention. So we're seeing leaked footage of people who are being round up, and you will see they're actually chained, heads freshly shaved, handcuffed, shackles on their feet, handcuffed and blindfolded, with numbers on their backs, and they are being taken to detention centers, which are actually concentration camps. For these people didn't commit any crime. The people you're seeing on the screen right now, who are being taken to be tortured, brainwashed, raped, killed, organs harvested. Their children are going to be taken also to brainwashing camps, and they're going to be brainwashed. These are the Uyghur. They have their own culture, their own religion, their own language, their own ethnicity, and the CCP saying no. You are Chinese, we say you are Chinese and therefore you belong to us. But you are a lower category of Chinese. This is why we have to keep fighting and stop the CCP. And we have to spread awareness of what is happening to the Uyghurs. The CCP has concentration camps. Yes, Julieta Triforce. I still can't believe that something like this is happening in 2019.
報紙檔啦，喺度吹水啊！呢個報紙檔真係風雨不改啊！無論催淚彈幾勁啊，都依然開鋪。仲有另外一邊嗰間都係。
There is an estimate of over 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps. And also, we're not talking about all the Falun Gong practitioners. So what is Falun Gong? Falun Gong is like a meditation system, you could call it. Falun Gong. It's a Chinese religious spiritual practice that combines meditation and Qigong exercises. The CCP has a brutal crackdown on Falun Gong practitioners. They arrest them, they torture them, they harvest their organs. And all religions are actually being prosecuted and persecuted in China right now under the CCP regime. I'm not talking about all the political dissidents in China that get detained and disappeared and killed. I remember this video of a girl who threw paint on a Xi Jinping poster or something like that, and she and that girl and the person who recorded the video disappeared afterwards. If you want to see more about the atrocities of the CCP, you can visit this YouTube channel. You can check this channel. They are great, China Uncensored. They have been telling the truth about China for, I think, over 7 years. They have been warning the world about the atrocities done by China. So yeah, I recommend their channel. I myself learn a lot through them, and yeah, please go subscribe to them. You can even tell them I say hi if you want. I actually have met them personally and they are very nice. And yeah, they also have some videos about Hong Kong. They talk a lot about Hong Kong actually. And their team actually has been to Hong Kong. That's when I got the chance to meet them. And yeah, please go over the channel, subscribe, and tell them that Chili Lucas says hi.
令到我哋嗰班中意食人血饅頭嘅朋友咧，一聽到哇好多人反政府，我哋一齊幫佢手咯，咁咪，我個饅頭就代代平安，代代平安啊！人血饅頭，佢哋中意手啊，梗係要手噶啦，你控制唔到佢哋噶嘛，啱唔啱先？係啊，唔存在啊，每個人都有自己嘅自身嘅民主派，咪一撚樣食人血饅頭，係啊。似人嗰啲就入唔到議會，唔似人嗰啲就入撚晒議會啊！香港嗰啲買喺得起咩屌？買一夜啊！係啊，咁啊，因為所有人會應付資產，有辣有唔辣咯。咁亦都係因為咁樣啦。咁啊。人人有好處啦，但係喺某部分嘅人嘅財產，哇，好多人反政府，我哋一齊幫佢，咁好正常係。但係其實基於一個叫做大眾嘅宏觀嘅利益嘅着想，其實我覺得8萬5係好事嘅，人血饅頭係好事嘅。當然嗰8萬5嘅單位，每年8萬5嘅單位都係落入呢個香港人嘅手中，會係一件好好嘅事，而唔係 落入新移民受眾。似人嗰啲就乜唔當佢有新移民，唔似人嗰啲就入緊晒。當你嘅資源分配全部錯配嘅時候，你一班原本嘅香港
I think I think the night is almost over, and I think probably we're going to call it a day. But again, guys, thank you all so much. Thank you all to the contributors, guys. I think I missed quite a few super chat that I didn't give a shout out to. So again, JP2 Racing, thank you so much. Coffee for me, thank you so much. Appfell, thank you. Sunlover, Mr. XXX216, and PJ Veritech. Thank you so much, and all the other contributors that have support me, that you support this channel and my work, and everyone who is supporting the people in Hong Kong and everyone who is fighting for the freedom. Thank you all so much, so much. And if I get any news of anything happening that I feel needs to be covered, trust me, I will start a new live stream and tell you guys what is going on. But if not, if I am not appearing anytime soon, remember that you can pay attention to our Discord server. There is a great community of people who will be sharing news and updates and live streams, and you can discuss with them, you can ask questions there. And I just want to say everyone who has been part of this with me, thank you so much, all of you, the moderators who are doing a fantastic job, the people who are participating, and again, if you could share these live streams with more people to spread awareness, I would thank you so much. And again, the links to the live streams, most of them are in the description of this video. Thank you all so much. I will keep you updated with anything that, if anything happens. Again, even though these are very difficult times and a lot of sad things are happening, I will remind you that I feel very hopeful, and there is so many things that I look forward to do, and by no means I intend of ending my own life. So thank you all so much for all the support. You have been wonderful, and I hope to talk with you very soon, and I hope that one day we can have live streams that are not showing these sad images, but we can do a live stream about something happy. And I hope that I will see you there as well when I am able to do a live stream about something happy instead, guys. So thank you so much. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you all very soon. Adios.
屌你老味，開下 YouTube 睇下嘢好過啦！禮拜六日睇波啦，點會同你喺度玩啊？揾條命去玩啊，大佬！講真啊，警總嘅朋友佢哋而家連槍都唔驚。
Sorry, before I go, I will share the link of that video one more time.
恐怖嘅件事。
Let me share it with you guys so you can help me share it, alright? So the video about the Uyghurs, help me share it all over the place. And yeah, I will put it on Twitter too. Thank you so much. Guys, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I'll see you next time. Adios. Good night. You're awesome.
係啊，乜閪都冇啊，就係乜閪都冇。咁啊，好多謝我哋呢20年出賣香港嘅朋友啦嚇，包括打正旗號啊，話自己係幫香港人嗰啲啦，啊藍色好啊，黃色好啊，黃色啊，話自己黃色嗰啲人啊，係啊。其實好撚神奇嘅，我都唔知搞咁撚多嘢做乜撚嘢。喂，你要過數俾大陸冇問題啊！你只要依度啲政策係正確嘅話，你過幾撚多都冇人理你啊！一國兩制啱唔啱先？所以點解我成日睇完城邦論，我真係覺得好撚啱嘅。總之我每年交幾撚多錢俾你，就交幾撚多錢俾你。總之我依度點管咧就點管，啱唔啱啊？係啊。呢度嘅人民只要豐衣足食啊嚇，開開心心啊，就唔會執磚頭噶啦。 啊！正常呢啲小朋友唔係喺屋企玩緊小島秀夫咩？應該嚇。諗緊屌你老味點樣過關啊？點樣孭個背囊啊？運貨啊？嚇？點樣打啲 BT 啊？唔係打差佬啊嘛！屌你老味喺度諗點樣打差佬啊？咩事啊？我平時唔夠時間同大家講呢啲嘢啫。翻到屋企開着部 PS4 打機啊嘛。喂，師兄，仲唔收工？仲唔收工？哇，飽喎，應該冇乜嘢㗎啦，你可以上車瞓㗎啦。好，係咩？哦。有冇俾人利用？佢哋絕對唔係俾人利用啦，佢哋係為緊自己嘅權益而發聲而做嘢。我都話落前面呢班僆仔嚇，開開心心嘅嚇，每個月屌你老味鬥住2-3萬人工，佢哋會咁撚樣，又有屋住，屌你老味唔撚諗去諗下邊度溝女早過啦，啱唔啱啊？真係講得難聽啲，翻屋企屌閪啊，喺度坐。被自殺呢啲嘢我哋唔會亂講嘅，又係嗰句啊，做所有嘢都憑實據啊，因為我又唔係呢個鑑證，我又唔係警察，我又查唔到案㗎嘛，大佬。我係警察嘅話有權力我查案啫，冇乜權力我查唔到案㗎嘛，牽涉唔到好多唔同嘅嘢，所以好難去得到一個判斷，所以係冇意見嘅嚇，係 no comment。所以你點問我都互為答你係冇意見，唔評論係啦，只係疑惑。我都對件事充滿疑惑，但係冇意見係啦，冇確認嘅答案係可以俾到你哋。我唔會喊嘅，屌喊乜鬼啊？有乜撚嘢好喊啊？有啲人會見到班細路會覺得喊，但係唔係我會笑喎。我話係啊，啱啊！我等咗你哋好多年㗎啦，我等咗你哋好多年啊！當年等唔到冇辦法啊！如果唔係我都同你哋一齊啊！咩啊？係啊，少啊，少。係咪喺嗰邊啊？山東街啊，山東街嗰邊啊嘛，咁大半磚牆。睇得邊度？梗係啊！我都係旺角最撚麻煩嘅，咁撚大。又燒中銀啊！唉，又燒中銀，燒中銀！我今次企喺呢邊，我唔行過去。燒中銀，一聽到燒中銀我就有人燒咗邊中銀喎，跟住又聽到啲橡膠子彈聲㗎啦，等一陣。係啊，一定啊，白㗎啦。銀行嚟㗎啦。係啊，唔使諗啊，銀行一定嚟啊！白完又翻屋企佢哋啊！可能等一陣淨企喺度唔撚走添。可能喺度望住個 live，你哋唔好笑啦！我求下你哋啊咁啊！哦，屌你老味，佢硬鳩頸啊嘛！佢中意屌你老味，覺得自己武而天下啊嘛，武則天咁嘅款啊嘛，咁啊玩大佢咯，佢咪結果搞成咁咯，咁咪啱咯。冇啊，冇火光啦，我見到嗰邊冇火光。如果再見到有火光就通知我。我聽到嗰邊有消防嘅鐘聲，我過去望一望先。 唔係佢嗰度係坐喺度嘅啫。啲人成日話14年點樣，14年唔夠人啫，大家未醒啫，大家仲沉醉於和理非，仲沉醉於投票啊嘛，我哋用選票懲罰我哋嘅議會屌你老味，又用選票懲罰議會，鳩咗10幾年。
The third day of protest paralysis in Hong Kong has forced officials to order the closure of all schools tomorrow. The city's universities have also cancelled classes. Widespread school closures like this are usually only happen during typhoons. Tonight, massive demonstrations continue with major roads and tunnels blocked across the city. Activists want to cause maximum disruption and stretch police resources. Now, for a deeper perspective on the situation in Hong Kong, Professor Bruce Lui, a senior lecturer from Hong Kong Baptist University, joins us now. Professor, are we looking at a new phase, if you like, of the campaign by the protesters?
Yeah, because there was a recent theft of a university student from the Science and Technology University. And there are lots of suspicious thoughts behind the theft. And also, there was another intrusion by the police attack into the Chinese university, firing more than 1,000 tear gas and more than 1,000 rubber bullets to the students. So this kind of incident escalated the protests and then making the protesters paralyzing the whole city, demanding the government to respond to their call.
You mentioned they're paralyzing the whole city, so what's the impact of this on the police's ability then to actually reduce the disruption?
Because those disruptions are mainly on the main road of the traffic main point. And this caused a lot of inconvenience for the people to go to work and then to go to school. And police wanted to clear those roads, but it is quite hard for them to do so, since it is not just in one zone, but in many different areas. And also the protesters sometimes using the tactics of flash mob. So it is hard for the police to go to here and there, and especially during the policing time, some police are quite, losing their temper by saying something about whether there is a death of a student. They said they will open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. So this kind of wording really making the outrage crowd even more angry. And then this kind of, policing and also condemned by the police itself.
And on Tuesday, police warned that Hong Kong was on the brink of total collapse. Are you expecting a tougher response then in response to the protesters sort of escalating things?
I think there will be some hard policy will be implemented in Hong Kong, since there will be a Beijing official which in charge of the Hong Kong policy will come to Hong Kong soon to declare the new Beijing policy on Hong Kong, and they may implement kind of national security law temporarily before the really enactment of the Article 23, which protects the national security and put it into legislature forever. And the Beijing official may also demand the city to set up a body like the body of Macau. They have a committee to protect the national security, which chaired by the chief executive and receive the command from the Beijing. And then they cannot, say no to the demand and command by Beijing, and they have to obey and implement it into a real policy.
Do you think that's going to perhaps maybe further raise the temperature? Because, you know, besides that, we also have district elections that will be happening next weekend.
Yeah, I think, Hong Kong people now, they don't afraid about some harsh policy or the anti-martial law or any kind of policy with very limited effect to control the situation of Hong Kong because the main demand hasn't been responsive. And if the Beijing official really come to Hong Kong to declare some even harsher policy to Hong Kong, I think Hong Kong people will step up the protest, and this may affect the district council election. But most of the Hong Kong people, they don't want to cancel the election because they think the turnout and also the results of the election will be quite positive to the democratic side.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. Professor Bruce Liu speaking to us from Hong Kong.
In August this year, US President Donald Trump approved a multi-billion-dollar arms sale to Taiwan, the biggest since the start of his presidency almost 3 years ago. But China is furious.
Beijing would always express anger and discontent and try to retaliate whenever it sees signs of arms sales or engagement.
China warned the US of serious consequences, threatened to impose sanctions against companies involved in the sale, and demanded a reversal of the US approval.
Taiwan is always a card for the United States to play vis-a-vis China.
What will be the impact of the US arms sale on cross-strait relations? Will tensions escalate in the run-up to Taiwan's elections in January 2020? And will Tsai Ing-wen's defiant stance against China get a favorable nod from voters and boost her re-election bid?
拒绝一国两制是2300万台湾人民不分党派、不分立场、彼此间最大的共识。
喺度專長冇人理喎。唔係要一個年輕嘅人正義喎，係，因為其實已經唔係一個叫做。
It's about 50 times bigger than Singapore. The 14,000 square mile island, with a population of around 23.6 million, is located 100 miles east of the People's Republic of China. Its political status is ambiguous, and it is not officially recognized by its most important supporter, the US. Yet, Taiwan is America's 11th largest trading partner and a vital link in Silicon Valley's supply chain.
For the United States, Taiwan is an important partner in the Asia-Pacific. As the United States draw down U.S. forces in the Middle East, winding down their involvement in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and now more recently seen in Syria, the shift of U.S. military forces is going to Asia-Pacific.
Without support of the U.S., the mainstream international community would not speak for Taiwan. So the U.S. has played a leading role in mobilizing some important countries to support Taiwan's meaningful participation in the international community.
The Americans has a long tradition of supporting democratic allies, and now with a more overt ideological battle that's being waged between democracies and authoritarian regimes, it can only but increase the value of Taiwan as a democracy and as a participant in efforts to push back against authoritarian encroachment.
In April 2019, in a massive show of support to Taiwan, the Trump administration started rolling out a series of approvals for multi-billion-dollar sales of weapons to the island. Initially, a $500 million F-16 training and parts package was approved. In July, there was yet another endorsement of a $2.2 billion sale of hardware, including 108 M1A2 Abrams tanks and 250 Stinger surface-to-air missiles. In August 2019, these were followed by an approval of an $8 billion sale of 66 F-16V fighter jets, the single largest from the US to Taiwan in many years.
It's $8 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of jobs. It's a great aircraft. And we really believe, or we perhaps wouldn't have done it, they're going to use it very responsibly.
It increases the morale of the Taiwan military. It comes with training, it comes with maintenance support, it comes with all of the logistics support that make it not just a weapon, but a capability, right? The ability to use it.
The sale marks a major advancement for the island's aging defense capabilities. But China vehemently protested the sale as it regards Taiwan as an inalienable part of its territory. In retaliation, China stepped up the pace of its military drills close to Taiwan Straits, while Taiwan responded with its own drills by deploying its most advanced fighter jets.
中方敦促美方充分认清美售台武器问题的严重危害性，恪守一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报的规定，立即取消该项军售计划。
这个中国一直以来都对台湾这个美国对台湾的军售都有这个很强烈的反弹。那他们对于世界各国对台湾的这个不管是在安全上面的合作，也都一直是非常的这个反对。我相信这是反映中国的这个帝国主义的心态，他们一直担心台湾拥有更多的这个自我防卫的能力。
There will always be symbolism attached to any arms sales to Taiwan. Greatest danger for regional stability would exist if Beijing were to convince itself that United States is no longer willing to assist Taiwan, that it could escalate in the Taiwan Strait, perhaps even launch military operations against Taiwan, and United States, with the expectation that United States would not become involved.
It's a deterrent signal to Beijing that the U.S. stands behind Taiwan, stands behind their continued survival, and of course it raises questions in Beijing's mind about U.S. intervention in the event of a conflict.
The largest physical representation of U.S. commitment exists in the form of the American Institute in Taiwan. On June 11, 2018, after 9 years of construction, the United States formally opened the new $250 million building, housing more than 400 American diplomats and staff. It is the de facto U.S. embassy in Taiwan.
The new building of the American Institute in Taiwan is a symbol. It's a picture, a scenery that show American commitment to Taiwan, and in some way that can boost the confidence of Taiwan people that the United States is here to stay.
As we dedicate this building, we have an obligation to work with one another to defend our value and protect our joint interests. As long as we stand together, nothing can come between us.
China did not lose an opportunity to state its disapproval on the day of the inauguration ceremony, attended by President Tsai Ing-wen and former President Ma Ying-jeou. China reiterated that the U.S., by sending officials to Taiwan under whatever pretext, severely violates the One China principle, interferes in China's internal affairs, and exerts negative impacts on China-U.S. relations.
The new building obviously is symbolic, but I mean its real importance is its function. It's there to enable the United States to maintain its presence and maintain a robust unofficial relationship. I mean, you have to remember, the U.S. is still a Pacific power, right? The U.S. has a Pacific presence, and the relationship with Taiwan, just like the relationship with Japan and South Korea and Southeast Asian states and Singapore, it's the same.
And so he carefully walks a fine line between not angering the Chinese government because of the formal obligations and formal recognition with Beijing, but it also doesn't want to abandon a long-standing partner in the Asia Pacific.
U.S.-Taiwan relations go back to when the Republic of China was in mainland China and was an ally of the United States during World War II against the Japanese. As we know, the Kuomintang lost the Civil War in 1949. They fled to Taiwan and they established their ROC government here in Taiwan. And that relationship continued with the Americans. So Taipei was, for a number of years, the official government of all of China. Now, in 1979, the U.S. government decided to switch diplomatic relations and establish relations with the People's Republic of China, whereupon U.S. Congress proposed the Taiwan Relations Act.
The Taiwan Relations Act, or TRA, is hailed as the cornerstone of U.S.-Taiwan relations. 40 years ago, on April 10, 1979, the TRA was established by the Carter administration in response to a shift in diplomatic recognition of the nation of China from the Republic of China in Taiwan to the People's Republic of China in Beijing.
The law itself, with a very creative and ambiguous language. The law also gave the administration in Washington such a room to expand the unofficial relations or to squeeze the unofficial relations based on American interests. But so far, in the past 40 years, it had worked well. It had protected Taiwan from being incorporated into the People's Republic.
The TRA acknowledges without recognizing Beijing's claim to Taiwan. It views any attempt by China to coerce the island into unification as a grave threat to American security. It also authorizes the sale of weapons of a defensive nature to Taiwan. While most of these points have held steady from Carter to Trump, the sale of military equipment slowed after a deal in 1992.
The decision of arms sales itself is a political decision. It's not necessarily a pure military decision.
Some people think, hey, maybe the U.S. is using Taiwan as a bargaining chip or as a soldier to combat mainland China if necessary. We don't think so. It's also very important for the U.S. government to reiterate that it is not using Taiwan as a bargaining chip and it is helping Taiwan.
Under President Trump, we've also seen much more intimate and proactive engagement on the part of the State Department, on the part of other American agencies with Taiwan on democracy promotion, on media literacy, combating disinformation, combating cyber warfare. And this is all part of a nascent emerging strategy.
我想，因为我们一直面对到中国的威胁，我们看到在这个他最近对台湾的这些一连串的动作，包括从这个2016年以来，我们不断受到这个在我们的这个航空领域，跟我们在这个台湾海峡，甚至是我们的这个东部的这个海域，都出现了这个中国的这些飞机、这个军事的军舰的一些威胁。
So that creates an incentive for both the U.S. and Taiwan to ensure that Taiwan has the means to defend itself. So not only is it a law that the U.S. not only provides Taiwan with those arms of a defensive nature, but also maintains its own capability to preserve Taiwan's independent nature. So that's the fundamental interest.
The arms sale may be consistent with the history of U.S. support for Taiwan's defense, but there could be more than meets the eye. In the backdrop of an ongoing U.S.-China trade war, some experts question why the Trump administration has chosen to approve the sale now. Could this be part of America's Indo-Pacific strategy aimed at curbing Beijing's growing clout in the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean? Or is the threat to Taiwan from China imminent?
They go around Taiwan every month, almost every month. They try to scare Taiwanese, they try to influence our economic performance, they try to make Taiwanese people fear them and become part of them. Be a friend, don't bully.
It is great to be here in New York, and Taiwan is a beacon of democracy in the Indo-Pacific. We have walked the long path from authoritarianism to free and open democracy, and that path was not an easy one.
The Taiwan Relations Act, enacted in 1979, underpins the unofficial relationship between Taiwan and the US. It enshrines America's commitment to assist Taiwan with its defense against Chinese aggression.
Our government will resolutely defend our freedom, democracy, and way of life. Over the past 3 years, we have worked day in and day out with 3 goals in mind: to keep Taiwan safe, transformed our economy, and engaged with the world.
President Tsai Ing-wen has leveraged Taiwan's unique bilateral relationship with Washington to bolster the island's defense capabilities. Between June and August 2019, the Trump administration approved multi-dollar arms deals to provide Taiwan with weapons of a defensive character. The US interest is in a peaceful resolution of the cross-straits issue without unilateral action by either side.
They can't launch an attack against China. One of the key components in the Taiwan Relations Act is that the United States government commits to providing all capabilities necessary for Taiwan to protect itself. No more, no less. These are not capabilities that are meant for Taiwan to, say, hypothetically attack the mainland. That's out of the question altogether.
The weapons package from the US includes 198 Abrams tanks, 250 Stinger surface-to-air missiles, and 66 F-16 American Viper fighter jets. But what advanced capabilities can these weapon systems provide the Taiwan military?
Their radar capabilities are significantly enhanced. Their ability to engage targets much greater. They can see targets further away. They can track more targets than previous versions were able to, and they're able to engage them in a much more accurate manner than before. Traditionally, most combat aircraft were fairly reliant on ground-based radar systems to help track and vector them into the attack. The F-16s that we're talking about, these are radar systems which in a sense don't really rely on those ground systems any longer.
This is the single largest arms sale to Taiwan since former President George W. Bush sold 150 F-16 jet fighters to Taipei in 1992. According to Tainan legislator and chairman of the National Defense Committee, Wang Ting-yu, the Trump administration has moved faster on arms sale, while previous governments had taken longer.
We sent our request around March, so now we got a deal. So it's fast. It's much faster than we had before. When you ask all the Taiwanese, they always say China is the number one the country we don't like because they threat us all the time, threat our kids, threat our future. When we have good preparation, conflict won't happen. If we weaken our national defense ability, something bad will happen.
It's an objectively observable fact that the Trump administration is moving faster on arms sales. They're also more decisive. If you look at the Obama administration on foreign policy issues, they were very deliberative. The Trump administration is quite different. When a decision is made, it can be very quickly executed, and decisions are made quickly in this administration. And I think this is true across a lot of different issue sets, not just Taiwan.
You could regard this as containment or as a firewall against the PLA Navy, for example, expanding in the region and possibly destabilizing other countries. A sovereign Taiwan, or de facto sovereign Taiwan, certainly is reassuring to the Japanese government. We don't know how Japan would react if one day Taiwan became part of the People's Republic of China, and particularly if the People's Liberation Army were to occupy Taiwan. Some people have said that that would spark a major remilitarization on the part of Tokyo. So that makes a sovereign Taiwan a crucial part in that balance of power in the region.
But China possesses roughly 1,500 modern fighters, while Taiwan possesses around 400 fighters. The American Viper jets are a big boost to Taiwan's defenses. Yet, compared to China's might, the latest $8 billion F-16V fighter acquisition is no game-changer, analysts say. It may do little to alter the overall balance of power across the Taiwan Strait, as these are not a challenge to Beijing's land, sea, and air forces.
These are definitely not F-35s. The best analogy I can think of an F-35 is that of an American football quarterback. The F-35 can function as though it's a quarterback, coordinating a number of different platforms and capabilities into a single coordinated attack scenario. The F-16s are nowhere close to that. The F-35s also have some degree of stealth capability, which helps to reduce their radar signatures and gives them a certain degree of survivability. Therefore, these F-16s are nothing in that category. They do represent a fairly significant leap in the capabilities that the Taiwanese Air Force currently possesses.
The arms sale comes as relations between the United States and China are already being tested by a trade war and the decoupling of technology supply chains. Is the deal then an indirect message from Washington to China? Does it show the Trump administration's willingness to confront Beijing at a time when the US-China relations are at an all-time low on account of the trade war?
Well, Trump tried to sell some out-of-date F-16 with F-35 price to Taiwan. I view that as a propaganda to do two things. One is to help President Tsai, the current president, to win the election. Another is try to use it as a leverage to deal with China in trade talks.
I question the linkage between trade and other ongoing issues between the U.S. and China. You can't accuse the administration of having foreign policy chaos on the one hand, and at the same time harbor a conspiracy theory that they somehow are linking all of these issues into a grand strategy.
That it happened in the context of an ongoing U.S.-China trade war is probably just unfortunate timing. If the United States were trying to use this arms sales as a way to stick it to the Chinese, so to speak, the indicator for that would have been much more visible. So swapping upgrades to F-16 fighter jets to F-35, the latest and the most highly prized technology that the US has developed. I think that would be seen as surprising and really making a statement to China about its displeasure with China's rise, the ongoing trade war, right? But I think we've seen more or less with this arms sales, every side sticking to script.
It's something that from a grand strategic perspective makes absolute sense. Your trade relationship may very well be the main interest to be secured, and you will use any number of instruments before you to help you to secure them. Plausibly, arms sales to Taiwan fits as one of those instruments that helps you to increase your leverage over your trade adversary.
I have had several interactions with people in Washington who are intimately involved in the processes of releasing weapons to Taiwan. I've yet to meet a single individual whose intention it is to anger Beijing with arms sales to Taiwan. And the United States, as a security guarantor, is assisting its allies, and Taiwan is certainly one of them.
For the US, arms sales and defense trade are key tools of foreign policy. The Trump administration rolled out a new Buy American plan in 2018 that had relaxed restrictions on sales while encouraging US officials to take a bigger role in increasing business for the US weapons industry. The US Defense Security Cooperation Agency has announced a total foreign arms sale of $55.4 billion for fiscal year 2019, an indication that America's position in the global arms trade remains strong.
Mr. Trump loves to make a deal or make America great again in monetary terms. So it's a dollar and cents. So big item sales with a larger package became possible. Taiwan has requested to purchase main battle tanks, the M1 tanks. The decision was not possible in the past 20 years, and finally the Trump administration gave a green light.
Even as China renews its call for cross-strait reunification under one country, two systems, Taiwan is standing firm against it. President Xi Jinping has identified reunification as fundamental to becoming a modern socialist power and for ushering in a new era for China. But what stops China from taking Taiwan by force?
Of course, mainland China can use force against Taiwan to eliminate those in support of Taiwan independence. But what will be the cost?
In June 2019, the US Department of Defense released the Indo-Pacific Strategy Report.
Business leaders to put your countries first.
It stressed the need for all regional allies and partners to uphold a rules-based order, ensuring peace and prosperity for all.
I call it the Indo-Pacific Dream. If it's going to be realized, we must ensure that all play by the rules, which they do not right now. The United States will no longer turn a blind eye to violations, cheating, or economic aggression. Those days are over.
The Indo-Pacific region, as defined by the US, is one that recognizes the interconnectedness of economics, governance, and security that shape the region's competitive landscape. According to the report, the region includes the world's largest economies, the United States, China, and Japan, and 6 of the world's fastest-growing economies, India, Cambodia, Laos, Burma, Nepal, and the Philippines. It accounts for 60% of the global GDP. But what is the significance of the term Indo-Pacific?
While we're seeing a rebalancing or a pivot once again to Asia on the part of the United States, that is now called the Indo-Pacific Strategy. More and more, especially since 2016, Taiwan has become a component of that strategy.
The United States has always been and will always remain a Pacific power. And so to have the United States step up its increasing engagement and interest with political allies is part of U.S. strategy to shift its focus to an area of emerging importance to U.S. national security interests.
We will no longer tolerate the audacious theft of intellectual property. We will confront the destructive practices of forcing businesses to surrender their technology to the state and forcing them into joint ventures in exchange for market access.
Analysts argue that Trump's Indo-Pacific strategy is driven by the US desire to counter what it sees as China's growing clout in the region. This is evident in China's military buildup on the artificial islands in the South China Sea. The Indo-Pacific Dream could be an attempt to re-establish a rules-based international order as opposed to a China-led regional order. But is this part of an overall US policy to contain the rise of China in the region?
It's not just about all capital and trade flows moving to China and then from China being redistributed to the region. It's about enabling connectivity and trade and commerce between players within the region and between the region and outside countries. And there's a fear that China is trying to exclude other economic and security powers from the region, and that's what they're pushing back against. That's not containment. I mean, and that's a real misnomer. And unfortunately, it's part of a narrative that's out there, and it's not what the U.S. is pursuing.
Taiwan is strategically important to both the United States and an increasingly assertive China. The island's location, economy, and security are all essential to American interests. Analysts note that China would become a Pacific power if Taiwan were to become part of China. It would then control some of the world's most cutting-edge technologies.
Taiwan is an integrated economy. It's a technology hub for the region. It's a major foreign direct investor in Southeast Asia, in some cases larger than the U.S. and larger than China in some areas. So I think it's a critical part of the fabric of the region. So that alone makes it important.
Due to geography, Taiwan is also one of the key links in what is known as the first island chain that separates China from the West Pacific Ocean. For American geopolitical interests, having a democratic ally as part of that island chain is quite crucial to its ambitions for the region as well.
It's both geostrategically important because of its location. It's economically important because of its open economy and its free flow of trade and information and technology and expertise and people.
As tensions continue to rise in the Taiwan Strait, it is imperative that the island enhances its defense readiness. China, for its part, has been preparing the groundwork for future invasion of what it considers a rogue province. According to a Pentagon report, President Xi Jinping has been investing heavily in the People's Liberation Army and in multi-domain advanced military capabilities. So, can China take over Taiwan by force?
Of course, mainland China can use force against Taiwan to eliminate those in support of Taiwan independence. But what will be the cost? It's not a cost-effective measure. Also, we have to think, after war between mainland China and Taiwan, Taiwan will be destroyed, or at least some of the important political and military centers of Taiwan will be destroyed.
那这是我们所担忧的事情，但是我们还是要再强调，就是中国这些行动，其实，就算台湾这边什么事情都不做，我们不做任何的自我防卫，你光是主张你是一个民主国家跟一个自由的国家，都在北京的眼里是一种挑衅的行为。
China were to take Taiwan by force, I think it would be destabilizing for the region. I think it would be harmful to China's own interests. I think it would cause capital flight. I think it would cause a lack of confidence in China and China's leadership that would lead to a really dramatic decoupling between China and the world.
China has also been actively engaged in efforts to isolate Taiwan by poaching its diplomatic allies. Since President Tsai Ing-wen took office in 2016, Taiwan has lost 7 allies, bringing the total number down to 15.
No disrespect to small islands in the Pacific, but their ability to sway Beijing or to make a difference globally is extraordinarily limited. Whereas countries like Australia, Germany, European Union, India, Singapore, Canada, United States, Japan, South Korea, these are all significant countries that can, if they assess that it is in their interest for Taiwan to remain sovereign, have the ability to shape the environment in favor of Taiwan, not because they're being altruistic, but because it's in their own national interest for Taiwan to remain independent.
And your support for resolution backing our international participation has made you quite popular in Taiwan.
夺取台湾的邦交国，然后对台湾的大选进行干预，然后对这个台湾的这个海空领域的这些军事上的干扰，那甚至在国际组织上面的封锁台湾，在外交层次上面的打压，那这一系列的作为，其实他们才是真正在破坏这个整个区域和平稳定的一个这个力量。
There is going to be some backlash for people in Taiwan. Just recently, during the National Day address, Tsai Ing-wen stated very publicly, and I think for the first time, a consistent message, which is that the notion of one country, two systems is dead on arrival, right? That's a non-starter for anybody in Taiwan. And whether you are light blue, shallow green, right? The majority of Taiwan consensus is now emerging coalescing around the view that we cannot accept that political system.
While Beijing officially seeks peaceful reunification, it has not ruled out the use of force to take control of the self-ruled island. And Taiwan has remained firm about safeguarding democracy and freedom. Can President Tsai's defiance counter Chinese aggression? Or will it backfire?
拒绝一国两制是2300万台湾人民不分党派、不分立场、彼此间最大的共识。各位国人同胞，当自由民主受到挑战，当中华民国的生存发展受到威胁，我们就必须站出来捍卫。
Beijing and Taipei sharply disagree on the island's status. President Xi's speech in January 2019, invoking the One China principle, hit a raw nerve in Taiwan. The idea of One China is contentious as it is interpreted differently by leaders on either side of the Taiwan Strait.
绝大多数的台湾人都认为我们是一个独立的国家，我们也不会接受所谓的一国两制台湾方案。习近平的这个谈话反而刺激了更多台湾人一个团结的意识，也刺激了台湾人要守住台湾主权跟民主这样的一个想法。所以我想蔡总统的这个立场，其实反映的是绝大多数台湾人的立场。
The CCP has staked its legitimacy on rejuvenating China, rectifying the so-called century of humiliation, and regaining territory that it claims was stolen by the Japanese and Western imperial forces.
According to Beijing, Taiwan is bound by the 1992 consensus agreed between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang or KMT political party, then ruling Taiwan. It states that there is only one China, but both Beijing and Taipei have different interpretations of the term. The ruling Chinese Communist Party uses the term to indicate that both the mainland and Taiwan belong to one China and will ultimately unify under the one country, two systems framework. Their counterparts in Taiwan hold different views.
During the KMT years, it is a KMT position as well as a party platform, right? It sees the formalized independence of Taiwan as a non-starter. And so there is this vision, again, of unification, and that's the common denominator it has with the Chinese Communist Party. But its vision of what that one China would look like is the KMT's version of China. So a free, democratic China operating under the constitution that's currently supplanted on the free regions within this China.
Tsai Ing-wen tends to look at the disagreement part, that, hey, we disagree on the definition of one China. So we don't have any mutual, commonly acceptable ground for future dialogue. So not only Tsai Ing-wen has withdrawn from the past position of the previous KMT government, but Xi Jinping also withdrew from his position, engaging Taiwan peacefully.
A conservative from the Chinese Unification Promotion Party, Chang Anlo, believes that joining mainland China will bring happiness to Taiwanese. He upholds the one country, two systems principle.
可惜了，被妖魔化了，所以我必须回来告诉大家，我里面呢，一国两制的做了一个很好的一个蓝图。为什么呢？因为当年邓小平邓公提出来了一国两制，是为了 台湾人民的前途设想的，为我们保障我们利益。可惜呢，我们弃之如敝履。
Chang Anlo is confident that it won't be long before Taiwan is unified with the mainland.
我是中国人，这没有问题的。我的认同就是中国几千年来有一句话啊，国家是永久的，制度是一时的，知道吗？现在制度会与时俱进的。我在讲嘛，现在统一一国两制，将来一定会一国一制。
A distinctly Taiwanese identity has been emerging, mostly amongst the youngsters. A growing number of people in Taiwan feel that they deserve the right to continue an independent existence. And more than 75% of the island's population, according to a study, see themselves as distinctly Taiwanese.
若是有人问我讲我是什么人，我是对一国的人，我一定拢会讲我是台湾人啊。真的问题唔是迄个一国两制名称对唔对？真的问题是甲你签约的迄个对象是全世界上界阿爸，而且上界甲白纸黑字倒变过来讲的一个国家，嘛就是中国。这才是上大原因，唔是迄个名称甲系统的问题，是咱要甲上签这个物件的问题。反对现况。实际上，咱中国足强，无毋对，但是迄个物件毋是讲伊强，咱就爱去跪伫因的面头前啊。中国是到目前为止犹原是共产独裁的一个国家。咱看到香港顶一个毋是伊，但是变做是中国的地区，即嘛是啥物情形？那后一个就是台湾，你要继续走向中国的道路吗？我想这是真好选择的。
One of the largest protest movements in Hong Kong's history has fueled more anti-Beijing sentiment in Taiwan. The protests serve as a warning for Taiwan as it considers the future of relations with mainland China. They demonstrate that reunification may be fraught with huge political risks. There is also growing support in Taiwan for the Hong Kong protests.
我们认为台湾人民不可能也不应该对于香港民主抗争被逮捕的那些年轻人抗争者见死不救，不能见死不救，
台湾不能见死不救。
中共透过它庞大的经济的力量，甚至是透过收买人心的方法，想要渗透到台湾里面来把台湾推向一个民主的火葬场，葬送掉台湾既有所有的民主权利，来达成它地缘政治上面的目标。同时，我们看到，在过去一段时间以来，习近平也好，中共的高官也好，也屡屡的发表打压台湾既有的民主权利的言论。比如说，他们讲要推动所谓的"一国两制"台湾方案，这是许多台湾人民绝对不会接受，也不会答应的。
我能够在台湾去做一些什么，去帮助香港，去护持这一份自由。我也希望台湾不要沦为下一个香港，因为，很明显的，中共现在无所不用其极，用网络、收买媒体、收买台湾的企业。
Hong Kong is a sad case because Hong Kong has been handed over back to mainland China in the 1990s. So Hong Kong has been ruled under the People's Republic. But in the case of Taiwan, People's Republic of China has never ruled Taiwan for even a day. And we have our own government, our military, our democracy.
Anybody who raises the issue that going forward, relations with China will only resume under the context of one country, two systems in Taiwan is going to be political suicide.
The reason why we have very tenuous relationship in the Taiwan Strait today is not because of Taiwan, it is because of decisions that Xi Jinping has made. Hong Kong only reaffirms why it is in the interest of the Taiwanese to maintain their way of life, knowing full well that integration with China, even in the best of terms, would likely in the long term result in a slow erosion of their freedoms and liberties and ability to express themselves as normal human beings.
Issues of Taiwanese identity and independence are taking center stage in the run-up to presidential elections in January 2020. Since the start of the movement in Hong Kong, President Tsai Ing-wen has expressed support that has helped boost her approval rating in Taiwan.
拒绝一国两制是2300万台湾人民不分党派、不分立场、彼此间最大的共识。
Some people think, maybe we should choose Tsai Ing-wen because she stands tough and she can speak for us and she won't kowtow to Beijing, which I think may not be so true. But I think this kind of selling this sense of urgency, sense of losing statehood to Taiwan people has helped Tsai Ing-wen gain a lot of advantage over her competitor Han Kuo-yu, the Kaohsiung city mayor. That's why nowadays we have seen a salient leading.
As Taiwan heads for the polls in January 2020, the battleground is set for the grand face-off between DPP's Tsai Ing-wen and KMT's Han Kuo-yu. With fewer than 100 days left before the elections, Tsai holds a solid lead in most polls over her opponent. Under Tsai Ing-wen, a multi-million-dollar arms deal places the US-Taiwan relations at their best, while cross-strait relations are worsening. How these will play out in the elections remains to be seen. Will Tsai Ing-wen's defiance boost her re-election bid? Or is it too close to call?
It will very much be an election based on whether Taiwanese want to fight for their values or they want to give the KMT another chance in the hopes that perhaps this time around everybody would suddenly become quite rich because we're having better relations with China. I find that hard to believe.
The poaching of diplomatic allies is not something that she engineered or wanted to create, right? So these events that are external to Tsai's direct control has indeed contributed to her surge in popularity. And again, the surge in popularity is reflective of the emerging and surfacing consensus within the island that we know what we don't want, and we don't want to be pressured or coerced excessively. It's going to be one that's going to help her and her party secure potential victory in 2020.
It's a war that's been fought without a single bullet being fired or a bomb being unleashed. But the impact is just as costly. Both the US and China have lost billions of dollars in the continuing trade war, which has seen no signs of abating. And the impact is being felt all across the globe.
We're also taking long overdue steps to stand up to China's chronic trade abuses. Have to do it. Somebody had to do it.
也没有可以对中国人民颐使气指的教师爷。
From a dispute over unfair trade practices and intellectual theft,
the whole problem is that it is not just a trade issue,
to a technology war between two economic superpowers that has threatened to split the world into two.
I think the split will actually cause the curtains to come up.
Who will win this nationalistic fight for technological supremacy and dominance? Will countries across the globe be forced to take sides? And what impact will this digital divide have on the future of the global economies? Hong Kong, a bustling city of over 7 million people, and a gateway between China and the rest of the world. The Special Administrative Region is home to some of the world's busiest ports, ferrying goods to and from China. But today, Hong Kong has been caught in the middle of a fierce trade war between two economic giants, the United States and China. Like many other Asian tiger economies, Hong Kong is highly dependent on China for trade. For example, imports from China alone account for almost half of the city's total imports, compared to just 5% from the US. Its economic fortunes in areas such as tourism, retail sales, and real estate are also increasingly tied to the mainland. However, the escalating US-China trade war has now dampened investment sentiment and consumer confidence.
Well, the climate obviously has been very difficult because we're here in Hong Kong, which is at the doorstep of China, and a lot of our business is dependent upon the U.S.-China relationship. So the last couple of years has been pretty turbulent, mainly because of the uncertainty around what's happening next and how quickly things have changed.
Modern Terminals is the oldest container terminal operator in Hong Kong and part of the Hong Kong Seaport Alliance. The port sees thousands of containers filled with goods passing through its facility every day. But the flow of these goods has slowed in recent times, something CEO Peter Levesque is paying close attention to.
We're seeing that in Hong Kong. The volumes are down about 8% so far this year. Hong Kong is primarily a transshipment hub, so 70% of all the volume in Hong Kong is being transshipped to or from China or other locations in Asia. And so we're hoping that the uncertainty can kind of come to an end here and some agreements can be made so that we can get back to normal.
But normalcy is unlikely to return anytime soon. In August this year, US President Donald Trump announced another 10% tariff on $300 billion worth of Chinese goods in what's seen as a sharp escalation in the ongoing trade war.
That's a big one for us. We had the $50 billion, then the $200 billion at 25%. Now we're at this final $300 billion at 10%, as you mentioned. It's the products that are impacted in that final $300 billion. Those are consumer products. So it's textile, clothing, toys, footwear, electronics, finished goods electronics. And those are all the things you buy for Christmas.
Last month, the US president announced that the 10% tariffs would be increased to 15% and would come into effect on September 1st and the 15th of December this year. This latest move means that the world's two largest economies have now erected trade barriers covering virtually all of the US-China annual two-way merchandise trade, amounting to $660 billion.
The trade think have surprised most everybody. The scale and scope and the frequent threats of escalation, and also worrying is the lack of de-escalation and the inability of authorities on both sides to find ways to reduce the tensions and off-ramp from some of these tariffs and other penalties. So I think the overall trajectory has been surprising and unsettling.
You do see, even starting from October last year, some of the exports from Southeast Asian countries to even China has been declining. And then you do see another smaller decline in April. All of this has sort of like correlates and coincide with the tariffs that US have imposed. So exports on the whole have sort of slowed down. There are, of course, winners and losers, but overall, people will lose.
Goods from China, like toys, which are often shipped to the US through Hong Kong, will now be more expensive for American consumers. In the light of the upcoming holiday season, toy stores like Barton's Child's Play in Washington, D.C. will feel the full brunt of the trade war.
I think some of it is just the uncertainty, where I'm placing an order with a company who may have in their price list, this is the price. But if the tariff goes through, prices may jump to this price. Or we have a container on the water right now, which up until a few days, I was basically praying that it got in before September versus getting in a couple days after September, because it would have impacted my cost right away, which would have then, because we work on a tight margin on this, it would have impacted our consumers' cost.
So the losses incurred from the trade war on the U.S. side have been to U.S. consumers who are paying higher prices on the order of, on average, about several $100s per family due to the tariffs.
The Chinese are paying a cost in that they're not exporting as much, so they're losing sales. What's wrong is actually the tariffs are paid by the American importers, and then the prices are passed on to consumers.
US President Donald Trump has long accused China of engaging in unfair trading practices and intellectual property theft. Despite several face-to-face meetings to resolve their differences, both sides have failed to come to any agreement. It all began in 2018, with a small amount of tariffs being levied on both sides. But tensions started to rise in September 2018, when America slapped 10% tariffs on $200 billion worth of Chinese goods. In response, China imposed tariffs of $60 billion worth of American goods. A further escalation occurred in May, when President Trump raised American tariffs on Chinese goods to 25%. The Chinese then responded in equal measure. Trump says the latest tariffs that have come into effect this month are punishment for China's failure to live up to its commitments. This includes buying more American agricultural products and stemming the flow of the painkiller fentanyl into the United States, which he blames for fueling an opioid crisis. China has hit back against these latest tariffs with 2 tranches of counter tariffs on $75 billion worth of US goods. Analysts believe that the situation would only get worse before it gets better.
Trump administration's, as I think famously known for, has multiple goals. They want to reduce the bilateral trade deficit, they want to increase purchases, they want to open market access in China, they want to deal with Chinese industrial policy, intellectual property rights. They've had a whole thing. I don't see the possibility of a broad deal reached by Xi Jinping and Donald Trump that addresses the fundamental anxieties of both sides and stabilizes things. I think that's the least likely outcome that we can predict.
The whole problem is that it is not just a trade issue. If it was just a trade issue, the situation would have been resolved last year, right? China has the money to buy, the US has things to offer China, and that's it. The whole situation would have been resolved last year. So clearly it's not just about trade.
It's against this backdrop of tariffs and counter-tariff measures that Huawei's CFO, Meng Wanzhou, was detained in Canada last December on a US warrant. Huawei is a Chinese telecommunications giant that makes everything from mobile networks to smartphones. The US wants to put Ms. Meng on trial for allegedly violating Iran sanctions and lying about it to US banks, accusations that her lawyers dispute. All of a sudden, the world of technology has become entangled in the trade war. And in one fell swoop, the tariff spat has now escalated into a technology war between the world's 2 economic giants. In the battle for technological dominance, who will emerge victorious? The United States has gained the reputation as the world's most powerful country by virtue of its political, economic, and technological dominance, coupled with its ability to project power on a global scale. But the world's second largest economy, China, is catching up fast. It's now not only wealthier, it's also now technologically more advanced, but militarily powerful. Of late, a new Cold War is brewing between these two economic behemoths. Only this time, it's not a war over territories, but a nationalistic battle for technological superiority and dominance. China's telecommunications giant Huawei is among a few technology companies which are caught between these two feuding economic powerhouses. It has been viewed as a national security threat by the US security agencies and banned from buying or acquiring American parts and technologies. Is Huawei a telecommunication company or a proxy for Beijing's intrusive security apparatus?
I do think Huawei does pose a potential security threat that the US officials are right to take seriously. The telecommunications infrastructure of any country is part of that nation's critical infrastructure. And it is, I think, the responsibility of American officials to take seriously the threat of vulnerabilities and the potential for a foreign actor to exploit vulnerabilities in that infrastructure for purposes of espionage or inflicting harm in the event of a crisis or conflict. We know that Huawei has a very close relationship with the Chinese government. This is an inescapable fact of Chinese companies. They are required to have a Communist Party presence, and they are accountable to the Chinese government.
On the other hand, I think it's important to recognize that keeping Huawei out of American markets or banning American companies from selling components to Huawei doesn't necessarily make the US fully secure against Chinese eavesdropping, spying, surveillance. Just because your supply chains aren't connected doesn't mean that they can't still intervene.
But other analysts say the issue has been completely blown out of proportion. They believe that the US is targeting Huawei purely for commercial reasons. Huawei is now the largest telecom company in the world. It has even overtaken Apple as the world's second largest smartphone provider. It has also emerged as the world leader of telecom equipment, including 5G technology communications, seen as the next milestone in the digital revolution. The race to install 5G mobile networks reflects this growing rivalry between China and the US, one that will determine political and economic fortunes of nations for many decades to come.
I think number one, because ZTE and Huawei altogether, they've been making up like 30 to 40% of the market, either on the smartphones or on the communication infrastructure. So if you look at the whole big picture, for example, if you look at the 5G development or the communication technologies or products, you only see pretty much a few names like Huawei, ZTE, Ericsson, Nokia, and Samsung. So there is no US company inside.
At the back of it all, you do get the sense that where the US is concerned, it is largely also because of they are insecure about the rise of China as a superpower with a global technological edge over them, right? So how do you resolve that? That's not something that you can actually resolve. But at the end of it all, I think it's also largely because of the fact that many countries are uncomfortable, are unable to deal with a rising China, with a more assertive China.
Huawei works with a broad range of US suppliers for its products, including chip makers such as Intel and Qualcomm, as well as Google for its Android operating system. The restrictions imposed on Huawei mean that it will lose access to critical products and services from these companies. For example, Google has now confirmed that the next flagship Huawei phone will not have licensed Google apps. These restrictions would cost its consumer business about $10 billion in revenue growth. Such a development has generated a lot of concern for mobile phone dealers like Mr. Lo Lao, owner of G World Mobile, a mobile phone shop in Mong Kok, Hong Kong. The Huawei brand has a strong customer base in Hong Kong, but that's about to change following the ban.
嗰陣時啱啱講嗰陣時咧，就好多人擔心，好似或者好多人去問，喂，即係華為仲用唔用得啊？放幾多錢啊？其他款係咪跌咗價？因為佢可能將來用唔到 Google 即係會係咁樣。咁好多人會係擔心呢樣嘢係真嘅，呢樣嘢我哋唔會點樣擔心，因為我哋售賣嗰個咧係你真係用唔到，我哋最多入少啲貨。咁但係最主要係買嗰班人啊嘛，買嗰班人如果聽到個消息，佢就話我而家用緊一部喎，將來用唔到，我而家放咗係咪高啲價？如果將來真係用唔到放，係咪唔值錢啊？即係會問呢啲咁嘅問題啊，好多疑慮啊，即係好多會驚啊，咁有影響嘅。
The impending breakup between US tech giant Google and Huawei has now forced the Chinese tech giant to move towards self-sufficiency by developing its own in-house software or operating system to replace Google's Android. That would help reduce its reliance on American technology for its product growth.
So for overseas, they started to for Huawei, actually, they already announced that inside China, they call it Hongmeng OS. Outside China, they call it Harmony OS. Huawei already announced that they are going to use this in their IoT area, the Internet of Things. However, Huawei think that this system can also go into the smartphone area quickly if they want.
The technology breakup may now lay the foundation for an economic decoupling between the US and China, splitting the world along a lasting digital divide, known as the digital Iron Curtain.
I think in some areas, the world is already splintered. For example, in the technological sphere, the mainland Chinese, they don't use WhatsApp, they use WeChat, and they use their own version of Twitter, etc., right? So in some aspects, you can see that the world is already divided into two. May not necessarily be bad, because I personally believe that the world is big enough for a lot of these things to actually happen.
The split will actually cause the curtains to come up, and so we are using, for example, for very layman terms, you may actually have to carry two phones for a while to go to different countries, like what we are experiencing when we are using 3Gs.
But the US remains particularly vulnerable in one area of the tech war: the supply of rare earths. Rare earth elements are used in a wide range of consumer electronics, including iPhones, electric car motors, military jet engines, satellites, TV monitors, and lasers. China today dominates the world's rare earth output, accounting for over 70% of the world's supply. The continuing trade tensions could force Beijing to block the sale of rare earth elements to the US, like it did against Japan in 2010, following a territorial dispute over the Senkaku Islands. James Litinsky is the co-chair of MP Materials, a company that operates the only rare earth mine in the United States. He says that substance is highly essential for the production of magnets that power a range of advanced technologies. Any disruption to the supply of the elements could have a significant impact on the US technology sector.
Whether the world likes it or not, the Chinese do dominate the rare earth supply chain, as well as downstream some of the other industries. And I think that as you think about the scale of technologies that require these materials, to have a single point of failure, whether it's China, whether it would be the UK or Brazil or any single country, That is a very difficult thing for manufacturers and countries to tolerate. It would certainly be extremely disruptive to large aspects of the economy. And so I wouldn't begin to be able to estimate the scale or the duration of how that would play out.
Even more worrying, the growing trade tensions between China and the US, as well as the potential technology decoupling, could cause a split in the structure of the global economy. How disruptive will that be to the economic landscape of this region? Will the world economy be able to survive a protracted technology war between two of the world's largest economies? The escalating trade war between China and the US hides a deep rivalry between the world's two preeminent economic powers. At the heart of the issue is a tussle between President Xi's China Dream and President Trump's America First policy. And it's in the area of technology and innovation that the battle is seen to be more intense. For example, numerous restrictions have so far been imposed on China's investments in high-tech sectors, and that includes the Huawei trade ban. Tighter visa controls for Chinese students studying in the US high-tech areas, and the persistent demands by the US for China to alter its intellectual property and industrial policies deemed critical to China's ascent as a leader in technology. US President Donald Trump has even ordered US companies, including Apple, to leave China.
There's a lot about other issues as well, like for example, intellectual property, copyright laws, the ability or the willingness of the Chinese to actually concede and let foreign companies take a bigger stake or ownership of Chinese companies, state-owned enterprises, and at the back of it all, you do get the sense that where the US is concerned, it is largely also because of they are insecure about the rise of China as a superpower with a global technological edge over them, right? So how do you resolve that? That's not something that you can actually resolve.
The issue that is on the table is which country will be the leader of the next generation of technologies and reap all the economic benefits from being that leader. So to take an example, if you look at the United States in the past 2 decades, US mastery of a whole range of internet-related technologies and 4G cellular signals, data transmission signals, allowed American companies to dominate entire sectors, and American companies reaped massive profits because of that. China would like to be the country that is able to replicate a similar experience, and American leaders obviously want American companies to be the leader of the next generation of technologies and reap all the benefits and all the jobs that entails. So the competition involves a struggle over technological leadership with large implications for trade and for economic growth.
But when two giants collide, the effects will be felt all across the globe. Asia is no exception. The continuing tariff war is a further sign that the global economy is now moving closer towards a severe slowdown.
I think the economic losses are starting to actually bear fruit. For example, if you look at Singapore's export numbers in May and June, right, you can see that electronic exports in particular came off by about 32% year on year in June. Our non-oil domestic exports are now back to the 2016 levels, which, if you recall, 2016 was actually a pretty bad year for exports because the global economy was actually coming off before the Federal Reserve actually went embark on QE3. So we're looking at a pretty dismal global trade situation because Singapore is basically a bellwether or a leading indicator for the rest of the world where exports are concerned, given the fact that we're very export-oriented and we're very exposed to globalization itself. So the only positive, if you can call it positive thing, is that we're not the only ones in this situation. Any country that is very exposed to the global supply chain, there is an integral part of the supply chain that is very reliant on exports, will be hurt. And that basically means a lot of countries in Asia.
There is a likelihood that some companies will try to relocate some of their supply chains. However, in a globalized economy, there is a limit to how much that can be done, because it's almost impossible to completely figure out where all the components to any single product are coming from. Invariably, there's supplies and parts that are sourced to China and the US, because those countries are best positioned to make those components or parts, and so the more likely result will be a decline in regional trade activity as tariffs unavoidably take a hit on the trade volume. Prices go up, and Asian growth will suffer as a result.
Serial System is a Singapore-based electronics distribution company that sits within that global supply chain. It's a worldwide network of companies that helps move goods across countries and into the hands of businesses and consumers. And for the CEO of Serial Systems, the trade war is at the top of his mind.
Since we are in the region itself in Asia, especially, if you talk about China's, all the big customers are ours, be it Huawei, Lenovo, Gree, Xiaomi, all these are all also Meiti, all these are all also our customers. Basically, if the trade war is going to be prolonged, of course, definitely it will be affected, because the trade war will impose the tariff to the China. So if your business are from China and the China manufacturers are all exporting to US, if 50% of their business is going to US, then definitely you will be affected.
But as the US and China relationship grows further and further apart, it'll also put Asia in a vulnerable position. The fear is the technology Cold War between China and the US could lead to the creation of a bipolar world. It's one where separate digital policies and standards will divide the Chinese and US spheres of influence, splitting the supply chains and technology stack. Will countries in Asia end up having to choose sides between Team China or Team America?
For many countries in Asia, we've always benefited from being under the US security umbrella. And that was not for just 1 or 2 years, that was for like several decades after the Second World War. Suddenly, now we have a China that is so powerful and so influential that we are increasingly being drawn into its influence, into its umbrella, right? Hopefully, we don't get into a situation where we have to choose between the US or China. But as things stand, I think it is inevitable that you probably will have to choose between one and the other sooner or later.
The world today is too interconnected, really, to have anybody choose sides. And that's one of the things about global trade. It's a way of connecting countries and cultures in a dialogue that helps people want to understand one another. It's probably prevented its fair share of wars. So I don't think that this idea of regionalization of supply chains and that kind of thing, or choosing sides, is as much of a reality or as much of a threat.
I think they need each other quite badly. I mean, no doubt US is in technology. They are the technology leader. But all the technology leader, your components are what you need to have a manufacturing base. And China provide a very conducive place for you to manufacture. If you others place, yes, you can shift, but the supply chains might not be so good and efficient as compared to China. So they need each other badly.
I do think that there are a number of scenarios as to how this current trade war could play out, and it could lead to some bifurcation in aspects of the global economy. But I think it will be, and maybe there will be certain industries where there'll be choices made, certain areas of technology.
A bifurcation of systems, or a splitting of systems, is seen as a real threat to the current globalized world. As both the US and China try to assert their technological dominance, world leaders may be forced to make some difficult decisions. Taking up the offers of one country could mean losing favor from another.
China's promotion of the Belt and Road Initiative carries a possibility that the Chinese will demand as a consequence of the bestowal of financing and lots of investment. They may ask in return that these countries buy into the Chinese ecosystem, so to speak, the technological ecosystem. And there may be some countries that feel obligated to do so, but it's really unclear how far the Chinese can really make this expectation. At the end of the day, it is up to the decision makers in each country to decide what system or technology best serves the country's needs.
I don't think you have a choice, right? If you have a population of 1.4 billion people who are highly entrepreneurial, who are basically your neighbors, you have no choice. You will be drawn within that sphere. How many other big centers of influence are there in the world today? Eurozone is declining, growth is 1%, debt levels are extremely high, and that's holding back the growth in the Eurozone. The US has got a twin deficit that is actually growing, and is very, very far away, and is becoming increasingly insular. So what choices do you have? What I'm trying to say is that perhaps the choice will be made for you. You don't even have to choose it at the end of the day.
Will there be an end to this trade war? Will the global economy eventually suffer the full brunt of this unending battle for technological supremacy?
This is a period when there's about as much fear of the future as there's ever been.
It was once known as the great copycat nation of the world. It copies almost anything and everything. Instead of focusing on new innovations, it piggybacked on the technological innovations of others. It would then flood the markets with their own cheaper alternatives. There's virtually no high-tech product that China's cloners can't copy. But the copycat era has now come to an end. China today wants to be the market leader in high-tech areas such as telecommunication systems, robotics, and autonomous vehicles through its Made in China 2025 strategy. And it's the rise of China's high-tech prowess that has made the US rather fearful of China's rapid technological advancements.
The Chinese recognize that as their economy matures, they need to compete in these more technologically advanced sectors, so they have a very strong incentive to try to dominate these next generation technologies in hopes of generating the millions of jobs that will be required to help offset the declines in sectors that are becoming less and less competitive. So Xi Jinping and the Chinese leaders are determined to ensure China becomes the key leader in technology for these economic incentives and all the other benefits that come out of it. And then he also has a political incentive. He has positioned himself to be a tough leader for China, a leader who, in his words, does not back down an inch.
In fact, President Xi has even called on his nation to embark on a new long march, invoking a key turning point in the country's communist history. The first Long March involved a grueling 4,000-mile military retreat by the Communist Party forces in 1934 as they fled the nationalist army under Chiang Kai-shek. They then regrouped and eventually took control of China in 1949. 70 years on, the country is bracing itself yet again for another bruising and protracted trade war with the US.
This allusion to Long March is also an appeal to the patience and tolerance of the population in case you have an economic fallout. The appeal to sort of nationalism, I think. So I think that would be logically, I think, a reasonable way, I think, for them to move forward. Because what you do not want is to have trade tension resulting in an economic slowdown that can spill over to domestic political instability, right? As long as you have some sort of nationalism to kind of not mute, but to sort of minimize domestic political, spillover. That would be the way.
In response to China's decision to slap duties on $75 billion of American products, President Donald Trump pressured all American companies and businesses to leave China. But is it a practical move, given how deeply intertwined these American businesses are in China and the high costs of doing business in America?
I think there's not been a whole lot of success in this stated goal of moving manufacturing from China to the United States. There has been some progress in having investors from the United States and elsewhere move some of their production capacity out of China, but the vast majority of that is going to Southeast Asia, Mexico, Europe, Africa, Central Europe. Only a tiny bit is going back to the United States.
The loss of American manufacturing jobs owes to a number of factors, partly to just the reality that America has a maturing economy, and economies that mature become less competitive in certain sectors, and this is true of virtually every economy that has reached the stage of development, the U.S. economy. Jobs like making clothes and toys that just are not competitive in the U.S., and they're not going to be.
As the disagreements drag on, and without a clear solution to the trade debacle, the continuing trade dispute has put tremendous strain on the global economy, pushing it closer towards a possible recession.
More pessimistic scenario you could imagine, where both sides continue to escalate with tariffs and other restrictions, as the Chinese tend to use to limit the entry of U.S. products. And you could see at a certain point those restrictions could tip the growth in both countries into a recession, and perhaps even drive the global economy, which is undergoing slow growth and reeling from the impact of influences such as Brexit and tensions in other parts of the world. A fragile global economy that's hit with an escalating series of tit-for-tat penalties by China and the U.S., the two largest economies in the world, could tip the global economy into recession, and that would be obviously bad news for everyone.
I don't think a deep recession is what the market is looking at, but I think a technical recession, if things carry on, is pretty much in the cards. If the third quarter ends up just like the second quarter, then I'm pretty sure there will be a technical recession towards the end of the year. I don't think we will be in a situation that's as bad as the global financial crisis in 2009, where there was a liquidity crisis, where there was a withdrawal of funds, there was a flight to safety where the capital markets are concerned. I don't think we will come to that situation unless tomorrow the US and China basically declare a full-scale trade war on each other. Then yes, then we might actually have an exogenous shock to the system. We might have a black swan event, coupled with the fact that, in October, a no-deal Brexit is now looming as well, right? I'm not that pessimistic. I don't think that will happen.
On many counts, China is not yet a technology superpower. The Economist Intelligence Unit, for example, doesn't even rank China in its top 10 list of countries best suited for technological innovation. But China has already proven that miracles are not impossible. and it has been able to do that of late. China's growing technological prowess is now making Washington nervous. But the US efforts to fight back has only made the problem worse for both countries and the world at large.
So the losses incurred from the trade war on the US side have been to US consumers who are paying higher prices on the order of, on average, about several $100s per family due to the tariffs. There's also losses in jobs, and then on the Chinese side, there are also threats of higher prices for commodities that the Chinese now have to import from other countries from the US, and the potential shedding of many jobs from sectors that are losing their export market in the US, not to mention the hit to world growth. The global economy is expected to lose on the order of several $100 billion due to the ongoing trade wars.
We have now two superpowers that are not comfortable with each other. So it affects not only the two countries' relation and all international forum that involves the two countries. And because they are such major economies in the world, any trade tension, imposition of tariffs that reduces the increases the cost of doing of business, cost to consumer and cost will negatively affect not only the two countries but globally.
I would say at the core, this is about economic nationalism, broadly defined. China has always been nationalistic about how they view their economy. They want to help Chinese companies, Chinese industry. China first is their bumper sticker, but it might as well be. The US has been more committed to globalization, limited barriers, the multilateral system, until President Trump. Trump is in many ways very similar to Xi Jinping, and the policies of economic nationalism that he's embraced look a lot like the Chinese. It's not China first, it's America first. And so the thing about economic nationalists is that they don't make a clear distinction between the economic and the security realms, right? They think everything is part of national security because it feeds into your national power. And a key component of national power right now is advanced technologies.
As the world heads towards a technological Iron Curtain, one thing is certain. The US effort to stop the rise of China as a world technology giant is doomed to fail. If anything, analysts believe it may have come too little, too late.
I don't think it can really stop the rise of China. I mean, China is a big economy. There are a lot of learning effects, shifting comparative advantage that have resulted in because of its large markets and technological development of human capital and things like that. So it will continue. Although the growth has certainly slowed down, it will slow down further a bit, but it's not something you can contain.
It will delay them because if you obstruct them from some of the key technologies right now, it will just basically spur them to actually spend more on R&D and to innovate even faster pace. And we all know anecdotally how hungry, how keen they are to actually develop their own core technologies, right? So they will just basically speed up the process. You might be able to delay them for a couple of years, but you can't stop them at the end of the day.
I have about 20 minutes or so, and then we're going to have a discussion. What I'd like to talk about today is where we've got to in the great debate about the future of decoupling between China and the United States. And the reason I want to engage this subject is because there's too much loose talk about decoupling around this country, frankly in China as well, and in many parts of the world. The Chinese term 脱钩 really wasn't used much in the Chinese domestic political debate until a year or so ago, nor was it used much here in the United States. I did a little bit of research. The first time that the word decoupling was used to describe the US-China relationship was in fact in May last year. And then as of August, Steve Bannon took it up as a way to describe not just what he thought might be happening, but what he thought should happen between China and the United States, comprehensive economic decoupling. I do not share Mr. Bannon's view. But the point of emphasizing the chronology of this is to say this is a very recent addition to the language about the US-China relationship, and in my own judgment, a very dangerous and imprecise addition to the language about the US-China relationship. I've been in politics and diplomacy long enough to know that in foreign policy, words are bullets. In foreign policy, words are bullets. They actually mean things. And if you keep chanting the mantra that these two countries and economies are decoupling, there is a grave danger that you start to create self-fulfilling prophecies. And part of my reason for wishing to address this today here in Palo Alto and the last several days elsewhere on the West Coast, and more broadly in the international debate, is I do not think the facts stack up to support the proposition that these two economies are in the process of comprehensive decoupling. If you think about it, where have we got to over the last 40 years? I am old enough and ugly enough, but not quite as old as Ken would have you believe. I'm simply a product of the Mesolithic period, whereas Ken is a hard and fast Paleolith. But back in the Mesolithic period, when I started studying Chinese, the People's Republic of China had just emerged from the Cultural Revolution. When I went to live in China in the early 80s, you had two choices. You could wear blue or green, or you could wear green or blue, or blue and green. But that was it. And there was no Chinese private sector. Everyone's jobs were allocated by central organization departments of every unit. On top of that, very few, if any, Chinese students went abroad to study. Very few. And I look across the span of that last 40 years, since I arrived at the Australian National University as a junior woodchuck trying to learn Chinese, then it has been a remarkable set of changes, a remarkable period of, let's call it, engagement between two countries and economies and societies, which prior to that didn't know a lot about each other, to be quite honest. They did in the years prior to 1949, but not at a mass scale. But I've got to say, in the period 79 to the present, this has been a comprehensive period of engagement. So when I see literally hundreds of Chinese students rolling around the universities of the United States, or in my own country, Australia, or at Oxford, it's just kind of normal. 40 years ago, it was abnormal. When I see the same happening in capital markets, when I see the same happening in investment markets, when I see the same happening in the trade in goods and services, this pattern and density of engagement is now normal. Only a generation ago, it was totally abnormal. And so the proposition we need to confront here is those seeking to unravel this relationship, be careful what you wish for in terms of known consequences and unintended consequences, because we have come a very long way in that period of time. And I would argue to the benefit of all, and not just the two countries, but the wider global economy as well. People often equally loosely talk about the beginnings of a new Cold War between the United States and the People's Republic of China. Those folk also, like Mr. Bannon, need to reread their history. What was it about the Cold War? What were its defining characteristics? Number one, you had a fundamental ideological chasm between the then Soviet Union and the United States in every department, including economic theory. That's no longer the case. There are differences, but it's not a no-holds-barred ideological struggle to the bitter end. Number two, in the days of that Cold War, there was zero economic engagement between the Soviet Union and the United States. Zero. Now we have China as America's third largest trading partner after the two NAFTA economies, Mexico and Canada. And of course, the United States is China's largest trading partner. And so the whole idea that this bears some parallel or resonance with what unfolded in the Cold War is frankly just analytically imprecise. Thirdly, in the days of the Cold War, the Soviet Union and the United States were fighting physical proxy wars through third country armies and armed forces right across Latin America, Africa, and elsewhere. And that's not happening either. So when we start using loose language like a new Cold War, loose language like decoupling, I would urge everyone to start being more precise about what actually we mean, because that is not the current reality. And the only danger is if we start rolling out this language with gay abandon and believe that somehow it's useful to the current debate, that in fact it can contribute to constructing those realities over time. If, for example, one side convinces the other in the China-US relationship that decoupling is unfolding, what happens? Contingency plans are prepared. As a consequence of that, they can be operationalized because of fear that this, in fact, is what's going to unfold. And what happens then is that you start to create the reality, which those of us who have worked hard with this relationship over many decades have sought to avoid. Of course, my saying all the above is one thing. How do you establish the proposition as a matter of fact on the other? Let's look briefly in the time that we've got available at just 6 areas. One is trade. Second is foreign direct investment. The third is tech. The fourth is capital markets. The fifth is currency. And the sixth is you and me, talent. Well, you, not me. And Ken. So, and the argument I'm going to advance in these areas is that at best, from a decoupleist point of view, it's a very mixed picture indeed. Far from being this comprehensive unravelling of the totality of the relationship, I just do not see it actually empirically being sustained. Let's look at the trade war. Okay, it's been rampaging now for 18 months. We've had one level of tariff imposed after another by the Trump administration, retaliatory tariffs by the Chinese side, so that a large part of the traded sector between the two countries is now covered by tariffs, with the risk of a further tranche of tariffs covering the remainder of the traded relationship to be imposed on the 15th of December. Now, I intend to push to one side, for the purposes of this discussion about decoupling, the rights and wrongs of the respective positions of each side in the overall trade war. That's a separate seminar. We can go into that if you want to in Q&A. But the bottom line is the decision by the two governments following the meeting in the last month or so between Vice Premier Liu He and US Trade Representative Lighthizer in Washington is that we have set in motion a set of arrangements which is about to bring about a phase 1 deal for the conclusion of a number, but not all, of the issues associated with the trade war. President Trump, it's now announced, will be speaking to the Economic Club in New York next Tuesday. His subject will be US-China economic relations. I doubt that he's convening that gathering just for the fun of it. I expect that what he'll be doing when he meets with the great and the good and the not so good in New York next Tuesday will be to announce, or at least put his spin on, a Phase 1 deal. The fact that both governments are currently actively discussing and negotiating what the venue should be for the signing of a Phase 1 deal suggests to me that we are very, very close indeed. The remit of a Phase 1 deal is a separate matter. It may be relatively narrow. It may be to do with a Chinese agreed purchasing order for US goods, particularly agricultural goods. It may be to do with new arrangements for the protection of intellectual property. It may be to do with future arrangements for the management of future currency fluctuations involving the renminbi. It may go beyond that. But if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, I would say it is odds on we're going to have such a deal done either by Thanksgiving or before the end of the year. And that's because both governments, as we got 18 months into the trade dispute, becoming the trade war, concluded that if this thing was allowed to roll on, it would be mutually deeply damaging. The mutual interests alive in ensuring that a satisfactory outcome could be reached were such that it was agreed politically that this dispute had to be brought to a truce. I'm not here standing before you in a Pollyanna-ish sort of way saying it's all therefore fixed. It's not. The outstanding issues, intellectual property protection, outstanding issues in forced technology transfer, the outstanding issues in market access, the outstanding issues in state subsidy for Chinese firms operating international marketplace, some of them, these remain on the table, as do the Chinese outstanding concerns about the pace, schedule and withdrawal of existing imposed US tariffs. These are difficult. And a large slice of what I've just described will go into Phase 2 negotiations to be conducted next year. But my overall thesis to you today is that both these countries got to the edge, looked over the edge about a month or so ago, and reached a strategic decision. And that strategic decision was not to jump into the ravine. And that strategic decision was a full-blown trade war with tariffs on everything was so mutually destructive that it should not be sustained. That's where we've got up to. Agreeing to do no further damage is important. Agreeing on a Phase 1 deal is also important. Agreeing on a Phase 2 deal will be difficult, and when it's done, important as well. But the seminal message for today is that against those who have been urging a more fundamental decoupling of the two economies, frankly, the two countries' leaders have decided to take this now in a different direction. Let me touch briefly on foreign direct investment. If you look at the foreign direct investment flows between the two countries, historically these have not been huge in number. And I simply use that compared with foreign investment flows even between the United States and Australia or other countries across the OECD or beyond the OECD. They've been significant, they've been useful, but not decisive in the overall economic relationship. Until the trade war hit, US foreign direct investment flows into China was running at about $13, $14, $15 billion a year. The stock of US investment in China running at about $250 billion. And by and large, that's where it stayed. No large exit of US investment capital so far. On the Chinese side, there has been some. The total stock of Chinese foreign direct investment in the United States is probably about $170 billion. The flow, which was running also at about $13, $14, $15 billion a year, has slowed right down to 2 or 3. But we'd be wrong analytically to conclude that's purely as a response to what's happening with the tightening of CFIUS regulations or the tightening of other regulatory constraints around investment decisions alone. Because if you're mindful of and a student of Chinese domestic economic policy decisions, the deleveraging campaign and the particular instructions given to various Chinese firms not to expose themselves too significantly in their foreign acquisitions process backed up by debt, that in fact the bulk of this contraction of foreign investment activity in the United States has been driven by other considerations on the Chinese home front, not physical constraints erected by the US CFIUS and related processes. Those changes in the regulatory environment do exist, and they are highly relevant to the technology sector, which I'll go on to now. But on the FDI front, all I'm saying is foreign direct investment, it's a mixed picture. And frankly, it would be wrong to say that the contraction in Chinese investment flows here is purely a product of the changing geopolitical environment. That's not the case. So thirdly, let's go to technology itself, and here we are. Silicon Valley, here we are at Palo Alto, and here we are at Tencent. China has embarked upon a national high-tech strategy. We're all familiar with this, China 2025. We're also familiar with what China seeks to do in achieving its own national self-reliance in multiple high-technology categories. And as we move towards mid-century, a dominant place in high-tech markets around the world. China identifies these new technology sectors, including artificial intelligence, as being the determinants of future economic competitiveness and success around the world. Read the documents, that's what it says. On artificial intelligence itself, if you read the State Council decision of April 2017 in China, it's clearly articulated as meaning that China intends to accelerate its own national investments across all categories of artificial intelligence, and what they see as a unique opportunity to be not just a market leader, but an early adapter, and therefore ultimately having a more than significant place in the global market. That's the stated direction of Chinese policy, and you see a large allocation of China's national science and research effort being directed against those high technology and AI in particular policy objectives. But what's the reality on the ground? It's more complex. It's more complex than that. When it comes to areas such as computer chips, well, China has some comparative advantage in certain categories, but not in others. When it comes to semiconductors, China perhaps is the source of 5% of global supply. This country, the United States, well in excess of 50% of global supply. And supercomputing technology in this country, semiconductor technology in this country is judged by the industry, and it's not my field, to be 5 years in advance of what is happening in China in the semiconductor space. The reason I mention these is simply to illustrate the point that China's stated strategic direction in high technology and artificial intelligence is one thing. The on-the-ground reality, competitive reality, is different and more challenging. On the flip side of that, if we go to the future of mobile telephony and fifth generation technology, I think we have someone here from Huawei. I heard, met someone before. G'day, mate, how are you? Then we're all familiar with the Huawei debate. But the bottom line is, in terms of 5G technology, supporting systems, supporting infrastructure, mobile relay stations around China and prospectively in other parts of the world, or currently being rolled out in various other parts of the world, it's way in advance of what else is on offer, either from this country or elsewhere, whether it's from Ericsson or Nokia or whomever else. So my point is, whether it's on next generation mobile telephony, which is an essential platform for the future Internet of Things, whether it is the supports for artificial intelligence adaptations and applications in the future more generally, including the underpinning technologies of computer chips as well as semiconductors, it is a mixed picture in terms of US and Chinese competitiveness, and there are high levels of, shall we say, mutual interdependence. But the reality is, because this is so central to each country's national economic strategy and national security strategies, that we are going to look at some levels of constriction, some levels of constraint, and some levels of decoupling within the technology space. We would be wrong to conclude that this will be comprehensive. It will be, in my judgment, quite technology specific, and within particular technologies, product specific. But to conclude that technology itself represents one giant decoupling trajectory is again analytically flawed. it's infinitely more complex than that. When you go to the granularity of mobile telephony, go to the granularity of what's unfolding with computer chips and semiconductors, and the granularity of what's unfolding with supercomputers. Two concluding points. I've talked so far about trade, FDI and tech. What about capital markets? We often think that the US-China trade relationship is big, and it is. It's $500 billion. $350 billion worth of Chinese exports, $150 billion worth of American exports. That's not a piece of loose change. The quantum of the direct finance engagement between the two economies, the two countries' capital markets, if you put all categories of equity markets, debt markets, as well as the holdings of cross-border finance and loans, as well as the holding of treasuries, US treasuries by China's central financial institutions, including SAFE, the aggregate figures for the US-China financial relationship, all categories considered, is in the order of about 5.1 trillion. That's quite a lot of cash. And when I look at the depth and the breadth of this financial relationship, it is of an order of magnitude whereby the forces, as it were, seeking to further integrate the two countries' capital markets are much stronger than those trying to rip them apart. Let me explain that one step further. China, because of the evolution of its economy, its rising living standards, its burgeoning levels of domestic consumption, China, for the first time in a quarter of a century, this year is likely to generate a current account deficit. China, therefore, for the first time, is going to have a net international financing requirement. China, therefore, needs to be in the business of further liberalising its own capital markets, not going in the reverse direction. And that's exactly what China has been doing. Look at the recent decisions on liberalisation of equities markets, of debt markets, removing the caps on various foreign firms in the insurance sector, brokerage sector, other financial services industry participants. As we know, our Chinese friends are smart. They know what they're doing, and that's why they're doing it. Now, what I see instead in Washington is Rubio, for example, advancing what he describes as the Equitable Act, which is a draft piece of legislation in the United States Senate aimed at delisting Chinese firms currently listed on the New York Stock Exchange and other exchanges here in this country, if, in the US regulator's judgment, those listings do not conform with American accounting standards. If that was the case, you're going to see a couple of $1 trillion worth of delistings. Not a small consideration. What I note with interest, however, is that the level of enthusiasm for the Rubio bill, the Equitable Act, so described, seems to be faltering, as those in Washington discover that those in the United States finance industry actually rather like and support the comprehensive nature of engagement between the two countries' capital markets. And similarly with the other proposal we see kicking around Washington at present in terms of possible instructions to US public pension funds to not invest in particular Chinese firms deemed to be unacceptable from US human rights and other standards. Again, I don't see a groundswell of support for that particular proposal, at least as yet. But my overall thesis to you is on capital markets, given its quantum, given China's domestic need in terms of its net international financing requirements, given the liberalisations of the last year or two of what it's doing vis-a-vis its own domestic capital market liberalisations, both debt and equity markets, I think this is a much more open field and non-decoupling field than the propagandists of decoupling would have us believe. Given the length of time I've now spoken, let me just conclude with this. I've touched on trade and the fact that, yes, we've had some decoupling there because of the tariff war between the two countries, but I think they're in the process of declaring a significant truce. And that's because mutually assured economic destruction is not a good idea. Secondly, foreign direct investment. As I said, The arteries are at least still open in one direction, and the fact that they've slowed from China to the United States is open to a range of other interpretations beyond the regulatory changes in Washington. Technology will be a mixed picture depending on what category of tech we're looking at. I've been talking about ICT and biotechnology so far. I do not see imminent large-scale restrictions on continued collaboration in biotech between the two countries, though they may come. And on capital markets more broadly, can I say that the overwhelming mutual interest is for this level of, as it were, condominium between the two countries to continue. In the Q&A, we can talk about currency. In the Q&A, we can talk about talent as well. Let me just conclude on talent and people before we go to the discussion. I look with some concern at actions taken recently by both governments to begin to restrict the easy flow of people in both directions. That would be the most disastrous decoupling of all, given that us folks, people, women and men, we actually make the decisions in capital markets, in technology markets, in foreign investments, and in trade in goods and services. And if you start putting huge restrictions on people moving in each direction, then I think we start to have a problem. One uneasy barometer for me is to look at what's happened in terms of the rejection rate for Chinese government's scholarship-sponsored students coming to the United States in the last 2 years. A 13% reduction this year, following a 3% reduction the previous year. It's the first time we've ever had year-on-year reductions since Chinese government-sponsored students first started coming to this country many decades ago. That I think we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about the fact that the overall international student caseload in American universities in the last 12 months has started to go down as well. I'm not an American, I'm an Australian, and I'm here at the, as a guest of your government. But if I was to make one simple suggestion from the outside as a friend of this country, but also as a friend of China, it would be very bad for any country like the United States and my own country, Australia, to start closing doors. As soon as we start imposing onerous visa restrictions on students, on researchers, on academics, and the rest, or on researchers and think tankers and others like them, then I think it's the thin edge of the wedge in terms of where all that could go longer term. I'm a practitioner. I understand that there are always going to be national security requirements. There's always going to be review by the Chinese security and intelligence services of incoming applicants to visit China. That's normal. In grown-up land, that's what happens. It's just life. Guess what? It happens in our countries too. That's life too. But I think that these remarkably sophisticated intelligence and security establishments can handle this challenge without closing the door. And that is what I'm most concerned about in all this discussion of decoupling. So rather than perpetuating what I describe as an indisciplined and unhelpful generic debate that either decoupling across the board is happening in all these categories, when in fact it's not, it's a much more mixed picture than that, or furthermore, the Bannon view of the world that decoupling is desirable, even if it's not currently the descriptive reality. My argument to you is that were those propositions to succeed, we end up in an environment where in fact you recreate one of the conditions precedent for a second Cold War. Remember what I said about the Soviet Union and the United States in the last Cold War? One of its distinguishing characteristics was that they had no economic engagement whatsoever. Pure, hard politics and ideology. That's not been the case with China and America for 40 years. Why start now? Thank you.
So we'd like to have a discussion. We'd like you to pose questions and give Kevin a chance to answer them. While you're warming up, I happen to write down just a couple of questions of my own to give you some time to think about yours. So, Kevin, my first question would be, I'm going to be going to Shanghai this weekend. I go several times a year. I'm anticipating that so many of the people that I talk with will pose this question, simply because they do every time I go. And that is, they believe, I think, that most Americans are worried about the Thucydides trap, and that they're worried about China's rise. My contention would be that most Americans can't even pronounce the word Thucydides, including me. But what do you think about that? You're Australian, you're a guest in this country, as you say, but you know an awful lot of people. What do you think the American attitude toward China is today, to the extent that there is one? Or maybe you can divide it into categories.
I was trying to, oops. Here, you push this up. There you go. Good, advanced American technology. Turn the button on. When you look at the United States and the emerging attitudes towards China, it's a bit like this. The official Washington, let's start with that, both Republican and Democrat, had the following view, that we Americans gave China the benefit of the doubt, even when we thought their economy was more Marxist than market. We encouraged, facilitated, and made possible China's entry to the World Trade Organization in 2002. Through that, we opened ourselves and global markets to China in order to make possible China's export-driven growth model of the last 20 years. And we did that all on the basis of an explicit and implicit assumption that China would fully embrace and adopt and adapt to WTO rules. And on top of that, let's call it Bob Zellickism, that as a consequence of that, that China would become, quote, a responsible global stakeholder in the liberal international order. And the final piece of logic is this, that if and when China became a larger economy than the United States, that China would sustain that liberal international order in China's own interest, because China will have conformed already to it. That's the logic. If you deal with the Washington establishment. I think part of the problem with the logic, Ken, is simply that perhaps they didn't ask the Chinese about it, because it's a more complex reality. I knew Zhurongji very well when he was Premier of China. I understood what was done through the Zhurongji and Jiang Zemin period. I saw what was continued under Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao, and what continues today. But China has never explicitly or implicitly indicated it was about to depart from Marxism-Leninism. That's just the truth of it. People might find that uncomfortable, but that's just the reality. And so if I was trying to say, where has all this come unstuck? It's kind of like two ships passing each other in the night, with a series of explicit and implicit American assumptions about what China would do, including one day becoming a liberal democracy. That was the end point of the expectation. While China is a Marxist-Leninist state, albeit with a mixed economy, or what the Chinese would describe as, you know, 有中国特色的社会主义, and socialism with Chinese characteristics, sailing in a somewhat different direction. So I think we've had a massive case of mutual non-expectation satisfaction underneath everything else before we go to the individual illustrations of this thing. And the problem for all of us, Ken, and engaged in the business of practical diplomacy, or official diplomacy or unofficial diplomacy, is that people then get quite angry. What I've just described gives rise in America to senses of being misled, to being betrayed, and our Chinese friends will say, it's our country, we're a sovereign political system, how dare you tell us what to do? And therefore, this has in recent times plumbed not just rational depths, but emotional depths as well. Apart from all that, it's going fine.
Thank you. I have a second question while we're waiting for you to get fully warmed up. And that is, Kevin,
God, they're a quiet audience. I think it's great.
If you don't mind pretending for a minute, pretend that you were either a marriage counselor or a mediator.
My God.
And China and the U.S. came to you and said, our relationship is not working out. We need help. Well, given that most mediators don't fully blame things on one side or the other, what would be the 2 or 3 pieces of advice you would give to each of the two partners here?
大概跑到别的国家去。Just want to get the hell out of here. I once in answer to a question like this, Ken said, 我不算是一个第三者. And what I meant was 第三方面. So it's hard to think of yourself as a third party, but I didn't realize that 第三者 meant actually the third person involved in a relationship.
That's not what we're after.
In a tricky sort of way. So we'll leave the 第三者 problems over here for the time being. Look, it's very easy for people like me who come from a smaller country, but who knows both countries reasonably well to provide, sage advice. It's very easy to do that because it's not me, okay? I'm not Chinese, I'm not Americans. I can begin to understand how both countries and cultures and capitals think, but still not me. I think the one core principle that I would recommend to the Chinese side of this marriage, this uneasy marriage, this uneasy relationship, would be for the Chinese not to assume that the Americans are not just driven by comprehensive hypocrisy. When I sit down and listen to all my Chinese friends in Beijing, and I have lots of discussions there, constant refrain is, bloody Americans, there they go again. They say one thing, they do the other. It's just all because they want to overturn our political system. It's not as simple as that at all. In fact, it's much more complex. And my experience of Americans is that while sometimes you guys do overreach in terms of being the light on the hill, and all of that sort of thing, is that Americans are fundamentally very good people. And the idealism of this country is something which inspires the rest of the world. So my counsel to the Chinese side of this union would be not to simply assume that the United States is just being two-faced because they are two-faced. It's not that. You can have a disagreement with American policy, but that doesn't mean that American idealism is not keenly and genuinely felt and believed. On the flip side, what I'd say is that our American friends would be worthwhile looking at the relationship with China with a greater degree of basic respect. Respect in any relationship is important. But when you're accustomed for 100 years for being number one in the world, which you have been, the United States ever since you kicked the Brits to one side, which we supported, that is, kicking the Brits to one side, there's no one been really around to challenge you. And so consciously or subconsciously, there is often an American approach which is either my way or the highway. You either do what I say or goodbye. Now, my counsel to my American friends would be, whether you're dealing with a smaller country like, say, Australia, or a larger country like China, it is deeply important to exhibit not just courtesy and respect, but an understanding, frankly, of why other countries think the way they think, without just assuming that they are wrong. Those two things, which is, I think, important for each side of this fractious relationship, won't solve everything, but it might get you down to, let's call it an open table for dialogue and discussion about the substantive things which separate you. At present, we often don't even get to the table because we're carrying to the table a whole bunch of prior assumptions about either American hypocrisy on the one hand or a lack of respect as perceived by the Chinese on the other.
That was a good answer. I think there's a career for you in mediation. Let's do George first.
Maybe.
And then...
Mr. Rudd, you've given a comprehensive, rational, reasonable analysis. A very comprehensive, rational analysis of the U.S.-China relations. Unfortunately, the swamp as we know it, it's really a very bipartisan, anti-China attitude. No politicians from either party would consider speaking in a moderate, reasonable, rational way because that's against their political interests. And that's true for leaders on both parties. So is there a way to skip all the complexities and trying to explain the subtleties and simply get to the bottom line and point out to the American politicians and the American people that where this is going right now is a deeply lose-lose proposition, and it's going to hurt the American public to an extent that they probably don't understand and appreciate.
Look, I think there are hawks in both countries. There are hawks in China who choose to see America negatively, whatever the circumstances. And I know them, I met them, I've seminared with them in Beijing. And the reverse, which is American China hawks, Democrat and Republican, there are lots of them. I know them too. But you know what I find in both countries? A bunch of pretty reasonable people as well who just want to, frankly, make this relationship work. These are two fantastic countries. Let me say that as someone who is not an American and not a Chinese. This country, the United States, is a country of phenomenal achievement, and there's so much of which you should be proud. I mean, the American Revolution, what an extraordinary story. I mean, how you did what you did to become who you've become. The fact that you've emerged in the 20th century, you know, saving Europe from itself because of the conflagrations of the Second World War, and being the central force in the defeat of Japanese fascism in Asia. I mean, this was extraordinary. And then to have fashioned this open economy, which in its history has welcomed people from everywhere into this multi-ethnic country called the United States, this is quite remarkable, quite remarkable. As I say to my Chinese friends, often to their complete horror, against the measure of superpowers in global history, America's not bad. It hasn't gone out there and tried to colonize everybody. They could have for the last 75 years. They had enough power to do it, but they didn't. Chose not to. There was a bit of a frolic with the Philippines under Teddy Roosevelt. A little bit of a frolic, and let's call it the Monroe Doctrine. But by and large, you didn't do what the British did, you didn't do what the French did, you didn't do what the Spanish did, you didn't do what the Portuguese did, etc. Look what the Russians did to China, for God's sake. You know, boom, there it goes. Peter the Great right through to Vladivostok. America didn't do that. And you know, the Mexicans will have a different take on that in terms of what happened. But in terms of a global colonial empire, which the Europeans modelled, you guys didn't do that. When I look at China, China's territorial boundaries are largely settled in the Hai Qing dynasty. Basically, if you look at the map of China at the time of Kangxi and Qianlong, the difference between those maps and today's maps are not large. And so has China had an interest in creating, a global, as it were, colonial civilization? No, because you know as well as I do, you're Chinese. Its overwhelming preoccupation is with Hanzu, the Han people. And as a consequence of that, I mean, these extraordinary civilizational achievements domestically within China, both in science and the arts and aesthetics, and extraordinary wealthy economies in the Tang and the Song, these are remarkable achievements. So when I look at these two extraordinary civilizations, these guys, the Americans, currently being, if you like, the inheritors of the West, and you guys, in terms of what's emerged in Greater China over several millennia, this is quite a remarkable story. So what I say is that when I look at interlocutors in both capitals and try to remind them of the strengths and virtues of each other's country, there should be a way through this, because the thing about both your countries and both your peoples is you're highly intelligent. And therefore there is no need to repeat all that crazy European history of blowing each other's brains out in order to obtain dominance. We should learn from European mistakes, not repeat them. So my final point in answer to your question more directly is, when I look at what's happening with the current debate in DC about capital markets, and I referred to it in my earlier remarks before, despite all the public histrionics about the US-China relationship, I don't see a majority flocking to the floor in support of the Rubio bill. Why? Because I don't think they want that level of decoupling to happen. There's a difference between the language which is being used and the reality of that's been reflected. And I see in China a whole bunch of people trying to restabilize this relationship as well.
Can you make a comment on China's more assertive approach to both strategic and economic outreach to the rest of the world outside the U.S. and the impact on the U.S.-China relationships?
Yeah, look, I think China has changed its trajectory under Xi Jinping, Xi Dada, and that is, for those of you who study Chinese foreign policy, there's a really important conference in Beijing in about November of 2014, the Foreign Policy Work Conference of the Party Center, 党中央的那个万事工作会议. If you look at that 5 years ago, and you look at the pattern of, shall we say, Chinese foreign policy, diplomatic, international economic policy, self-confidence, and asserting Chinese positions in a way which we weren't familiar with prior to then, that is when the change happened. Now, I wasn't invited to that conference. In fact, we've never seen the full text of Xi Jinping's speech. We've seen a Renmin Rebao and Xinhua report of the speech. But basically, that's where you see the end of the formal end of the previous orthodoxy going back 30 years of Deng Xiaoping of Tao Guangyang Hui Jue Dang To, which is hide your strength, bide your time, never take the lead. Xi Dada came along and said, okay, that was useful for then. Now we've got a new set of realities. China's become a daguo. China's a big country now. It sounds like frogs in the room. It's okay. It reminds me back home in Australia. I'm from Queensland, which is kind of like Florida. It's tropical, lots of frogs and things, and other things that bite you, by the way. And so what Xi Jinping said, that worked then, but actually China has a whole bunch of new equities to prosecute in the international space. So when we in the collective West encounter this new, let's call it more confident and self-assertive China, that's because China has changed. China's interests and values haven't changed, they've been constant, but China's 外交的做法 has changed. Its diplomatic method. And so that's why we're seeing a new reality, and that's why I think people are somewhat unaccustomed to that being the case. But if you want to know where it came from and when it came from.
What's the U.S. going to have? What's the U.S. going to respond to?
Oh, U.S. strategy and response, that's a separate question altogether. Look, the United States, if you look carefully at what's emerged since the US National Security Strategy of November, December 2017, the US Defence Strategy of early 2018, statements just recently by Secretary of State Pompeo last week and Vice President Pence. If you put all those things together, what I see is this. I see an American attitude about China, but not a strategy for dealing with China. And when I look at those texts, these are texts which sort of drip with anger rather than what I describe as a necessarily coherent strategy for dealing with a newly self-confident and assertive China. Now, if you look at Pompeo's speech of a week ago, Pompeo has said we're still working on this, to quote him directly, on the tactics and strategy which will give effect to the objectives which I, Pompeo, put into this speech. But it's still very much a work in progress. The really hard part of Pompeo's speech is effectively him saying that the fundamental interests of the Chinese Communist Party are incompatible with American interests and values. Now, he stopped short of using the language of regime change, but I've not heard that language from an American Secretary of State or President of the United States in nearly half a century. That is sobering for me.
One from this side here. Yes, please. This woman right here. Yes.
Hi, I'm Alice Han from the Hoover Institution, also Australian.
Oh, good day. How are you?
Hi, I'm well, thanks. I thank you, Prime Minister Rudd, for your comments and contributions to US-China and Australia-China relations. I have a question about cyber governance. I think when you talk to policymakers in Brussels, Canberra, or even Washington, there's a lot of concern about Chinese tech companies and the cyber governance model that Beijing, quote-unquote, seems to be exporting as pursuant to the 2017 cybersecurity law. How do you think Chinese policymakers and tech companies can assuage those fears when they continue exporting their products in the minds of foreign countries about their citizens' data being sent back to China and the risks related to that? Thank you.
I'm conscious of the fact of what I actually don't know about cyber. And I'm also 5 years outside of the intelligence loop since I left office. So I'm very mindful of what I'm unaware of. I can recall where things stood when I left office 5 years ago. So I'm therefore cautious in my response to you. Two things, though, come to mind which I think are relevant. So far, my observation is both the United States and China at the level of states have been deeply cautious, profoundly cautious, about unleashing any cyber capability against their other state apparatus, or the state apparatus or institutions of each other. And that's because there's a deep realization in mature national security policy establishments in Beijing and Washington that cyber attacks at scale against the civilian infrastructure or the political establishment, both sides, aimed to disable actually constitutes a new weapon of mass destruction. So what I do observe, in the absence of any formal protocols governing cyber relations between the two countries, that there is a de facto observance of the fact that this would be profoundly unwise. Now, that level of wisdom is not reflected in what those crazy people in North Korea do. And the North Koreans exhibit no such restraint in their, shall we say, predisposition to deploy cyber capabilities against other states and state-related entities. In the private sector, I'll simply say this. In the private sector, it is critical that states agree rapidly on an effective governance regime between them so that all corporations and individuals can have confidence of the security of their data. That regime does not exist at present. And until it does, then we are frankly marching in a very uncertain and unpredictable direction where individual citizens and corporations around the world have a basis for being genuinely concerned. But we don't have a regulatory regime to deal with it, and there's no process underway at present bilaterally between the United States and China, let alone an effective one multilaterally, even though there's an attempt at one multilaterally, to reach that end point.
Thank you very much for an extraordinarily stimulating and an informative presentation. I really appreciate that. If I may summarize it, perhaps a bit crudely, I would say that you are cautiously optimistic. And I would add to that, within the frame that you've been given to Phil today, focused very much on the economic side. So two contingencies occur to me that I'd like to just put to you, if I may. The first is the possible implications of economic decline, if that's not too strong a term, in China, how that would impact the relationship. Would it improve it? Would it make it worse? And second, going back to the pure hard politics and ideology that you talked about earlier, which is clearly a dramatic difference between whatever we're into now and the Cold War that we knew with the Soviet Union. Nevertheless, how would Chinese behavior precisely in that zone, which was not part of your lecture, so feel free to pass on this. I'm thinking of Xinjiang. I'm thinking of Hong Kong and what could happen in Hong Kong. I'm thinking of the South China Sea. I'm thinking of Taiwan. Is it possible that Chinese behavior between now and November of next year, given the rising temperature during a prolonged political campaign, could turn you into an incautious pessimist?
Well, in politics and international relations, I've always chosen to be a professional optimist. And the reason is actually rational. And that is, the world is full of people who will give you 1,000 reasons why it's all about to implode. And then you just go home depressed. Or you can choose to apply that formidable intellectual capacity to thinking about 1, 2, or 3 ways through. And I think there are 1, 2, or 3 ways through this particular difficulty of this relationship, rather than marriage counselors saying you should really just feel better about each other. And in fact, I mean, some of the work that I've been doing since I came to this country, including at Harvard and the Kennedy School, on what I call is constructive realism, what I call managed strategic competition between these two countries, and how you'd establish parameters around which, or within which, competitive and even confrontational relationships can be managed without escalating into conflict, let alone war. So I think there is a way through this. And it, for me, is problematic when too much of the energies of the American or Chinese commentariat and think tank land goes into simple description of how bad things are getting, rather than, as I've sought to do today, present you with some data which says it ain't that bad. And secondly, to point to, frankly, ways through this. And I think there are. On the other part of your question, which is, let's call it non-economic decoupling, if I'm giving it this a crude descriptor. The truth is that given the changing balance of power between the United States and China, as China's power increases against most of the aggregates of power, strategic power, military power, economic power, technology power, etc., that the dynamics, overall dynamics of the relationship will therefore change and become more competitive. That's where I think Graham Allison has an insight, but not a solution. He has an insight as to what's happening, but not a solution for dealing with it. So on the predictive side, what you've partly indicated, I think, is realistic. However economic decoupling is managed, and I've suggested it will be a much more mixed reality than the Bannons of this world aspire for, or aspire to. On the political and foreign policy and national security dimensions of the US-China relationship, it is likely to become rockier. Taiwan will be a growing problem. Tsai Ing-wen, the current president of Taiwan, is likely to be re-elected, And this will lead to a further hardening in the relationship between Taipei and Beijing. That election's in March, I think, from memory. Hong Kong we're familiar with. People watch it on a continuing basis. Xinjiang people are familiar with. We watch that on a continuing basis. South China Sea, largely invisible to the international community, but a lot of activity unfolding there. And the wider geostrategic competition between China and the United States in the wider Indo-Pacific region, including other regions of the world where it's beginning to become clearer, including Southeast Asia, where Australia is. And so the real challenge is these geopolitical tensions are going to become sharper and more real than they have been in the past. And so I go back to the proposition I advanced before. You can either therefore throw further fuel on that fire by accelerating economic decoupling, or you can in fact help militate against any one of those security-related problems blowing up completely by ensuring that you continue to have massive mutual economic equities in each other's country. That would be my response to your question, sir.
We've actually run out of time, and so I'm going to just spend the next 20 seconds wrapping it up, as they say. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming today. It's wonderful to have such a high-quality audience with us. And then secondly, I want to thank Kevin for his contribution. I would say that most human beings, including myself, think that we are fair and balanced, think that we're in the middle of the spectrum. But I have to concede, Kevin may be, of all of the people that study the U.S.-China relationship that I know, the most fair, the most balanced, and the person whose views are closest to the center of the spectrum. So, Kevin, thank you very much for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to start? I welcome everyone here. I'm Brian Atwood. I'm a senior fellow at the Watson Institute, and I guess I was asked to do this by Paul Butler, the editor of the Brown Journal on World Affairs, because my path has crossed with Kevin Rudd when he was foreign minister in 2010. We were just talking about that. But I am very, very pleased and privileged to be able to introduce the former Prime Minister of Australia. In doing a little research for this introduction, I realized that I could be speaking until 1:30 just to describe all of the things that he's done in his life. Suffice it to say that as Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010, he got a lot done. And he then became foreign minister and then prime minister again. But his first act, I think, is very significant. And it's some messages here for an American audience, I think, as well. His first act was to ask the Parliament to pass a resolution apologizing for the way it treated the indigenous peoples of Australia, the so-called stolen generation. He went on to be confronted by the international financial crisis of 2008 and brought Australia through with unscathed, virtually, the only Western country that really didn't suffer from that financial crisis. He's been a very strong supporter of climate change. He made sure that Australia ratified the Kyoto Accords. He was very active even after he left his official position in supporting a group of people from Asia and the United States and elsewhere for the 2020 conference in Copenhagen. And that conference, which was seen as not quite a success, would have been even worse, a worse failure, and would not have set up the COP series to succeed as well as they did in Mexico if they hadn't been for his efforts. He's been a strong supporter of development assistance, and that's where our paths had crossed when he was in Busan, and he managed through his work there to gain clarification as to the position of the Chinese government. What I like about him is not so much his political career, but he started, as I did, as a diplomat and served as a diplomat for Australia in both Beijing and Stockholm before he left and became involved in politics. Some of the people in opposition in Australia say he wasn't very diplomatic on occasion in the way he confronted them, but he now is a visiting professor at Tsinghua University. He's the president of the Asia Society Policy Institute. He has worked with CSIS. He's done a study for the JFK School at Harvard. By the way, Tsinghua University is the Brown University of Beijing. Someone wanted me to call it the Harvard University of Beijing, but it's the Brown University of Beijing. So without any further ado, he's going to tell us about what's going on now in China, what we can expect as we move forward with a trade war or other issues that we're confronting China on. And without any further ado, the former Prime Minister of Australia, Kevin Rudd.
Well, thank you very much for that very warm Providence, Rhode Island welcome. I've not been to Providence before. I haven't been to Rhode Island before, and I've not been to Brown before, so this is all a novel experience for me. So please forgive me in advance if I demonstrate demonstrable Australian cultural insensitivity about something. So, thank you, Brian, for the kind introduction. And I did spend some time with Brian at an important, and I think historically important, international aid conference of the Development Assistance Committee held in Busan in the Republic of Korea, I think 2011, 2012 from memory. It was the occasion when China was seeking to obtain status under the Development Assistance Committee for the legitimacy of its international aid efforts in the world. And many of us had a strong view that if that was going to occur, we had to see maximum transparency applied to China's international aid efforts from that time on. And that was very much the nature of the intense debate in which we were engaged at that conference. Thank you also, Paul Butler, esteemed editor of the august journal, the Brown Journal of World Affairs. I presume it's not yellow journalism, but it's the Brown Journal. And for the contribution which the journal makes to the serious discussion of international relations theory and practice in the world today. Watson also has itself a proud institutional history for looking at the world's great challenges through an interdisciplinary lens. I've been asked today to talk about the rise of Xi Jinping and Xi Jinping's worldview. By background, I'm a China guy. When I was at university, back in the Mesolithic period, I studied 5 years of Chinese language, modern, classical, history, politics, economics, literature, art. I'm the definition of an area studies guy, which means I don't know much about anything else. But as the world then unfolded in the decades since then, having some familiarity about how China views the world has been of some assistance in my engagement with China, either as a scholar, as a businessman, as a bureaucrat, as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and as a prime minister, and now back to the beginning of the food chain as a scholar once again. For those of you who are taking the study of China seriously, I would commend you to put in the years to understand the world as seen from Beijing out and not just from outside in. In international relations, like anyone's national politics, understanding how the other guy thinks and why they think that way is very much the beginning of wisdom. The beginning of wisdom in understanding China's view of the world is to understand China's view of itself. And given that Xi Jinping is at the apex of the Chinese political system, it's important that we have a good understanding of how he sees his country, his party, and China's place in the world. We've reached something of a tipping point in the evolution of Chinese politics since the return of Deng Xiaoping at the third plenum of the 11th Central Committee in November of '78. There has been a tacit assumption, at least across much of the collective West, over the last 40 years that China, step by step, was embracing the global liberal capitalist project. Certainly there was a view that Deng Xiaoping's program of reform and opening, 对内改革,对外开放, would liberalize the Chinese economy with a greater role for market principles and a lesser role for the Chinese state in the economy. A parallel assumption has been that over time this would produce liberal democratic reforms across the country, which would gradually reduce the authoritarian powers of the Chinese Communist Party, create a greater plurality of political voices within the country, and in time involve something not dissimilar to a Singaporean-style guided democracy, albeit on a grand scale. Despite the global wake-up call that was Tiananmen in 1989, by and large this continued to be the underlying view across much of the collective West, that China, through many twists and turns, was still broadly on track to create a more liberal political system, if not to create any form of classical Western liberal democracy. That was always, in my view, a misguided view. But the rise of Xi Jinping should not be interpreted simplistically as a sudden triumph of authoritarianism over democracy for the future of China's domestic political system. Rather, it should be seen as a definition of the particular form of authoritarianism that China's new leadership now seeks to entrench. I see this emerging political system as having three defining characteristics. First, the unapologetic assertion of the power, prestige, and prerogatives of the Chinese Communist Party apparatus over and above the administrative machinery of the Chinese state. In previous decades, the role of the party apparatus had shrunk to a more narrowly defined ideological role. The powers of detailed policy decision-making had gradually migrated to the institutions of the State Council. This indeed had been the signature reform under Premier Zhu Rongji when he was still in office. That is no longer the case. Xi Jinping has realized that if you remove the party as an institution from continued structural relevance to the country's real political decision-making processes, the party over time will literally fade away. As a person who believes deeply not just in the party's history, but also in the party's future, Xi has not been prepared to stand idly by while that happened. Xi has now decided to intervene decisively to reverse this trend. A second defining feature of this new authoritarian period is the role of political ideology over pragmatic policy. For the previous 40 years, we've been told that China's governing ideology was socialism with Chinese characteristics, 有中国特色的社会主义. As the decades rolled by, at least in the economy, there was much less socialism, however, than there were Chinese characteristics. In this sense, Chinese characteristics became the accepted domestic political euphemism for good old capitalism. Few people seem to have understood that a core part of Xi Jinping's intellectual makeup is that he is by training a Marxist dialectician. This derives from the Hegelian principles of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, or in the Chinese Maoist terms, contradictions among the people. This forms a deep part of Xi Jinping's intellectual software. Indeed, the importance which Xi Jinping attaches to this as an intellectual methodology led him to conduct 2 formal Politburo study sessions on both historical materialism and dialectical materialism in 2013 and 2015 respectively. As a dialectician, Xi Jinping is acutely conscious of the new social, economic and political forces being created by China's neoliberal economic transformation. He would also understand intuitively the challenges which these new forces would, over time, represent to the party's continuing Leninist hold on power. And both he and the rest of the central leadership have read their development economics. They understand it. They're not deaf, they're not dumb. They know what the international literature says, that demands for political liberalisation almost universally arise once per capita income passes a certain threshold. That is the learning from the academy. They are therefore deeply aware of the profound contradiction, or maodun, which exists between China's national development priority of escaping the middle income trap on the one hand, and unleashing parallel demands for political liberalisation once incomes continue to rise on the other hand. Xi Jinping's response to this dilemma has been a reassertion of ideology. This has meant a reassertion of Marxist-Leninist ideology and a new prominence accorded to ideological education across the entire Chinese system. But it's more sophisticated than a simple unidimensional ideological response. At least since the 2008 Olympics, which predated Xi Jinping's ascendancy, Chinese nationalism has also become a parallel mainstay in China's broader ideological formation. This has continued and expanded under Xi Jinping and has been augmented by an infinitely more sophisticated propaganda apparatus across the country, which now fuses the imagery of the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand and the Chinese nation into a combined Chinese contemporary political consciousness. On top of this, we've also seen a rehabilitation of a form of Chinese Confucianism as part of the restoration of Chinese historical narratives about and the continuing resonance of China's unique national political forms. According to the official line, this historical, authoritarian, hierarchical continuity is what has differentiated China from the rest of the world throughout history. And why should it change in the future? This Chinese Neo-Confucianism is regarded by the party as a comfortable historical accompaniment to the current imperatives for a strong, modern Chinese state necessary to manage the complex processes of the great Chinese Renaissance of the future. The shorthand form of the political narrative is simple. China's historical greatness across its dynastic histories lay in strong, authoritarian, hierarchical Confucian states. By corollary, China's historical greatness has never been the product of a Western-style liberal democracy. By further corollary, China's future national greatness will lie not in any adaptation of Western political forms, but instead through the modern adaptation of its own indigenous political legacy in the form of a Confucian communist state. This brings us to the question of the nature of China's, or more specifically Xi Jinping's, worldview. This term has a long and complex history in the West, worldview, 世界观, but arguably a more recent and narrower definition in its contemporary Chinese translation. In the West, the term worldview comes from the German Weltanschauung, which was first used, albeit fleetingly, by Kant in 1790, before undertaking a long conceptual evolution through Hegel, Kierkegaard, Heidegger, Marx, Engels, and even Freud. For Kant, this term Weltanschauung meant simply our perception of the world as mediated by the senses. Hegel took Kant's concept further by incorporating into his idealist understanding of human progress through the dialectical processes of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Hegel also conceived of different individual and national worldviews, laying the early conceptual groundwork for Chinese theorists of Deng Xiaoping's generation and their idea of socialism with Chinese characteristics as an epistemological means of breaking the ideological stranglehold of universal communist orthodoxy. The impact of Leninist, Stalinist, and later Soviet conceptualizations of a Marxist worldview on the newly formed Chinese Communist Party were profound. But starting from 1945, we see a series of concerted efforts by Chinese Marxist theorists to liberate Chinese Marxism from what they increasingly perceived as the shackles of Soviet ideological dogma. This culminated in the post-1978 period of socialism with Chinese characteristics under Deng Xiaoping, as the party sought to grapple with a new set of theoretical challenges arising from the leadership's decision to turn much of remaining Marxist orthodoxy on its head, embracing the demands of pro-market reforms at home, as well as comprehensive engagement of the international product, service and capital markets abroad. Whereas the content of the Chinese Communist Party's official worldview may therefore have changed significantly over the last century of the party's history, including in this new period, Xin Shidai, of Xi Jinping's leadership and thought. What is remarkable is that the Marxist methodological framework through which these worldviews have been developed has remained formally intact. So while Marxist dialectics may have died their official death in Russia with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, they remain alive and well in the Chinese Communist Party worldview of the 21st century. What's the relevance, therefore, or the irrelevance of international relations theory today in seeking to understand what is happening with the China of the 21st century? An analysis of China's role in the world, including how its leaders conceive of that role, cannot escape the deep debates that also permeate the general literature on social science research in the West. It may well be that either realist, liberal internationalist, or even Marxist theoretical frameworks help explain certain elements of China's changing policies towards the world. It's worth reflecting on what the tradition has to offer in helping understand China's future trajectory. Let's look at realism. Western realist, neo-realist, or so-called structural realist frameworks for interpreting China's worldview and the strategic policy settings that flow from it are plentiful in supply. This applies to both so-called offensive and defensive variations of realist theory. The principal standard bearer for the offensive realist view of China's international strategy is John Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago. This is stated most starkly in Mearsheimer's 2014 edition of his book, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, which dedicates its concluding chapter to proving, his term, not mine, that China, irrespective of the public ideation advanced by its leaders on the question of China's emerging capabilities and intentions, provides just one further gloomy example of what every great power seeks to do, namely, to maximize its share of world power and to eventually dominate the system, unquote. That's Mearsheimer's analysis. What does liberal internationalism have to say on the question of China's rise? Of course, this is the principal alternative theoretical discourse for explaining China's evolving international engagement. Liberalism, neoliberalism, or liberal institutionalism, as it's sometimes called. Whereas liberalism differs from realism in its underlying Kantian proposition that interests can be secured not just through self-help, power maximization, the balance of power and where necessary war, but rather through rational decisions in support of peaceful cooperation, the development of an international rules-based system, ultimately anchored in liberal democratic politics, open markets, and international institutions that give systemic effect to these liberal values. What of the third school of international relations theory, which might be applied to China, beyond realism and beyond liberalism, namely Marxism itself or structuralism? I've already discussed today the significance of the core Marxist analytical methodologies of historical and dialectical materialism in the construction of Chinese official worldviews. As noted earlier, in a world of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the party's use of Marxist methods of analysis does not necessarily equate with classically Marxist conclusions about the state of the international order or China's role in changing it. But this raises the question that even if China, which continues to formally uphold the orthodoxy of Marxism, Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, no longer sees itself bound by any particular Marxist conclusions on international relations theory or practice, then does a Marxist framework any longer hold true for understanding anything of what Xi Jinping himself actually thinks about what China should be doing in the world today? This brings us to a fourth school of international relations. As a theoretical framework for analysing both the rise of China and its changing relationship with the international order, Beyond the familiar narratives of realist despair and neoliberal hope, constructivism offers a number of positive interpretive possibilities. These include the influence of culture in forming shared or non-shared understandings between states. Indeed, Chinese international relations theorists have also contended that a constructivist approach may be a framework capable of harmonizing Chinese and American approaches to international relations theory through concepts such as relationality in shaping common futures through mutually constructed international realities. What of the English school? My view is that in understanding China's changing worldview, we are now in deeply uncertain, perhaps unique conceptual terrain, both in theoretical terms but also in interpreting the complex dynamics of China's international policy practice. Under Xi Jinping, China's engagement with its neighbouring security challenges has been deeply realist. Its engagement, however, with the prevailing international liberal political, economic and environmental orders has varied. Illiberal on the first, mixed on the second, and recently internationalist on the third. We also see a constructivist China, as it seeks to fully engage the existing global multilateral institutions, negotiating new norms in some, while also creating or constructing new institutions outside the current liberal order in others. Regionally, there is an even more intense constructivist dynamic at work, where competing Chinese and American regionalisms are in contention, shaped by a combination of realist security dynamics and an increasingly beleaguered liberal internationalism, struggling to underpin open regional markets against the forces of nationalism, protectionism and mercantilism. I argue that the virtue of the English School of International Relations as a theoretical model, as applied to both East Asian regional realities, as well as China's growing global role, offers a credible via media, a third way, between competing claims to theoretical hegemony. The English school recognises basic realist concepts, including the anarchical society and the balance of power, but it also tempers these with the proposition of a negotiated international society of values, norms and rules which can be constructed between states to militate against the excesses of realism in one direction, while falling short of the ideals of an all-embracing, watertight, liberal institutionalist order in the other. Equally importantly, the English school recognises the critical domestic drivers of China's bolder view of its place in the region and the world. If Chinese area studies is to teach us anything about China's worldview, it is the enduring importance of culture, history and ideation in shaping the international behaviours of its political elites over time. The English school, as adapted to global realities, beyond its formative foundation in European high politics of the 19th century, provides a rounded, inclusive embrace of both sets of external and internal factors currently at work in shaping Xi Jinping's emerging worldview. What I've provided here today is a very simple survey of a much more complex reality of the contending international relations theoretical frameworks, trying to make sense of the 21st century reality, but not for the intellectual delectation of the academy, but as a guide for policymakers as well. It's why I have recently myself undertaken my own research program on Xi Jinping's worldview, Xi Jinping de 世界观, through the Oxford University China Centre. So for me, this is very much a work in intellectual progress. In my remaining time before we take questions in our seminar today, let me reflect in summary form, given the theoretical discussion that we've just engaged in, on what I see to be these 7 concentric circles of Xi Jinping's worldview. These are not remarkable, these are quite simple, but I think best explained through the theoretical paradigm that I have just run through. Number 1, in terms of Xi Jinping's Maslowian hierarchy of needs. In other words, what lies at the centre of his 7 circles or concentric circles of worldview is the paramount importance of the party and the party continuing in power. We should never underestimate that in our Western analysis of China today. It's not a party which is fading away. It is a party with a strong and robust future in Xi Jinping's mind. According to that worldview, therefore, the continued political power and legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party remains foundational and central to any worldview he has about China's role in the world today. The second concentric circle lies with holding the country together. The Chinese historical tradition teaches Chinese leaders that good emperors hold the empire together. Bad, ineffective, or weak emperors allow the empire to fall apart. The enduring lesson of Chinese dynastic history. How that translates into Chinese modern politics and into current worldviews is that anyone who is a leader of China today, who embraces any policy which could see either Xinjiang, Tibet, or Taiwan, or any other core claim to Chinese territorial integrity, including the South China Sea, slide away, loses legitimacy against this core historical imperative in China's worldview, in Xi Jinping's worldview. The third is this, in concentric circles, is the importance to deploy an economic policy which raises the living standards of the Chinese people, to restore the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party, which in the past delivered the Chinese people not only the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, but also the economic devastation prior to that of the Great Leap Forward. And therefore, in terms of the future legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party and its claim to political power, absent the ballot box, is to continue to deliver through one form of economic stratagem after the other, continued rises in Chinese living standards, but at the same time, the fundamental economic machinery which delivers a powerful Chinese international state. The fourth in these concentric circles in Xi Jinping's worldview is the flip side of the third. Not only to raise China's living standards for each of its people, to liberate not only 600 million people from poverty, an extraordinary achievement in itself, and to increase the aggregate economic power of the Chinese state as a consequence, but to do so in a manner which still enables the Chinese people to breathe clean air, to have clean water, and also to be able to plant crops in soil which has not been terminally contaminated. The environmental conditionalities, which we now have assumed as part of the overall development project around the rest of the world, have more recently come to China. Public critique of the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party as being responsible through its breakneck speed of economic development over the last 30 to 40 years with an unsustainable environmental cost has caused the party in the last 10 years, and the last 5 in particular, to haul up the red flag, literally, and to say, unless we can deliver substantively sustainable environmental development, then frankly we lose our legitimacy as well. Environmental sustainability, therefore, is not just a cute expression. It is seen axiomatically as part and parcel of the long-term survival, the credibility of the Chinese party and state. It affects the well-being, fundamentally, of the people. Sustaining the analogy of concentric circles, the fifth of these concentric circles has to do with China having sufficient geopolitical space along its maritime eastern frontier. And that's where China runs into another frontier state with maritime capabilities, namely this one, the United States of America. This is where the two spheres of, shall we say, worldview radically coincide and come into conflict with each other. The Chinese, in this worldview, resent, given their historical experience of having been subjugated by the Japanese during the period from 1895 to 1945, the idea that their own maritime strategic perimeter should be controlled by others. And as a consequence, China, in this worldview, does not accept the legitimacy of continuing American alliance structures in East Asia and the West Pacific, most notably with the Republic of Korea, most notably with Japan, but other US allies as well, including Thailand, the Philippines, and Australia. Furthermore, consistent with that element of Xi Jinping's and China's worldview, the continuing forward presence of US of the US Armed Forces in the Western Pacific, west of Hawaii, but including the Aleutians, Guam, Okinawa, and other US basing entitlements, again, from the Chinese perspective, is seen as being undermining China's long-term future strategic stability across its maritime frontier. China's strategy, therefore, in securing its eastern maritime frontier over time is to gradually but effectively push America back, gradually but effectively to fragment America's alliance structures in that part of the world, and to do so with a level of increasing military capability, but underneath it all, to do so with the overwhelming power of its economic presence, the political influence which derives from that presence, and the foreign policy persuasion which comes from the same. Number 6 in this 7-part set of concentric circles of China's worldview, or Xi Jinping's worldview, has been more recently developed and articulated since Xi Jinping came to power. It's the consolidation of China's western continental frontier. Hence, we see the unfolding of what has happened now with One Belt, One Road, what we've seen with the further consolidation of the institutional machinery which already exists across Western China and into Central Asia and beyond, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Loose Security Confederation called CICA. China again seeks, through its overwhelming economic diplomacy and the presence of its investments on the ground and the new connectivities to be opened up by the One Belt, One Road initiative, to create a wide corridor zone and, in fact, Eurasian continent where China's economic footprint becomes dominant. There's a strategic logic underpinning this. It's because the other threats to China's own territorial integrity in history have been delivered by continental corridors, either from the north or from the west, either from the Manchurians, either from the Mongols, either from the Xiongnu in an earlier period in Chinese history, or from Central Asia. Therefore, a deep Chinese strategic sense of having a comfortable strategic perimeter to its western continental self constitutes this 6th of the Chinese concentric circles, which I argue are part and parcel of Xi Jinping's worldview. The 7th and final is this. It is China's place in the world at large, China's place in the future of the international rules-based system, China's place in what we call the international rules-based order. Since 1945, the order as we describe it is based on 2 fundamental factors. 1, American power as the principal victor of the Second World War, both in the Atlantic and the Pacific. Although the securing of that victory depended in large part in Asia on China pinning down most of Japan's forces within the Japanese occupation of China, just as it did in Europe with the Soviet Union pinning down most German forces to the east of Berlin, not to the west. Nonetheless, the United States emerged as the overall victor and contributed itself significantly to that outcome, as we know from the history of both the European and Pacific wars. As a result, America emerged, in terms of its conventional armaments and initially through its nuclear armaments, as the dominant global military power. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, America entered its unipolar moment. But quite apart from the existence of objective American hard power, the United States also, in the post-war period, built a structure of international relations around the United Nations system, around the Bretton Woods institutions, around the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which collectively constituted what we have called the international rules-based system. These two are inseparable. American power underpinning it, but a rules-based system which at the same time, in part, became freestanding. So when we look at the 7th of these concentric circles of China's worldview and its priorities about where it wants to go, it is simply along these lines that the assumption that many have had in the collective West that this international rules-based system based on the institutions that we evolved in the period 45 through to 48 and beyond, and the continuation of American unipolar power is not, from China's perspective, necessarily the guaranteed way of the future. China's critique is simple. It says, we were not part of the Victors' Conference in 1944 or 45 or 48. That was a bunch of you white guys, basically. Former colonial powers, or in the case of China, the nationalist government, not the communist government. As a consequence, China concludes that it was not a principal stakeholder in the setting up of the system. China also concludes, however, that the system, as it's evolved, has by and large, since China's admission, first to the UN in 1971, and then later to the World Trade Organization, has been enormously beneficial for China's own long-term international political and economic evolution, and the rise domestically in China's living standards through the enormous role played through China's access to global trade markets afforded to it through most favoured nation status arising from its membership of the WTO, which the US itself supported. But now we arrive at a different reality, when sometime in the next decade, the Chinese economy will be larger than that of America's, and in the next 3 decades, the aggregate size of China's military may well equate that of the United States as well. This remains to be seen. And so now we're in a period of contestation. We are in a period where China also seeks to argue there may be alternative forms which need to be embraced in terms of the future rules-based system, which are more consistent with China's own values at home. And where we see the friction point arising most readily on this at present is, of course, in the future operation of the Human Rights Commission in Geneva, where China has a radically different view of what constitutes human rights compared with the West, but also frictions in other domains as well. It will be a complex process, but in China's evolving worldview under Xi Jinping, this seventh and outer circle of what happens with the future of the global rules-based order is now one of active engagement as well, with an uncertain destination. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion today.
Thank you very much. I particularly appreciate your relating some of the classic political science theories to the realities on the ground and China's attitudes toward those and where they fit with respect to these mostly Western developed political theories. This is not to challenge you, but I can recall maybe 15 years ago hearing the great environmentalist Lester Brown talking about the challenges that China faces with respect to water tables, food, energy, all of those things that mean basically that China has to engage with the rest of the world because they can't produce enough for the Ken Eichelberry, who's a liberal internationalist, has written very eloquently a few years ago, and maybe